Hello, give me a second so I can stop sound from another. Let's. Okay, we are back and live for day 2 of this. Hello, Chris. Good to see you. Yeah, I agree. Morning from Texas. Hello, Tony. Good to see you. Evening from Australia. Hey. How about that? We are all around the clock and different dates as well. We have Leafy and Kim and Jess and a few more. Well, yesterday I had to end the stream a tiny bit early because I had some commitments. Hey, another one from Australia. Welcome. And here we have Lowlands Angie. Good afternoon. I missed day 1. Okay, we will do a quick recap and then go through what we missed on day 1. But first, we have this. Let's see if we can bring it up. This is the actual charges for Allan M. Brown. Drive or operate vehicle without consent, fail comply, officer person into custody, mistreating animals, strike police, fire animals, cause injury, possession firearm, convicted out of state felony, first degree reckless endangering safety. So these are the 6 charges of this trial. So the Illinois charges, there. So the Illinois charges will go for Illinois only, and those are, as far as I know, double homicide. So this guy is in a bit of a trouble. Lowlands Angie from Netherlands. Willkommen. From Great Britain. Yay! Great Britain. We will go through a bit of that. I haven't seen an expert testifying about that. As I said, I missed the last hour 50, which we will play in 1.25 speed. But as a tiny recap from yesterday's witnesses, first witness, Colin Coltrip, he said he was 35 to 40 yards away. Remember, yards. He claims to have seen and heard a first shot when he reached under his arm, and then initial shots after that, between additional 2 to 4 shots, so between 3 and 5 shots from the first witness, according to him, which contradicts the opening statement from the prosecution, who claims 2 shots. Then you had the lab tech, who testified and showed video from the different body cams. Among these was one that was slowed down and enhanced to produce better video. For some reason, then chose to show that without sound, which I found quite weird, because well, if you slow down, you get, even if you get sound slows down, you, in my opinion, you still have the pop from a gun, which would make it much easier to count the actual number of shots fired. Then you had Juan Avila. The first Colin Coltrip shot 9 shots by himself towards the suspect. Witness number 3, Juan Avila, did not shoot himself, claims he was 20 feet away. So we have some discrepancy here. And when I rewatched that video, I would say it's much more than 20 feet away. Didn't see or hear shots fired before K9 Officer Riggs impacted on the suspect. He claims to have heard 2 or more shots, and he also claims to have seen the actual gun, which in my opinion doesn't show from the body cam that he had that line of sight, but he is an eyewitness. Then you had Officer Wayand, also claims he heard 2 shots, claims to have not heard a prior shot, as the first officer testified to. Did not shoot himself. Well, no, of course he didn't shoot himself, but he did not fire at the suspect. Witness number 4, Officer Tift, the K9 handler, is the person, in my opinion, who had the clearest line of sight towards the situation. There is no body cam from Officer Tift, which is quite weird, because it seems like all the other officers, theirs went on automatically, but not with Mr. Tift, who apparently his body camera was in a different setting for some reason. So we have his testimony, but we don't have actual body camera to back that up. He heard no prior shot, so there are now 3 officers that did not hear or see the shot that Officer Colin Coltrip claims happened. Although we can hear in the video shots fired, then a pause, and then multiple shots. But that doesn't say who fired those shots. That is very unclear from who fired those actual shots, from which weapon, and so on. And he fired 5 shots. And here's a bit of an issue I have with that testimony. He claims to have seen the gun, claims to have heard 2 shots, also claims he clearly saw the suspect pointing the gun directly at the dog. And then the K9 Riggs disengaged And Officer Tift fired 5 shots. And since we don't have body cam, it is unclear where was the dog when he fired those 5 shots. Did he made sure his canine dog was out of the line of fire? So that it was very clear, very unclear. Hello, Fenris. Good to see you. Good to see you. So that was the short, very compressed. Before all this happened, we had a situation with a 32-second defense opening statement. And for me, that is baffling. He just went in, blah, 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 find him innocent or not guilty. And that indicates to me that in an opening statement, you're supposed to go through the evidence you are planning on to show your client's innocence, or at least not guilty, to raise reasonable doubt. Instead, on that 32 second, he focused on for the jury to hold the prosecution to the high standard of beyond reasonable doubt. And well, now I've heard from others on Twitter and on the video I published last night that they thought it was, well, clear, concise, short. Some even liked it. That's reasonable. Minds can differ. I just say I'm not a fan of it. Yeah, there we are. And let's go. Let's try to find. There. Here we are. And there. And there. Okay, now we have. This is the actual where we actually stopped last night. I will go through this in 1.25 while we are waiting for Law and Crime to get their feed up so we can enter that, because as of now I haven't seen them. But then again, I believe it is 7:30 in the morning in Wisconsin. So it might not be, well, we will see what happens. But let's continue where we stopped yesterday. And I hope there's sound. What the actual log in to confirm my age. Oh, hold on. What? This is so. I was logged in yesterday, but apparently not today.
I've been interrupted, but I'm stuck on a train on East. Well, okay.
There.
I've been interrupted, but I'm stuck on a train on East. Well, okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll take that.
Officer, okay. Officer, okay. Put your hands on the side. Stay rescue. 10-4.
ID. I haven't been ID'd since the 1980s.
241. Shot first. I got a shot. Stay rescue. Copy.
Okay, this is just driving. We can skip that to save some time.
214.
Is that a true and accurate representation of what occurred on October 21st of 2021?
It is.
Who is that deputy who was there when you got there?
That's Deputy Rude. He's a central school resource officer.
He just helped you in the hospital, right?
Yes.
Good morning, Elise.
Now, you indicated that Deputy Riggs is still your partner, correct?
He is. Yes.
Is he nearby?
He is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to do the jury view of K9 Riggs.
And how long is that going to be?
Just a minute or two.
All right, let's do that for a minute or two.
Okay, Deputy, if you could please go get Riggs.
Oh, no. Okay. He's screwed. They are showing the dog. They are showing the dog. Yeah, this will be a short trial. I haven't seen this to be. Yeah. And there are only officers in the courtroom. Yeah. Not many there for Mr. Brown. Yeah, stuff have a tendency to disappear from police custody. Yeah. Bringing the dog in front of the jury. Yeah. Well, that's. But I understand why. Oh, even I am melting.
Now, if you could please show the jury where K9 Riggs sustains at least the entrance wound. As he sits here today, can you see any scarring? Just a darker patch on the top of his head? Fair to say the fur grew over the injury? Okay. I don't have, does the defense want anything to do with the dog?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, you can take Riggs back then. Thank you.
We'll wait for the deputy to come back and we can do the cross. Are you done with the testimony?
I am, yes.
Yeah, he's screwed. We have the parent. Good morning, Wendy. Good to see you. Well, yes, I agree, sort of, but that would be support dogs outside the courtroom to support victims and such. And yeah, I would not be surprised if the court doesn't, if the trial doesn't go past day 2. Yes, defense attorney, I said it yesterday. Well, trim your beard, sit straight, Don't look defeated. I mean, that's the least you can do, in my opinion.
All right, the witness is back
Yes.
on the stand, and then for the record, Ms. Smathers, let's estimate the amount of time that the canine was in the courtroom. Less than 1 minute?
Say 30 seconds to a minute, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. Deputy Tift, you indicated you only saw Mr. Brown fire the one shot. Is that correct?
I only heard, and saw the one shot. Yes.
Okay. And that shot was towards the dog, correct?
No, it was towards me. I was right behind the dog.
Okay. Was that before or after Canine Riggs engaged with Mr. Brown?
I saw him. It was after he engaged.
So the dog, Canine Riggs, had already latched on to Mr. Brown's left arm when you saw the gunshot happen?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, do you recall where Deputy Avila was?
From video, I saw that he was behind us.
Okay. Do you know how far
That's a nice
behind you he
way,
was?
I
I do not
suppose.
know.
Okay. And do you recall where Deputy
You will continue
Coltrip was
to
at that point?
Deputy Coltrip was off to my left. I
How
believe.
far to your left was he?
I got an estimated distance. He was fairly close.
Fairly close. Okay.
Those are decent questions.
No further questions. Thank
Can
you.
you redirect him?
And he
Yes.
stops.
So you said you saw one gunshot, one gunshot towards you?
Yes, I heard one gunshot, and yes,
Okay.
towards me. Yes,
Okay. Was that the same gunshot that was at Riggs?
yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything on that one question?
No.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd move
I almost got my hopes up.
Exhibit 8 into evidence.
I almost got my
8 will
hopes
be
up.
received. Let's take our afternoon break right now, folks. Go back, relax for a little bit, okay?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. It's unavailable when the stream has ended. Sorry. So I wish I could, but apparently it's just unavailable.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
The defense started off with decent questions, but and then he stopped. Okay, push forward. Law and Crime has still not put up any times for today's stream. Not even the Paltrow, which is a bit weird.
All right, we back on a record on Allan M. Brown, 21 CF 1344. The appearances are the same. Jury
Pour
is back
myself
in the
some coffee.
courtroom. The state can call their next witness.
Thank you. State calls number 27, Investigator Andrew Willis.
The defense seem to have an idea, but I have a hard time seeing how they will follow through on this. But you never know. They might surprise me. Yes, coffee. I brewed 10 cups. That should
All right,
get
can you
me.
stand, raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
First and last name.
Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Andrew Willis, Andrew Willis.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed at the Racine County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm currently an agent within our Metro Drug Unit. and I've been there for 10 years, 3 months.
What type of education or training do you have that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
My highest level of education is a bachelor's degree. And over my 10 years, I've received several various types of training, law enforcement specific training.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you on duty with the Racine County Sheriff's Office that day?
I was.
In what capacity were you serving at that time?
I was an investigator with the Criminal Investigations Bureau.
What does an investigator do that's different from, let's say, a patrol officer?
We go a little more in depth in terms of criminal investigations. So oftentimes when you get a case assigned, it's not readily apparent for an arrest, in custody arrest, take to jail. Oftentimes we have to do interviews. We have to sort through evidence to determine suspects and so forth.
So maybe a little bit more in-depth investigation than a normal patrol officer is able to do. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yep.
On October 21st, 2021, you were called out to an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha, correct?
That's correct.
How did you receive this information?
My sergeant at the time advised that there was an officer-involved shooting in Bristol involving the Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, and that we were asked to head that investigation.
Is that common that another agency would investigate an officer-involved shooting for another agency?
It is common, yes.
So where were you when your supervisor told you to go to Bristol?
I was at our patrol station in Racine County, which is on Highway 20 in the interstate.
Did you then go to Bristol?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get to Bristol?
Approximately, well, we gathered equipment that was necessary at that time, and I was informed just prior to 1 p.m., and we were on scene about 45 minutes later.
Where specifically in Bristol did you go?
Benson Corners Shell gas station.
I'm going to draw your attention to your right. Do you see that State's Exhibit 1?
I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is Benson Corners Shell gas station.
So that's where you went on October 21st, correct?
Correct.
Upon arrival, what was your assignment for this investigation?
So after getting initial information as to what had occurred, I was tasked with the review and retrieval of any video surveillance at the Shell gas station.
How did you go about retrieving that surveillance video?
Went inside the gas station, had spoken with the owner that was there, my partner who was with me at the time, Investigator Willis. He identified the owner, received consent. He brought us behind the counter. And
I'm sorry, when you say he, you mean the owner?
Correct, yes,
Okay.
the owner. The owner directed us to where the monitor and DVR were for the video surveillance system.
And then who operated the surveillance system? Was it you or the owner?
I did.
Do you have any experience operating surveillance systems?
I do, yes.
Were you able to retrieve surveillance video that caught the incident?
I was.
And again, did you do that personally?
Yes.
First, when looking at surveillance video, did you look to see if the time on the surveillance video was accurate?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
It's one of the most important things, first off, looking at video to make sure the current time lines up with the time on the surveillance system. If that's just a step that you don't do, it could throw off an entire investigation.
How about- go ahead.
This specific video surveillance was an hour behind the actual time.
So if the video shows, let's say 9:30 in the morning, it was actually 10:30 in the morning?
That's correct.
And then did you personally observe all angles of the camera outside of Benson gas station?
I did.
How many video surveillance cameras are there at Benson gas station?
Overall, I do not recall the number of cameras, but I do recall one specific, it was labeled camera 8 that captured the incident that I described in my report. That's the exterior camera.
There were also interior cameras as well, correct?
That's correct.
Did you review those?
I did.
And in your report, you actually detailed timestamps of what you observed, correct?
I did.
If I were to show you the surveillance camera of camera 8, would you recognize it?
I would, yes.
On the screen, Your Honor, I'm going to show State's Exhibit 9 for identification.
I have no idea, Fenris. I have no idea.
All right, Investigator Willis, do you see State's Exhibit 9?
I do.
Do you recognize this camera?
This is camera 8 that I previously described.
And this is from the Benson's gas station, correct?
Correct. This would be located on the front of the gas station, so the front would be the south side of the building.
Could you use Exhibit 1 next to you? There's a pointer on there, and show the jury where the camera is located and kind of where it's angled.
So that's the camera here. you can reference the white railing in the video. That would be this white railing here.
That would be the defense argument, but I have not indicated that way yet. For
Now, you
me,
viewed the entirety of that day, correct?
I did.
for me, there are inconsistencies in the officer's statements where how many shots was actually fired, in what direction, at what time. And the last witness before this for the state, Officer Tift, who was the canine handler, it is unclear, since he didn't have his body cam on, if the dog was out of the line of fire when he started shooting towards the defendant. So that is the inference here, which I would imagine the defense will go into. But that's a rough call. Rough. Sorry, that was so bad. Since the defense seems to be, by the looks of them, they are all already defeated, so to speak. But you never know. We might get surprised in the last hour and a half and tomorrow.
In reviewing that video, did you observe in reviewing the camera, what were you looking for?
So I was briefed on arrival that the suspect vehicle was a brown or tan 2016 Buick Encore. So that was the specific vehicle I was looking at the onset when I was reviewing the video.
In reviewing the video, did you see when that Buick Encore arrived at the gas station?
I did.
Do you remember off the top of your head what the timestamp was?
It was 10:24 actual time, so 9:24 on the timestamp of the video.
And then, or strike that. I have the exhibit at a different time. Can you, you might have to get up.
Okay.
Can you see what the date and time is where I have it?
I think it's showing the time to the far right, so 10:18:05.
Right where my cursor is?
Okay, so yeah, I'm supposed to look at the top, but yeah, that's easier.
Okay.
I'm sorry. 10:18 on the timestamp. You're welcome.
And then is there a date as well?
October 21st, 2021.
The Buick Encore you're looking for, do you see it in the video?
They haven't put up any coming live streams yet, so I don't know. But I haven't done it for either trial, not the
Where my cursor is right now?
Paltrow-Sanderson trial and
All
not
right, you
this
can have a
trial.
seat for now.
But it's 7:50 in the morning.
In reviewing the
Their workday
camera 8,
might not have started.
you were able to observe when the first deputy arrived
Correct.
at Benson Corners, correct? Do you remember what time that was?
The first time I saw a squad arrive on the video surveillance was approximately 54 minutes after the arrival of the suspect vehicle.
Do you remember the timestamp?
And
Not off the top of my head. I do not, I
according
apologize.
to
If I were to show you a
the
report, would
court,
that refresh your
the-
recollection?
Yes, it would.
jury is should come back at 8:30. So in about 40 minutes, but that doesn't mean that the trial starts at 8:30.
Investigator, I'm approaching you with your report. Please look at it and let me know when your memory's refreshed.
Maybe,
Refreshed.
maybe.
Taking away from you? With your
Not
memory
sure.
refreshed, what time did the first Kenosha squad arrive?
11:18 a.m.
And that would be 10:18 on the surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
From there, you observe other squad cars arrive on scene, correct?
So approximately 8 minutes after the arrival of the first squad that I observed, that was when several squads had appeared in what I took it as preparation for a high-risk stop or high-risk contact.
And you know that based on your own training experience, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to observe the
Different judges,
attempted
different
stop?
approaches.
I was.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to play Exhibit 9 from where I have it, which is 1018. Forward.
I'm always rooting for
Investigator, I'm just gonna-
bailiff tackle.
And just
Okay.
watch it.
Always. It's like watching ski jump. You watch it because you want to see the crashes. Ooh, this was interesting. This video is from yesterday when I left off. Today at 10 a.m. is what the banner says. I'm not sure which banner. It would make it more interesting, but I doubt the bailiff would tackle the prosecution. They might tackle the defense attorney if they didn't know he was a defense attorney. Because if he walked in from the streets, I would label him a homeless man. Nothing against homeless people, but if you're a lawyer, you should not look like one. Yeah, that might help, actually. That might help. Hey, get on with it. Oh. Oh, missed some. Of course. There we are. Now up here is Officer Tift, I would guess. That's a lot further than the 30 to 40 feet he testified to. These guys, not sure. Dog spins away. I would watch that trial. I would watch that trial. I watched the body cams a few times this morning, and I can't tell if he has a gun on him. I can't tell if he's actually firing a shot. I can't. Yeah. I can't. Yeah. Apparently, there was a gun there. According to the state, 2 shots were fired. I assume that was because his pistol, his 22 old Colt from the 1930s, had 2 missing bullets. But yeah. Speed up this a bit. Not much of interest. They're running off to get the dog to the vet.
Is 10:30 a.m. exactly. So, Investigator Willis, is that a true and accurate representation of what you observed on the security video at Benson Corners?
It is.
What did this prove?
All right, I'm going to take that out. Another part of your duties in this investigation was to attempt to interview the defendant, correct?
Correct.
We don't have cameras in Swedish.
That occurred on
well, but
October 22nd, so the next day. Or was it the
Rarely
same day?
anything
The next day.
happens.
Where was the defendant located when you attempted to
happens,
interview him?
it is
He
out.
is located in custody at Freighter South in Pleasant Prairie.
Is that where you went to go talk to him?
It is.
Tell me about what happened when you
allegedly.
arrived to speak with the defendant.
So I arrived there again with a
people
partner,
that-
Investigator Sherritt. We went to the defendant's room. He was under guard by 2 Racine County deputies. He was handcuffed.
As I said yesterday, I went into this trial completely unaware of anything around this. During this trial, I have learned that he is accused of killing 2 people in Illinois, and that is a separate trial. Now, if he is found guilty in Wisconsin, I don't know if he will serve his term here and then be brought to Illinois, or if he will be brought to Illinois directly after this trial concludes.
To his bed and appeared to be asleep. By waking him up, I introduced who I was, identified myself and my partner to him.
Did you then
Good
attempt to
morning,
ask him
Troy.
some questions?
Welcome.
So I wanted to gauge a certain level of competence at that time, asked how he was. He stated that he was in pain but feeling better. I asked if he recalled my name that I had just gave to him.
Oh, good,
he
good call.
Was not able
Good call.
to.
But I can always
Went through that a
say
couple of
that
times.
he reloaded or so.
At some point, did the defendant start trying to get information from you?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It's my opinion during this interaction with the defendant that our motives were pretty similar. I wanted to gain information from him. It was clear he wanted to gain information from me as well.
And why do you say that? What types of questions was he asking you?
Yeah,
Mainly
I agree,
asked
Troy. This is
in
probably
terms of
what
video evidence
happened.
of what had occurred the day prior.
At some point, do you remember him asking if he was on body camera?
Even
Yes, he asked me
here,
if I had him on
yeah,
body camera.
even if he's convicted,
I informed him that he was,
both
knowing that my
states
partner's body camera
would
was
have
rolling as
more
well. I
interest
offered
in
to turn mine
him
off.
standing trial in
And I
Illinois.
believe shortly after
to
that, he inferred
possibly
having an attorney, and that's when
a
I brought
life
his
to life
constitutional rights for
sentences,
Miranda with him.
but they have this trial as a backup
any point,
to locking him up. Meanwhile,
And then when you began asking questions about the incident,
this is the last
was he alert? Was he
hour
responsive?
from
How was his
yesterday
behavior?
that I didn't stream.
So hard to describe. He would appear to like doze off in a sense, or not remain focused on me. I would, ask him if he knew where he was or why he was there.
Long time
He
to
would
put their
Claim not
date
to know. I
live
told him
stream
why
on.
he was under arrest. If he realized he was under arrest,
and that was kind of the extent of the conversation.
that was basically the extent of that conversation. Yes.
You also obtained some evidence from him, correct?
I did.
Okay, tell us about that.
Prior to going to interview the defendant, Investigator Conley had given to me a copy of a search warrant to obtain DNA from the defendant. It was reviewed by our district attorney's office in Racine County and signed by Judge Flancher.
And that's Racine County Judge, correct?
Correct.
Did you then execute that warrant by getting DNA from the defendant?
I did.
How does one obtain a DNA sample from an individual?
So we have pre-made, prepared, sealed DNA kits. Upon collection of DNA, we wear rubber gloves. In this case, I also had on a surgical mask. Open the seal on the DNA kit. Inside, there are 2 small boxes which contain elongated Q-tips. From there, we will do a buccal DNA swab collection in this case, and I collected his buccal DNA from his
No,
inner
so
left
far.
and right cheek.
They had a couple of good questions. on the
Eventually that was
previous
passed on
witness, but,
to Investigator Conley or others within your
you
department,
start.
correct?
So I packaged up the DNA swabs. I brought them back to our Racine County Sheriff's Office patrol station, and I did the packaging and inventory of that evidence.
At some point prior to your departure, did the defendant ask you if you had footage of the incident? Do you remember that question?
I do, yes.
And you declined to discuss that any further with them, correct?
I told the defendant that I did wish to speak to him further, but at that point he had requested an attorney, and I chose to not continue with that conversation since he invoked his right to an attorney.
Oh, he revoked his right to an
And
attorney.
that was the extent of your
was a
investigation and
bad
role in
call.
this case, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Right, your excuse, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 9 into evidence.
All right, 9 was identified. It'll be received. Our next witness.
State calls witness number 9, Deputy David Gomez.
I've seen on Law and Crime that their live coverage of day 2 starts in an hour. So we will have time to finish the last hour of yesterday's
Raise your right hand.
trial
Solemnly
date.
swear the testimony you shall give will be the
Before
truth, the
that
truth, and nothing but
starts.
the truth, so help you God. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
David Gomez, Gomez.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
Kenosha County Sheriff for 18 years.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
Just the academy and several other schools, resource officer, drone operator, tactical response SMC operator.
Were you on duty October 21st of 2021?
Yeah,
I was.
totally planned.
And on that date, what was your assignment?
I was contracted for the Village of Bristol.
And what does it mean to be contracted for the Village of Bristol?
I take service calls, family troubles, traffic accidents, anything that require my assistance.
The defense lawyer looks like he's having a hard
At some
time.
point, you received a call for service for an attempt to locate, correct?
That's correct.
Tell us what information you received about this attempt to locate.
Well, I was still at the building here at the public safety building, and I had left and went into my squad, and I noticed on my computer of an ATL attempt to locate of a brown Buick Enclave that was involved in a possible homicide out of Chicago, and it was
I
wanted,
agree.
and it was stolen.
There are
Uh,
lots of
you said,
people out there with a
Enclave?
lot of
A
hate.
Buick
in the-
Enclave.
If your report were to
I'm very
indicate
glad
on core,
that
would that
we
be more
can-
accurate? Okay.
in
So
this chat
they wanted,
and,
Chicago wanted you to
chat
try and locate this at Benson Corners, correct?
to stay level-headed. Almost.
Are you familiar with Benson
Always.
Corners gas station?
I am. I patrolled Bristol for about 8 years.
Is it the picture directly to your right?
I am John.
20,000 75th Street is the physical address.
And you indicated at the time you were in downtown Kenosha, correct?
I was right here, yes, just across the street.
So you were not nearby, would that be fair?
Very accurate.
So what did you do upon receiving this call for service?
There was quite a bit of
Thank you,
traffic on the
Broken
radio.
Baker.
A few deputies were stating they were going, and I advised dispatch, since that's my area, I'll also be responding.
How
From the buil-
long,
Sorry, from the building.
how long did it take you to get from pretty much where we are now out to Benson Corners?
I'm not real sure. Normally, it'll take about 15 minutes.
On your way, were you also monitoring radio traffic?
I was.
What do you remember about hearing from the radio traffic on your way there?
Well, I remember that in the notes that Centric from OnStar advised that the vehicle again was possibly in a homicide, but there was also a coordinates of that vehicle located in the parking lot of Benson Corners.
How about dispatch conversation from other deputies? Do you remember other deputies talking about arriving and things like that?
Yes, I remember who is now Sergeant Coltrip stated he was close by and he would be responding because I was so far away.
Did you hear
That's
other deputies then
someone
arriving
Yeah,
on
Should
scene?
also
pray
Deputy Tift said he was en route. I had just
they
talked to
will
Deputy
never
Tift
get
before
arrested
we left the
for
building together. He
anything.
was ahead of me.
And while en route, did you hear two other deputies also arriving?
I believe Deputy Avila and Deputy Wyand were also.
While you were on route, at some point, did you hear the call of shots fired?
I did. I was traveling west on 60th Street, approaching US 45. As I made that turn left, traveling south on 45, I heard shots fired.
What did you do then?
I removed my AR-15 from my harness and my squad, and I accelerated, came up to Highway 50 at 45 and made a right turn.
Also, prior to arriving at Benson Corners, did you also hear Deputy Tift say anything on the radio?
Yes, Deputy Tift said his dog had been shot.
So at some point you get to Benson's Corners. What do you see there?
As I made a right turn, and I heard Deputy Tift say that there's an access way that goes into the actual Benson Corners from Highway 75, Highway 50, 75th Street. I observed 3 officers standing in the grass area in between the access road and Highway 50. Standing, I saw a subject on the ground, proned out, so to speak, on his belly.
Can you, there's a pointer on the easel there. Can you point out where you saw that?
Right in here.
Okay. So right basically in that corner of that grassy area at the top of the picture, correct?
Yes, right here.
And where did you pull in with your squad car?
I pulled in here, and I somewhat blocked the road from anybody coming in.
What did you do next?
I exited my squad with my AR-15 rifle. I approached. I heard one of the deputies say, "I can't see his hands. Can you see his hands?" I advised that I can see his hands and that they were empty.
Did you approach then, or did you wait for anyone else?
Deputy Schmidt came from behind me, and we both then went up to the subject.
What happened next?
Let's see. So when I approached him, I did observe a weapon about 5 feet to his east, which was ahead of him. The weapon was it looked like the slide had been back, and I could see what appeared to be a shell casing inside the gun, about 5 feet away from him on the ground.
And when you say the slide is back, you're familiar with firearms being a law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, somewhat, yeah.
When the slide is back on a gun, what does that indicate?
Just indicates that it's brought back and it's either ready to charge. It's not in battery mode. It's either slid back because it's been put there or possibly because it's jammed. It could be.
And when you saw it, you just saw the slide was back and you saw did you say a casing, or what did you see?
It looked like a shell, yeah, casing of maybe a still alive round there.
Did you touch this firearm?
I did not.
What did you do instead?
I indicated to Deputy Schmidt as well that there was a firearm there and the other officers.
And then what happened next?
I came in with Deputy Schmidt. I remember observing a subject that had a gunshot wound to his lower abdomen, his left leg, and it appeared a gunshot wound to his left arm, but later after looking, I think it was a dog bite.
Did you then assist officers in providing him with medical care?
We did, yes. I gave Deputy Coltrip my handcuffs, and he put him on the subject. We rolled him over on his back. And that's when Deputy Coltrip, I believe, he used his scissors, cut the subject's shirt, and that's when we started rendering aid, yes.
Eventually, EMS arrived on scene, correct?
Bristol Rescue did, yes.
What happened when they arrived on scene?
They ended up putting him on a stretcher. He was still cuffed with his hands behind his back. I made my rifle safe, put it in Deputy Schmidt's squad, and I went along with rescue to St. Catherine's Hospital.
And when you say it went along with, where were you?
I rode inside the ambulance.
Why was a patrol officer in the ambulance with all these medical personnel?
Because he was in custody. He was in my custody, yes. Our custody.
What happened when you got to St. Catherine's Hospital?
It was about 6.5 miles, that trip to the hospital. He was then seen by medical staff there. I wasn't sure what his name was because he was asked what his name was, and I did hear medical asking him for his name, and he said his name was Al Capone.
Did he ever give a real name that you heard?
No, he never gave a
14 shots fired. But the testimony yesterday was that three hit him. But here they say 2. Or did I miss anything? It wasn't sidearms, at least not for 2 of the 4 officers. It was their rifle, semi-automatic rifle. But 2 or 3 out of 14, comparing to how bad cops usually shoot, that's quite good.
real name. I know Deputy Coltrip on scene provided, I think, a name with a driver's license that was on that subject. Is that, yeah. Allan Brown.
The subject who you saw in the grass and who you rode with in the ambulance,
If
you
there
see him
is
in
a
court today?
pause,
I do.
I
Can you describe where he's
will
seated and what he's
address
wearing?
this a
Can I point to him as well?
later
Yes.
on. I will say
See, there was
this.
a white shirt, red tie next to his attorney to my left.
All right, the record should reflect the witness is identified, the defendant.
Good morning, Mandy. We are also
And did you stay
catching
with
up
the
yesterday.
defendant as he received some treatment at the hospital?
I did.
During this entire time, did you have a body camera on you?
I did.
For the jury, what's a body camera?
Exactly what it sounds. There's a camera that's on your body that records episodes, incidents while officers are on duty.
Now, we've heard that the body camera can be activated either manually or automatically. Do you know how yours was activated in this case?
There's several ways. Yeah. Mine was activated, I believe, when I opened the door to my squad, or actually the squad one came on when I removed my rifle. That's an automatic feature. The camera comes on. My body camera would have came on when I arrived on scene, opening the door so I don't have to, or I could manually do it with this wrist device as well.
You reviewed your body camera before today, correct?
I did.
If you saw it, would you recognize it?
Yes.
What number exhibit is it?
The right one? This will be State's Exhibit 10.
10, all right.
Okay. Yeah, there are inconsistencies between the witnesses and yeah.
Okay, Deputy, I have Exhibit 10 on the screen. Do you recognize this from this still, or do you need me to play a little bit?
You'll have to play. It looks like there's an AR stock in front of the camera.
Okay, I'll play for a couple seconds, starting at 00. I'll turn the volume on. All right, paused at 3 seconds. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this your body camera from October 21st of 2021?
I believe it to be.
As always, law and crime, court TV, and big news channels have different rules on YouTube than I do. I can't show gruesome photos, so if there are traces of blood and gore, I have to skip through it because I don't want to get yeeted. Just so you know, we'll just watch through this to see if there is there are some close-ups I need to skip through. Sorry about that. There. In the clip I skipped past, there were close-ups on Mr. Brown, and more only with his underwear on after they cut his clothes off, and I can't stream that. I will get yeeted for it. Yeah, I agree. That's a bit of why I have the thumbnail I have, to just have a bit of a counterpart towards mainstream media. And I also believe that there are inconsistencies that the defense can and should use to at least attempt to go towards reasonable doubt.
Schmidt, my rifle's in your car on the seat. Can you make sure he's with you in case this needs to be moved? Leave him locked here. Got it. That gun hasn't moved, so.
Yeah, 214.
No. Okay. Nope, never.
214, go ahead, I'm on the TX for the second.
Don't worry, just fucking leave everything you left.
Yeah, but just let me know when you're done.
Yep. Everything. You okay? I'm fine, yep.
10-4, I'm gonna be going to the hospital with the suspect's going.
I'm getting in the back.
Detectives are already gonna be en route to the scene, detectives.
Hey.
10-4, I just want to let you know, I don't know if you're gonna be telling you to come in there, but
He's in the
Chicago
in
PD
cuffs.
is in hell.
The weapon's still right
You're
there.
going to the
We're
scene
just
if you want to
checking
do
out the
something
fences.
different, let me know. Okay, I or detective will advise, thank you. Can we go with transport going? Hey, I've not called her out yet. Right there. See that, Richard? See anything, go ahead. We'll take these in. We have this going.
Skipping forward.
It is.
Yeah, clickbait. It sells. What can I say?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any cross?
No.
All right, thank you. Your excuse.
And
Your Honor,
no
I'd
cost.
move exhibits 10 into evidence.
All right, 10 will be received. Our next witness.
State calls number 20, Deputy Anthony Schmidt.
raise your right hand, remain standing. You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Deputy Anthony Schmidt, Anthony Schmidt.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I've been employed with the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department
For how long?
9 years
In what capacity?
as a patrol deputy.
What type of education or training do you have that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I graduated from the police academy in 2014.
And you have ongoing training as well?
Yes.
You indicate that you're a patrol officer, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working as a patrol officer on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
He
And on
has
that
walked-
date, at some point,
Walk
did
and
you hear
wreck-
officers responding to
walk and wreck
Benson's
a
Corners?
bit too much.
Yes.
Because not even
Where were
the
you when
staff
you heard
like,
the call for
that
service
you-
at Benson Corners?
In the area of US 45, call came out over the radio and I started heading there.
What information did you have while heading there?
Dispatch had said over the radio that they were attempting to locate a vehicle. They were in contact with a representative from OnStar saying that there was a 2016 brown Buick Encore that was pinging at the Benson Corners parking lot. And I believe they did say that it was wanted in connection with a homicide in Chicago.
While responding to that area, did you hear that other officers were arriving at that location?
Yes.
Who did you hear arriving at that location?
At the time, Deputy Coltrip, I believe he's a detective now, he called on scene and advised that he had located a vehicle that was occupied by a subject that was matching the descriptions.
Then did you also hear multiple other units arriving on scene?
Yes.
At some point, scratch that, how far away from Benson Corners were you when you received the call?
Maybe 5-6 miles.
Good
5-6
morning,
miles?
Diane.
Can you bring the
From
mic up? You're quite
California.
soft-spoken, and the
There are
our
more
reporter
from
needs to hear
California
you.
here in the chat.
Okay.
You are all welcome.
Yeah, just talk right into it. So while you were traveling to Benson's Corners, at some point, did you hear shots fired?
Yes.
What did you do upon hearing that?
I activated my emergency lights and sirens and responded to the scene. Emergency lights and sirens activated.
Okay. More emergently than you were before?
Yes.
And did you eventually arrive on scene?
Yes.
You're familiar with Benson's Corners, correct?
Yes.
Is it depicted in Exhibit 1, which is to your right?
Yes.
How did you, or where did you arrive at Benson's Corners?
I'm definitely thinking about the movies Police Academy rather than cop shows.
Right over roughly in the orientation of stick here. So I'm coming southbound on US 45. This is Highway 50 right here. I turned westbound on Highway 50 and came in right through this entrance right here on the east side of the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. Upon arrival, what did you do?
So as I entered the parking lot, I noticed Deputy Coltrip had his pistol out in the low ready, and he was off to my left in the ditch. I didn't know where exactly this incident took place, but when I saw him with his gun the way it was, I noticed the subject on the ground in the ditch.
And when you say low and ready, what does that mean?
So he had the gun up. If I can demonstrate,
Sure.
Like in this orientation.
Okay, so hand.
Yep, with the gun in front of him as if he was addressing a threat.
Did you then see? You said you then saw a subject laying down.
Yes.
Where did you see that subject laying down?
The subject was in the ditch. Would have been south of Deputy Coltrip, just in the bottom of the ditch, and then he was face down with his arms out like an airplane.
What did you do then?
Deputy Gomez and I approached the subject with our rifles, and together Deputy Gomez and I secured the subject in handcuffs.
While you were approaching him, did you observe a handgun?
Yes.
Where did you observe this handgun?
It was in the grass above his head,
Do you know how far from him, approximately?
a few feet.
Describe the handgun for us from what you remember.
It was a small black semi-automatic handgun. The slide appeared to be locked back to the rear.
For those of us who may not know a lot about guns, what does it mean when the slide is locked back to the rear?
If the slide isn't forward for the gun to function properly, so it's locked back to the rear or out of battery, you would have to take action to make the gun fire from that condition.
You have experience with firearms as a deputy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When a slide is locked back into the rear, how does a gun get that way?
If the magazine is empty, you can pull some firearms. When the gun is empty, the magazine still in the gun, pull the slide back, it locks back automatically. Or In some cases, there's a lever on the side where if there's no magazine, you can push that lever up, that locks the slide to the rear, or in some cases, a jam might cause the slide to lock back to the rear.
And when you say a jam, what do you mean by a jam?
Some kind of malfunction with the gun or shooter error, where a piece of brass gets stuck in the slide, not allowing the slide to go all the way forward.
So when you saw this handgun, it was nearby the suspect and locked back in the rear, correct?
Correct.
You said you then helped. I'm sorry, I have something in my eye. 1 second. You said that you helped take the suspect into custody, correct?
Yes.
Did you then help turn him over?
Yes.
Okay. The individual you helped take into custody that day, do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Can you describe where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a white collared shirt and a maroon tie.
All right, the witness
I actually
identified
agree,
the defendant
because if
in
jam
open court.
means that the
Did you personally
top
provide
end
any
has gone
medical
all the way back
assistance to
and
the
is
defendant?
moving
Yes.
forward,
What did you
but
do?
cannot move forward.
He had a gunshot wound in his left thigh, roughly
weird.
midway down. And
So
I applied
I'm
a
not an
tourniquet to
expert
that leg.
on firearms.
And how does one
But I
apply a
have,
tourniquet? Are you trained to do that? Do you have something with
fired
you to do
a
that?
few
Yes,
guns and rifles and
We rolled him over. I noticed he had a
ARs
gunshot wound in his
in my
belly,
life.
and I was advised that he also had one in his leg. I went back to my squad and retrieved my med kit, where I keep a tourniquet.
Yes,
came back home and applied the tourniquet to his leg.
avoid the dangerous part.
Any other medical assistance you provided?
Not that I recall.
Eventually EMS
Or-
arrived on scene, correct?
Yes.
If you
Did
have
they
a
then
gun,
take over treatment of the
avoid
defendant?
the dangerous part
And what
of
did
the
you do
gun,
from
which is
there?
the person holding
I
it.
began securing the scene with scene tape, essentially to create a perimeter to keep anybody not directly involved in the investigation out of that area.
And that was pretty much the extent of your part in this investigation, correct?
Yes, I think I set up.
That is actually great. Not until proven guilty, unless proven guilty. That's excellent. I will start using that. I will start using that. Thank you so much, Kim Walker. Thank you so much. No, not many of your cops have guns as well. So
Road cones. I noticed some shell casings on the in the parking area, roughly right in here.
thank you for
I
your
placed road
service,
cones to
Troy.
make sure people weren't stepping on them or kicking them. Or
You didn't touch the casings, correct?
didn't touch the casings or the gun.
No further questions.
Any cross?
No, thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Your Honor, I need a second. My contact is.
Yeah, we'll give you a
it's in
second to
my
put
eye.
your contact back in.
She was she was so excited she lost a contact lens. Little stint in the Air Force hold for 24 years. Okay, thank you
you,
for the
Aaron.
service.
We have another witness we can squeeze in today?
When
I think so.
I was
Okay.
at that
Number
age, we
12,
had
Deputy Alexander Hyatt.
mandatory military service. I was in the artillery. So I fired everything from small handguns to 15.5 centimeter caliber, real big boom boom sticks.
All right, if you can remain standing, deputy, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony you will give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Very true. Very
Get
true.
as close as you can to the microphone, spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Thank you for your service.
Spell your first and last name.
Alexander Hyatt, Alexander, Hyatt, Hytt.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
The Kenosha County Sheriff's Department,
In what capacity?
deputy,
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
6 years roughly.
Were you on duty October 21st of 2021?
Yes,
And were you working patrol that day?
yes.
What patrol assignment did you have that day?
I was working overtime on first shift. I'm not 100% sure what area, but Salem Lakes area.
And at some point, just after 11 a.m., did you receive information regarding an attempt to locate at Benson Corners?
Yes.
What information did you receive?
The attempt to locate was on a brown SUV
Nice.
coming out of a possible homicide out of Chicago.
Where was this SUV located that you were trying to locate?
It was pinging at Benson Corners, and Deputy Coltrip was the first one on scene giving out where it was located.
Upon receiving this information, did you then start to head towards Benson Corners?
Yes.
While en route to Benson Corners, were you monitoring radio traffic or dispatch information to see what was going on?
Yes.
And what information were you receiving?
I heard shots fired. Briefly before that, Deputy Coltrip did a good job letting everyone know what's going on and getting everybody on the same page.
And what information did Deputy Coltrip indicate was going on?
One individual in the vehicle moving around, hitting the brakes, I believe is what he said.
And then at some point you said you heard shots fired.
Correct.
When you heard that, what did you do?
Went a little bit quicker. I was already driving that way and I was actually almost there. So
When you arrived at Benson Corners, where at Benson Corners did you go? Like, where did you park your squad? So yes, Exhibit 1 is to your right. If you can show on that, that would help.
So my squad is actually the one sitting right here. And I came in through this way, but all of this stuff wasn't here yet. So that's my squad right there.
So you entered from the west?
Correct.
And then drove up that driveway and then parked where we see your squad there now, correct?
Correct.
Tell us about what you saw when you arrived on scene.
Upon arrival, I saw it was kind of chaotic. There was K9 rigs and Deputy Tift were running across the street.
And
Other deputy, go ahead.
when you say running across the street, where did you see them running?
Highway 50.
Can you point down Exhibit 1 where you saw them running?
Approximately right around here, like running this way.
And you saw that as you were arriving?
Yes, as I was pulling up.
And then what's the next thing you remember seeing?
There was multiple deputies with weapons drawn, and I placed myself in between two of them. And essentially, I was assuming that we were going to go take into custody, but I then heard I can't see his hands, so I drew my weapon as well.
Which deputies did you place yourself between?
Deputy Coltrip to my left, and Avila, I believe, was to my right.
Did you also then draw your firearm?
Correct.
What were you observing while you're with your firearm drawn on the suspect?
There was a white male on the ground, I think belly down, and I could hear moaning or sounds, but I couldn't make out what they were saying.
But you could tell he was breathing?
Yes.
Shortly after that, did you see other deputies arrive?
Yes.
Who did you see arrive?
Deputy Gomez and Schmidt.
Where did they arrive in relation to you?
So they came from the other side, from this direction. So these are their squads right there. They're parked right here. And they were in a much better position to actually see what was going on. They were a little bit closer to the suspect than I was.
From your position, could you see whether the suspect had a firearm or not?
I could not.
Is that why you didn't
We
go
are
in at
having
that point?
a
Correct.
separate discussion in the chat.
And then as soon
Yeah.
as Deputy Gomez and Schmidt arrived on scene, what happened then?
They could see his hands, like I said, and I believe the firearm. So when they started going in to take him into custody, the three of us that were on the other side then started to go forward.
So you approached the suspect, correct?
Correct.
And what happened next?
After he was placed into handcuffs and into custody, we rolled him over and began medical.
No.
What part specifically did you play in providing medical?
I heard somebody, well, I should say attempted medical. I heard somebody say he was shot in the chest, so I began to take a chest seal out, open it up, and when I looked up, I realized he was not shot in the chest. I actually dropped that, reached in my medical bag for something different that made a little bit more sense for the abdomen wound.
You indicated a medical bag. When did you produce this medical bag?
Right after he was taken into custody, so the cuffs were actually put on him, I went back to my squad and grabbed my go bag that has medical supplies in it.
And then went back to the suspect?
And then
to
went
assist?
back to the suspect, correct?
By the time you got the correct bandage out, EMS was on scene, correct?
Yes,
So then did they take over treatment?
yes,
When EMS arrived on scene, did you see anything happen in relation to the handgun?
yes. I looked over and there was actually an EMS member standing on the gun, and I let him know that he hopped off, and then I stood. We kind of traded places. I stood where that gun was to make sure that nobody else stood on it.
At that point, did you have a good look at the gun?
Yes,
And what did you observe?
I was a black pistol with the slide all the way to the rear, locked back.
You have experience with firearms as an officer, correct?
Yes,
And what does it mean when the slide is locked back to the rear?
it is either out of ammo or had some sort of malfunction.
Did you touch this firearm at all?
No,
You indicated you just stood over it to make sure no one else did, correct?
correct.
At that point, were you instructed to take photographs?
I don't know if I was instructed, but I quickly got my body camera out and took photographs because EMS said that they were moving the suspect right away. And I knew that we needed to get photos quickly before that happened.
And why would you want to get photographs quickly before he was removed from the scene?
Evidence and just to show where he was sitting, where he was lying.
Welcome to the Kenosha Police Department.
You took those photographs how?
With my body camera.
If I were to show you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
That sounded confident. Well, this officer doesn't really bring anything new to the table except testifying that other officers didn't notice the pistol to the degree that they were standing on it.
Yes. Those
Good
are
job.
the pictures I took.
And do they appear to be true and accurate representations of what you saw on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
You're under permission to publish State's Exhibit 11.
And how do you plan to do that? By
Oh.
video or?
Yes.
Okay,
Wakes up.
go ahead. You've been identified.
Okay. Kenosha County,
Deputy, I'm going to
how
put the
big
photographs
is
up on the
that?
screen
Because
here.
with this
So this is the
amount
first photograph,
of
correct?
crimes,
Yes.
What is this a
How-
photograph of?
And
And then use your mic, please.
I believe it's my medical bag that I sat next to it, and then that would be the gun that was laying there.
I'm going to use my pointer. What's over here in the top left corner? Is that the defendant's clothing?
Yes.
So this is how far the weapon was from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And then you said this, where I'm circling off to the right, that's your medical bag?
Correct.
What was the purpose of putting your medical bag next to the firearm?
Just so I could see it quicker, and again, so everybody could see that and not step on it.
I'm going to go to the second photograph. And what is this a photograph of?
It's a closer photo of the weapon.
And in this, you can see the slide is locked back, correct?
Correct.
How can you tell based on this photograph that the slide is locked back?
The chamber, the little hole in it right there is open.
And that's where my cursor is in the center, this right here.
Correct.
Were you able to see if there was a magazine in it or any casings or anything like that?
I could not see casings, but there is a magazine in it.
I'm going to go to the next picture. What is this a photograph of?
That is just deputies and EMS rendering aid to the suspect.
And the next photograph, what is this a photograph of?
Same thing.
And this one is from kind of his legs to his head, correct?
Correct.
And then what is this, the next photograph, what is this a photograph of?
I tried to get a photograph of the bullet wound that was in his abdomen, but it's covered up.
And that was done by EMS, correct?
Correct.
And the next photograph, what's this a photograph of?
The wound to his leg.
And that would be this injury, the two markings on his leg, is that right?
Correct.
And what is above the leg?
It's a
right here?
tourniquet.
I'll go to the next photograph. What is this a picture of?
It's another wound on his arm.
Were you able to look closely and see what that wound was of?
okay.
Or
So
how, what it was, I should
No.
say?
that's a
You
decent
just took the
size.
photograph?
Yes.
It's roughly
That's the last photograph you took, correct?
Yes.
about the size where I grew up. Oopsie daisy. Did I miss that? That was a bad call, damn it.
After
I
EMS
missed that.
removed let me strike that.
Oh, I hope I
The
don't
individual
delete
that
it.
you saw receiving care that was near that firearm, do you see him in court today?
I
Did
was-
Yes.
Did I already have you do this?
No.
Okay, can you describe where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table. He's wearing a white shirt with a maroon tie.
Yeah.
All right, the record should
There's
reflect the
only
witness
little
identified the
incident,
defendant in
with the,
open court.
second
After
and
EMS
some
took the defendant from the scene, what did you do next?
So there is some stuff
got
going on.
sheriff's
But at least
tape
in
and
this
rope
trial,
off the
there
scene,
are
so we
actual evidence.
Didn't have anybody that didn't need to be
At
on the
least
scene,
somewhere.
contaminating evidence or stepping over stuff that we needed. And then after that, I stood by and actually logged everyone coming in and out for a brief moment until I was relieved.
And that was the extent of your involvement in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank
Any
you.
cross?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Are you moving, is it 10 or 11?
11.
11 will be received. I'm looking at your witness list. I don't see any more deputies on the list.
Hello, American Dreamer. Welcome.
Kenosha deputies,
welcome.
correct. I do have the 2 EMS personnel who are here to testify. I think we could get them in before 5.
I don't like to stay after 5 for the jury because they have a long day. We'll take one more witness. So
One more? Okay, we will take Stanley Kessel then, number
What
15.
number?
15.
15. Unless somebody wants to stay after 5.
I believe in total the defense has asked.
It's been a
less
long day.
than,
You've been a really good jury, so we'll
15
get one more
questions
witness in, okay? Thank you
in
for
the
your patience.
entirety of day 1, and no objections whatsoever. We are entering the last 10 minutes of yesterday's stream. And it is 23 minutes until Law and Crime. So we will have a 10-minute break of sorts where,
All the way up front, and you can remain standing. Raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
well, go to the
You solemnly swear
bathroom,
the testimony
or
you
I
will
will
give will
put
be the
up
truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth,
video
so
of
help you God.
sorts for you to watch
All right,
meanwhile.
try to get as close as you can to the mic. Speak loudly. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Stanley Kessel, Stanley Kessel.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Kessel, how are you employed?
I'm employed currently full-time with the Village of Pleasant Prairie Fire Department and part-time with the Village of Bristol Fire Department.
You are also a paramedic as well, correct?
Yes,
What type of education or training do you
You
have
look
that qualifies
16.
you to be a paramedic?
that was a 2-semester nationally certified and registered course through Gateway Technical College.
How long have you been a firefighter?
I've been a firefighter since 2019.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
I've been a paramedic since July of 2021.
Were you working as a firefighter / paramedic on October 21st of 2021?
Yes, I was,
And on that date, were you working with Pleasant Prairie or with Bristol?
with Bristol.
It's been
At some point while on duty, were you sent to Benson's
since
gas station parking
2019,
lot?
4 years.
I was.
Where were you when you received this call for service?
You have to be at least
I was inside the fire
18.
station.
How far is the Bristol
Please
fire
stop
station
that.
from Benson Corners?
Approximately 2 minutes.
So we will
What
be at
information
least
did you have
22,
prior
but
to leaving the Bristol Fire Department?
We were
Oh,
dispatched for a sick
25
male.
to 27.
That's all you had?
That's all we had.
but
While
he
en
looks
route, did you
16.
receive more information?
We did. We were updated
Hello,
that
Secret
the
Squirrel.
patient was an
Welcome.
adult male who had received
Good to
multiple
see you.
gunshot wounds, who is currently handcuffed in the custody of Kenosha Sheriff Department. Kenosha Sheriff Department.
How did you get from the fire department to Benson Corners?
My partner and I took the
Hello, Amanda.
first line ambulance, 5241.
Who was driving?
Eric Lucas,
He was your partner that day?
he was.
Upon arrival,
Looking 16
strike
and
that. How long did it take you to
25
get
might
from
not
the
be
Bristol Fire
fun,
Department
but
to Benson Corners?
give it
Approximately 2 minutes.
15, 20 years.
And upon arrival,
and he
what
will
did you
be
observe?
in his 40s
Upon
and
arrival,
look
we
25.
Parked nearby the apparatus, and I observed the patient was laying supine in the grass, face up, handcuffed behind him, with multiple deputies around him.
Did you observe any injuries, any obvious injuries to the patient?
Yeah, upon initial exam, he had 2 gunshot wounds to the upper left arm, 2 gunshot wounds to the left mid thigh, and 1 gunshot wound to the abdomen.
Okay, we have 5
What, if
minutes
anything, did you
left,
do to
but
provide
they
treatment
are
on scene?
seated in
Performed
the
a primary
other stream.
assessment, as well
I
as
don't
placed an
think
occlusive
this guy
dressing
has
over the
much
gunshot wound
to
to the abdomen.
add.
Did you explain for the jury what an occlusive
So,
dressing is?
Yes, an
let's
occlusive dressing is a dressing,
over to the other stream,
just a
so we
standard
don't miss
bandage soaked
anything
with
of
petroleum jelly. It's
day
to prevent
2,
air from
because
passing through that,
this medic
through the gauze
is
and
just
through the
going to
injury.
testify about the injuries.
Did you
on,
do any treatment on scene for
Ms.
the
Brown.
gunshot wounds to the leg or arm?
So let's find the other one. We have no sound, but they are standing up for the jury. Oh, here's the seal. Is that the Wisconsin seal with 2 farmers, a shield? What's that on top? A turkey leg? I don't know. Here's the judge. Oh, hide. I have to make some changes in the presentation on this stream. There. Done. This will be okay. Hopefully, day 2 will bring us a bit of more action. Does the defense attorney have the exact same clothes on as yesterday? Yellow pants, blue jacket, striped tie. Is that exact? Okay, I'm going to refresh this.
V like Victor, ACHY.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Detective, you can pull that mic up real,
going
we can
on
move it real close so we can hear. Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Chicago Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a homicide detective.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Since 1998.
And
24 years.
Sorry. And how long have you been a detective?
4 years.
Okay.
Has that
thank
always
you.
been on the homicide unit?
Yes.
Do you have any special training or
I'm
education that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I've received training for the detective unit. I've received police academy training through the department. I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021 in the very early morning hours. Were you on duty or on call that day?
I was on call that night, yes.
And what does it mean to be on call for those of us who may not know?
So I work days homicide, which is normally 7 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. But at certain times of the month, we're on call. So if a homicide happens, we respond directly to the scene from our house.
So on October 21st of 2021, did you receive a call about a homicide?
Fill the secret
Do you
square
remember
in fast.
approximately what time it was?
I will do
Yeah,
a
shortly
recap
after 1:30 in the morning.
break as well.
And where had this homicide occurred?
There were actually 2 homicides in the area of Fullerton and Pulaski, and one at Fullerton and Keystone.
And I want to focus on the second one. There was a vehicle involved in that one as well, correct?
That's correct.
Based on your investigation, just again, very briefly, what happened at that second homicide scene?
There was an individual seated in his vehicle behind a local bar named the Levy. He was warming up his car, and an individual approached him. There was an exchange of words. The individual shot the driver of that vehicle and then took that person's vehicle, fled southbound from that area.
Were you able to identify or see what that vehicle was?
Yes, it was
I'm a
a
bit surprised
2016
this
Buick
is
SUV,
left in
and it was
because
registered to
that
Miguel
trial is
Padilla.
still
Was
in the future.
Miguel Padilla found at the scene of the, we'll say, the carjacking?
At best
He
you
was
can testify
initially
to
at the
what
scene. He was
left.
transported to a local hospital, but he had passed. He had died.
He died at the hospital?
He died at the hospital, yes.
I agree,
As
Ayman.
part of your investigation, did
This is highly
you
prejudicial. Highly
brainstorm
prejudicial.
ways to try and locate this vehicle?
I did.
And what did you and your fellow detectives come up with?
We determined that there was a possibility that this vehicle was equipped with OnStar. So I made a phone call to OnStar to see if they did have any capabilities of locating it.
And was OnStar able to assist?
They were.
This is also on the defense because they have to do
so
this
you called
pre-trial
OnStar,
to get
correct?
this.
I called
yield.
OnStar, and then they called our police area, the police detective area, back with information. And that's when my partner answered.
And who was your partner that day?
Detective Tom Beebe.
So
Then
Detective Beebe spoke to OnStar, correct?
That's correct.
The prosecution
And
has
then
to
eventually
get foundation to the
that
police.
vehicle was
stop.
tracked
That
to
is why
another
this
location,
might come
correct?
up.
That's also
But they
correct.
did not
Where
have
was it tracked
to
to?
address
To the
alleged
location of
homicides.
20,000 75th Street or so, and I believe it was Bristol, Wisconsin.
What did you do with that information, you or your partner?
He provided that information to Kenosha County Sheriff's
And by he, you mean your partner, Detective Beebe?
Detective Beebe did, yes.
After providing that information, sometime after providing that information, were you informed of an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha?
Yeah, I took that call.
Okay, tell me about that call.
I got a call and they said that they'd found our vehicle and there was a law enforcement involved shooting, and then we proceeded to that scene.
So you actually drove from Chicago up to our neck of the woods?
We did.
Who did you drive with?
Detective Beebe and my sergeant, Sergeant Joel Keller.
And did you go to the location of the shooting?
We did.
And what did you do at that location?
Provided any information that was asked of us to law enforcement there, explained the situation in more detail to law enforcement there. We also waited to get any evidence that we could at the scene to determine we still had 2 murders that we had to work on back in Chicago.
So you also collected information in your investigation as well, correct?
Yes.
While on scene at the gas station, did you observe the vehicle that was taken from Mr. Padilla?
I did.
And were you able to confirm that was the same vehicle involved in the homicide in your case?
Visually, I didn't inspect the VIN at the time because there was a crime scene and I was respecting that, but visually it appeared to be the same vehicle, and OnStar had taken us there as well. So
And how about the license plates? Did they match?
the license plates did match, yes.
All right, thank you, Detective. That's all the questions I have.
Any cross?
No, thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. All right, our next witness.
Number 6, Detective Thomas Beebe.
Still no questions. And you still look out like a hobo defense attorney. Sit up straight, trim your beard, comb your hair.
If you could remain standing when you come up here, Detective, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name
That's
for the
a
reporter.
big guy.
My name is
Go ahead.
Detective Thomas Beebe, spelled Boy Edward Edward Boy Edward. And my star number is 20600.
Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with Chicago Police Department.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
24 years this year,
And how long have you been a detective?
since 2017.
Is that always with the homicide unit?
Yeah, since 2017.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I've been through the academies and many different specialized trainings.
Specifically related to your role as a homicide detective?
Yeah, lead homicide
That would be
investigator
fun.
training.
To have
I want to draw your
Steve on.
attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
And
That's
generally, as a homicide
great
detective,
reference.
what shift do you work?
I work days.
Were you on call that night?
No, so I work days and there's an on-call shift, which is midnights from the prior night. My partner, Detective Bocci, was on call the prior night. I had come in the morning.
So when you came in that morning, and I assume you touched base with your partner, Detective Vachi?
Yeah,
And did he inform you of a call he went to that evening?
yes.
And just generally, what information did you have from Detective Vachi?
That there was 2 homicides that had come in the prior night. It was 2 single homicides or likely a double they were connected.
And were you made aware that a vehicle was taken during the second one?
Yes.
At some point, do you or another detective in your bureau decide to
Yes.
contact OnStar?
The
I
public
You
defenders.
did. Okay, tell us about that.
So the second victim of the second homicide victim, Miguel Padilla, had a.
I'm getting furious about
was
them
equipped with OnStar.
bringing in the
called
alleged
OnStar,
crimes
gave the
in Illinois
specifics of
in this
the-
way. They don't, for foundation, they
number,
only needs to say there was
registration.
something happening in
Got them
Illinois.
To
There was a car stolen. There was
Were they able to locate the
scratch.
vehicle?
Yes.
We located
And where
it
did they
there.
locate the vehicle?
That's it. This
It
pile of
was
this
at a
shit
gas
is
station
so
in Bristol,
prejudicial.
Wisconsin.
Oh.
And
What did you do with that
Defense-
information?
so no objections.
I called
Nothing.
Kenosha County Sheriffs to see if the vehicle was still, if they could arrange for a sheriff to drive by and see if the vehicle was still there.
And this is the second detective on this.
And what
so it's
information did you
tracking
provide to the
as well.
Kenosha County Sheriff's
There are
Department?
so many objections to it.
The make, model, and description of the vehicle, and then like a brief synopsis of what we were the homicides that were connected to it.
After providing that information, at some point did you receive information about a shooting in Kenosha
Yeah, from my partner.
from your partner?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with that information?
We decided to respond to the scene because the vehicle had been located at the location OnStar said it was, and was part of our homicide investigation.
So then you and your partner then drove up to Kenosha, correct?
Yeah, my partner, Detective Bacci, and my detective sergeant, Sergeant Keller.
And what did you do while on scene there?
Introduced ourselves to the on-scene commander, who explained to us that Racine County was going to be doing the investigation because there was an officer involved shooting with a person in custody.
Anything else you did on scene there?
Spoke with investigators from Racine County, gave them the information that we had at the moment of the homicides.
The vehicle that was taken in the second homicide in your jurisdiction, did you locate it in Kenosha at the scene of the shooting?
Yes, I saw it as part of the crime scene. I'm sorry.
And you were able to confirm that that was the same vehicle?
Yes, that was
The
Miguel.
defense
Padilla's
should have a
stolen.
hell of a plan for their case in chief, but nothing here suggests that anything is going on. Yeah, their customer has nothing to do with the case in Kenosha. All
That's
the
all the questions I
foundation
have.
should
Being
be
crossed by the defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a good
proof
day.
of an hour, 40 minutes in. And I have to be a bit careful because since I'm not monetized yet, in the monetization process, they will look into my content. And if I curse too much, they might have some objections.
Right,
So
our
I have
next
to be
witness.
careful.
Number 23,
Well,
Investigator
I
Stephen
say,
Storm.
Thank you.
But hopefully they don't understand Swedish, so you might get some Swedish curses instead. How about that? Yeah, I don't understand. No objections, no cross. Because now two witnesses in a row are highly prejudicial towards the defendant. There was no need, that testimony should have
You
been.
could just remain standing,
very
raise your
limited.
right hand, I'll swear in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Stephen Storm, Steven, Storm, Storm.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
With the Racine County Sheriff's Office,
In what capacity?
criminal
He
investigator,
doesn't look like he's a
How
member of
long
the
have you been a
Fantastic
law
Four.
enforcement officer?
just over 5 years.
Do you have any education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes, we went through the academy, 720 hours to become a Wisconsin
Heavy
certified
man.
law enforcement officer.
Yeah, that's one.
How about an investigator? Any special training to qualify you as an investigator?
Yes, we receive additional on-the-job training once we get promoted into the investigation bureau.
Being an investigator is different than
Yeah.
being a patrol
Don't
officer,
curse,
correct?
Don't
Correct.
show a nipple.
What
But
is it to be
here's
an
an
investigator
entire
with
crime
Racine
scene
County
with
Sheriff's
blood and
Office?
guts.
It's a multitude of things, ranging from conducting interviews, doing basic investigations. It could be from financial crimes to a variety of crimes that come across our desk, and we have to be able to
That's a
investigate
very
all
high
those to its
bar
ultimate
to
conclusion.
reach. With inadequate.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you working as an investigator with the
An
Racine
appeals
County
of
Sheriff's
losers.
Office that day?
I was.
And on that date, were you advised of an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha County?
Yes.
How were you made aware of this shooting?
I believe I received a phone call from my sergeant sheriff at the time.
And what did Sergeant Sheriff tell you about the shooting?
I was advised that there was a officer-involved shooting in Kenosha County, and that members of the Investigation Bureau for Racine County would be assisting in this investigation.
And that would include yourself, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do upon receiving that information?
I responded to our patrol station, and I was briefed that my initial tasks were to provide drone photography from the air, pictures and videos.
So the Racine County Sheriff's Office has a drone,
We have several.
and you are one of its pilots. Is that the right word?
That's correct.
What type of training do you have that qualifies you to pilot this drone?
It started off with roughly 32 hours of in-class training. And then after that, we go to the FAA and have a proctored exam, and we're actually licensed through the FAA. And since then, we have trainings every 3 months, and sometimes even more than that.
So you grabbed the drone and made your way to the location of the officer-involved shooting?
Correct.
And where was that location?
I was on Highway 50 near a gas station, kind of near the intersection of 50 and 45.
And when you arrived there, what did you do?
I prepared the drone for flight, so that means I have to check the airspace, check the weather, make sure the drone's ready for flight, and I started taking pictures of the scene.
And when you're taking pictures, what are you trying to get or cover when you're taking pictures?
So a couple different aspects. I try to get different angles, different altitudes. I'm trying to capture the scene in its entirety from the air. Again, several different views. I'm trying to so that everything can be captured in a picture or a video.
I want to draw your attention to your right, which is State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
I need about
took that photograph?
1,700
And how did you take that photograph?
With the drone.
watch hours.
Now, when you were taking these drone
the-
photographs, this was
At least
how long after the shooting itself?
being able to be
It was
to
within
apply
a
to
few
be
hours, I
monitored.
believe. I don't have an exact time frame.
But officers from the Kenosha Sheriff's Department, they were off scene by that point, correct?
Correct.
As was the suspect and the canine, correct?
Correct.
After taking photographs with the drone, what was your next task?
I was then tasked to respond to a vet clinic that's off Highway 50 to take
There
pictures
really are no
of the squad car that
indisputable
contained
facts.
canine rigs.
So far, there has been
Of the
witnesses
squad vehicle itself?
walking,
Correct.
and there's always something
And
in there
what was
you
your
can
next
cross,
task after that?
about.
Then
in
I
my
was
opinion.
was supposed to respond on to Buffalo Grove, Illinois, where canine Riggs was currently being treated for his injuries.
So you went down to Buffalo Grove, Illinois?
That's correct.
And who did you make
Uh,
contact with there?
Most, if not
I
all,
made
appeals
contact
is
with
regarding
the staff at the
how
veterinary
the actual
clinic
trial,
there,
if
and
there
they
were
guided me into where canine Riggs was
rules
being
and laws
taken care of in the
broken
back.
by
They briefed me
the
on the
judge, for
situation.
instance, by making bad calls. That
After being
is-
briefed on his situation,
uh,
did you then take photographs of canine rigs?
I did.
And what was the purpose of taking photographs of canine rigs?
To document the injuries that he sustained.
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Deidre. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. The prosecution has not so far presented a ballistic check, but
I
then
recognize
again,
those pictures.
And what are these pictures
I'm not
of?
sure they even
These are
found
pictures
the
of
bullet
canine rigs
they
and
allege,
the injuries that he
hit the
sustained,
dog.
particularly to the top of
So,
the head.
so far, it's just testimony.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed of the injuries of canine rigs that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 13 into evidence with permission to publish to the jury on the screen.
Has the defense had a chance to look at Exhibit 13?
We have, yes.
All right, so we will be allowed to be published to the jury. It's been identified by the witness.
On the screen, investigator, should be the first picture in front of you. What is this a picture of?
This is
Sorry. I can't show gruesome photos because I might get yeeted. This is separate rules apparently between small content creators and the big law and crime and those guys and news organizations. So I'm so sorry, but I really can't show it. I don't want to get my channel yeeted from YouTube for bad content. Let's see if I can have the sound on. No, puppy survived. He was in court on yesterday. If you go back to the first about around 45 minutes into this stream, you might see him. Yeah, I'm looking at the long crime stream, and those are images I can't show you. I'm so sorry, but that's just the way it is. I really can't determine what is an entry and exit wound by these pictures. Yes, it is a bit of a larger wound on the back of the dog's head. I'm looking at the entrance wound. Hard to see by the photos, but they have a tape measurement to show that one wound was a bit smaller than the other wound. So it does look like the dog was shot in the head right about here, and it passed back and parallel to the skull under the skin and then exited.
Veterinary clinic and your office?
That's correct.
And how often did
Now
you
we
receive
are
these
back
updates? Every
to
day or
the
just all
long
at the
crime
end?
stream.
Early on, it was every shift I was receiving updates from the vet hospital.
Yeah, but dog's ears
And as
are
time
here.
progressed and he was
So
ultimately released,
behind,
obviously that stopped.
Right.
it's still in the back, just behind the ear.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Across from the defense.
No questions. Thank you.
You're excused. Thank you.
All right. I move Exhibit 13 into evidence.
13 will be received.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
And no questions.
right, the next witness.
State calls Investigator Luke Johnson, number 14.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still baffled that the defense have no questions.
All right, if
but
you can remain standing, raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony of this
That's
man to be the truth, whole truth.
the strategy
nothing but the truth, so help you God?
to do
Thank you. Come,
jack shit.
get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
My first name is Luke, Luke. My last name is Johnson, Johnson.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the Racine County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
8.5 years.
How long have you been an investigator?
4.5 years.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I completed the Law Enforcement Academy at Gateway Technical College here in Kenosha, and then continuing education throughout my career.
Did you have to engage in extra training in order to become an investigator?
Not initially, but as we go, we get specified training for certain roles.
And what does it mean to be an investigator with your county's organization?
It's the same role as a
That's not entirely clear if he actually was the person who shot the dog.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you on duty as an investigator with the Racine County
But the
Sheriff's Office
defense
that day?
has not put up
And on that
anything
date,
so far.
did you receive information about an
refute the
officer-involved
witnesses.
shooting in Kenosha County?
I did.
How did you receive that information?
I was notified by my lieutenant,
And who was that?
Brian Van Sock.
What information did you receive?
He informed us that there was an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha, and we would be the lead.
I don't think they found the bullets.
Hey, I'm sorry, Investigator Johnson, can you pull your mic up
Yep,
a little
sorry.
bit? That's okay. Did you then respond to the scene?
I did.
And upon arriving at the scene, what was your role?
I worked with Deputy Dale as far as responding in our evidence van to assist in collecting or processing any evidence that was at the scene.
And who's Deputy Dale?
Deputy Bill Dale, he's our evidence custodian.
The guy who keeps track of all your evidence, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
So you responded with him in the evidence van, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do when you arrived on scene?
We were briefed on the incident as it happened, and we were shown the scene while other investigators did a scene walkthrough.
I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 1, which is to your right. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's the gas station. I believe it's near the intersection of 45 and
Hope-
Highway 50 in Kenosha.
Hopefully my content
Is that
proper
gets spread
name?
around
That's
a
okay.
bit more
You're not
with
from Kenosha
this.
County, we get it.
No.
And then I will join.
Is that the scene of the officer-involved shooting that
Probably
you
will
were
join
involved in
Aussie
investigating?
Overlord
It
on
is.
Friday on his
So you
stream.
said you did a walkthrough of that scene, correct?
Yes, but not
And,
inside of the taped
we will
area.
see.
So just like around it?
Yeah, we're kind of up to the building underneath the gas pumps because the area.
So far, in day one and
See
day
it a little
two,
better.
defense attorneys had
And after
had
receiving
no
a
objections
walkthrough, what was your
and a
next?
grand
What was your
total
assignment?
of maybe
Then
50
after we were
questions
briefed on what had happened,
to
I
the
returned,
combined
not
9
returned, went to
witnesses
the
so far.
Kenosha County building to
It's-
assist in the follow-up to the officer-involved shooting portion of the incident.
And what did you do at the Kenosha County Center?
Photograph the officers involved in their equipment and conduct a round count.
Don't compete.
Did that include
with
deputies Coltrip,
coffee.
Tift, Avila, and Wyand?
It did.
Why is it important to photograph them and do a round count?
It shows that they were in their uniform, any equipment that they had with them, and then the round count helps to establish how many rounds may have been fired.
Yes, that was yesterday. And that was very, very weird. But yeah,
After doing the round count and photographing those 4 officers, what did you do next?
We collected the equipment and including their weapons. That was all collected. We returned back to the scene where our evidence van was, packaged that up, and then that's where I remained until we were done.
the defense attorney,
Well, we remained there until
I don't know
we
if there's
assisted
full
DCI
moon
with
in
searching for
Kenosha
the last
now.
casing that was
Look
missing.
out the window if you're in Kenosha County to
Who's
see if there's a
DCI
full
for
moon.
the jury?
Oh, sorry. Department of Criminal Investigations for the state of Wisconsin.
They were also on scene, correct?
They were.
Their crime scene response team was there?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were they there?
To assist in processing the scene
That's
because it was
the
an officer.
one-man
shooting.
morning coffee pot. During
And you said there was a
lunch break,
missing
I will brew another one.
caliber or cartridge?
Yeah, there was a casing that they were still looking for.
And what type of casing was that, if you recall?
I don't recall the exact caliber.
Thank you for watching,
but
Kim.
it was
I'll
a
see you
casing
tomorrow.
That would have been discharged from the suspect's firearm.
And you assisted in searching for that?
I did.
Did you personally ever locate that?
I did not.
You indicated that evidence was collected on scene, correct?
Yes.
Who collected that evidence?
There was a large amount that was collected by DCI, which was notated in the property report of which items were collected by DCI. They sealed it and gave it their own evidence item numbers, which was then turned over to us, which then generated a secondary evidence item number as it was put into our own property report. And then I believe there were maybe a handful of items that were collected by our personnel.
So just to kind of summarize, the crime scene response team from DCI did most of the collection and then just handed it over to you, correct?
Yes.
And would that include the suspect firearm and all the cartridges located on scene?
Yes.
The next follow-up you did was on October 22nd, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do on that date?
We returned back to the scene to continue searching for that casing that had not been located.
Did you locate it?
We did not.
And what areas were you searching for this casing?
We were off in the kind of shore gore area. Right up where I believe the state trooper squad is. Right here, this was the primary area of the search when we were looking for the casing.
They had the witness statements, but no shell casing, no bullet, and inconsistencies in the witnesses in
So fair to
where
say
they
this
did
casing
actually
you
point
couldn't
the gun,
locate was somewhere in the grassy area?
how many shots were fired.
In your experience, does that make it more difficult to locate casings?
It does.
And why is that?
Particularly handgun casings are very short and small. They're easy to get pressed into the ground into tall grass that isn't very properly or normally maintained on a regular basis, and they're not always as shiny as they, you might think that they appear. It makes it very difficult to locate.
How about
So
the
after
raid?
2 days of searching, you guys still weren't able to
How about
locate
that?
it. Is
How about the
fair?
raid?
Correct. Yes.
To comb through the grassy area.
Also on October
Depends
22nd,
on
you
which method of the
assisted
case.
in processing the
If it's
suspect
aluminum,
vehicle, correct?
I did.
It doesn't
How did you assist in that?
caught up in,
I started with photographs of the vehicle, but I only captured exterior photos of the vehicle before I had to be reassigned to another duty.
Who took over photographing the vehicle from you?
I left the camera then with Investigator Conley and Sergeant Sheriff.
Your next involvement occurred on October 23rd of 2021, correct?
Yes.
No, they spent it all
What
on
did
the
you do on
Zach
that
Anderson
day?
trial
I collected
by collecting absolutely
canine rigs leash.
humongous
How were
amount
you
of
notified
evidence.
about this
And
leash?
when it came to trial,
I believe Lieutenant Van
One
Sock told us that it was ready to be collected
smokers
from
long
Kenosha.
cough up and
And for the court
no
reporter, Van Sock,
actual real DNA.
VANSCYOC, correct?
Yes.
So you were informed that the canine Riggs's leash needed to be collected and documented, correct?
Yes,
Did you collect that leash?
I did.
And how did you document it?
I'm not sure
which
because I
regard?
don't think they found the bullet.
Did you?
So I'm not sure if
photograph
they
it?
the
Yes,
ballistics was
it was collected. It was
is
already
the
bagged up.
wound
It was brought back to
small
the
enough
control
for a
station.
22
I photographed it
bullet,
with
maybe?
scale because there was I guess call it a defect on the leash that appeared as though it could have been caused due to a bullet strike just based on its shape. That's not my place to determine, and then it was resealed and packaged up.
If I were to show you the photographs of Riggs's leash, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Well, if the defendant was the one shooting, he would have, and the bullet went out the back of the dog's head after passing the skull, it would have traveled maybe across the road or something. So it's not that impossible. That's actually, I don't know the rules in Wisconsin. If someone is injured during a crime, they are guilty, even if it's not them actually shooting. But then they would have charged him for that. Now they are charging him for actually shooting. Yeah, welcome to Kenosha.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
The leash that was collected with the defect.
And do these photographs appear to be a true and accurate representation of what you observed on October 23rd of 2021?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 14 into evidence with permission to publish to the jury.
Defense have a chance to look at Exhibit 14?
We did.
All right, and the exhibit has been identified by the witness. We will receive them and it can be published to the jury.
A defect on the leash.
Investigator, they're going to show up on that screen. So let's walk through these photographs. What's this first photograph of?
That would be an overall picture of the leash.
And this was described to you as a long leash, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And then what is this next photograph of?
That's the handle end.
And the next photograph?
More the middle.
The next photograph?
Again.
Would it be fair to say those series is just kind of documenting the overall leash?
Yeah, for our training as investigators or evidence technicians for photography, we start with overall pictures.
How is that
narrow
evidence
into
of
certain
a bullet?
points, so it's generally
passing
how they
through?
all go.
But not a prior.
And then this next photograph?
Then you have something there.
The end with the clip.
All right,
And-
now it looks like we're getting a little more narrow, correct?
Yes.
And what
How
is
is
this a
that evidence
photograph of?
This is the
bullet?
defect that was present in the leash.
And the next photograph?
Again,
Close up of that defect?
yeah, it'll scale in.
And the next photograph is just again closer.
Yep.
And the next photograph again closer.
Correct.
And the next photograph just another angle.
Yeah, multiple angles without scaling to kind of give it an image.
How is that
And again,
evidence of the
you
bullet
indicated that
going
this
through the leash?
appeared to be, could have been caused by a bullet given the
Could have
round
been.
nature of the defect.
That's how it appeared to me, but I can't say for certain.
You weren't there, right?
Correct.
And this
True.
appeared, what is this a photograph of?
When
The
did it occur?
defect then with scaling to give
Do
it
they have
distance,
similar pictures
how
of
long
the
it is
leash
across,
prior?
and then its kind of dimensions.
How long would you say it is across?
It's hard to tell from this angle. That's the first scaled picture,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
approximately 5 centimeters or 5 millimeters.
The next photograph's just another scale, correct?
It is.
Next photograph, another scale.
Yes.
Why are you using two different scales?
Well, the first one was a L scale, so it captured it both directions, and then the other one is in
True.
inches. Some calibers are
Well,
measured
a bit
like a 9 millimeter versus
arguing
like 38.
for the
or,
defendant since the
25
defense doesn't.
caliber is not in metric. So
So this is then in inches. How many inches would you say it is?
25 quarter 0.25.
And that's the last photograph, correct?
Yes, I believe so. It was, yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, investigator.
Any cross from the defense?
Just briefly.
Go ahead.
Investigator, were you aware if the leash had the defect before or after before the officer involved shooting?
I was not.
Okay. So there's really no way to determine how that defect got on the leash.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything on those questions?
No.
Ah,
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
that was the first actual good defense, but that's one question. That's what was he needed. So yeah.
Next witness.
But,
Yeah, at this point, my next
I
witness is
think
not
right
available
after
till 10 a.m. We went a little faster than I anticipated.
Nothing wrong with being ahead. So I guess you get a break, folks.
Hey, we're
Go in
getting
the
a
back,
break.
relax for a while. Please don't talk about the case. Thank you.
That's the state seal. I still don't know what's on top of it. Is it a fish? Is it a turkey leg? Is it a turnip? I don't know. Well,
Jury is outside of the courtroom. Do you have any exhibits on your area? Can you give them to the clerk?
it's a badger. Okay.
And then just some housekeeping matters. How many more witnesses do you have?
That sounds like a Polish porn star.
7.
7? All right. Are they all going to be available today?
6 of them are.
Sorry,
Lieutenant
all Poles.
Helen Sheriff was not available today. He will be first thing tomorrow morning, and that will be my last witness.
And if you
we
could start working
tomorrow
on the
morning,
jury
okay.
instructions. And then has the defense had a chance to discuss the issue of testifying with your client?
We have. I think we'll probably need to have that conversation again.
All right. I just want to make sure that you have enough time to do
Defendant
that.
going to testify. Oh, this will
Okay,
be
let's take a
testify.
10-minute break.
We are over 2 hours.
I should say 35-minute break. Why did I say 10 minutes? Automatic.
Right.
Oh, please.
Yeah, it seems like we will have a full day today and something in the morning, and then it's the defense case in chief. However short that will be. I don't know if they said the defense has a witness or if the defendant will be taking the stand. But if they only have one witness, that would be one more than I actually anticipated. Depends. On how long it might be that I have to go a bit early because I'm picking up a girlfriend at her job. She's a registered nurse, works at the ER, and if I don't pick her up when she walks out the door, I might end up in the ER. So we might have the same situation today as yesterday, that we will have the last hour and a half as a recap tomorrow and then continue. Let's get rid of that banner. Okay, we are having a bit of a break. I need to have, let's do a swoop. That would be my Norwegian fire-farting dragon. Well, I told it yesterday, and I can tell you again, because there might be some people new here. If you watch Lawyers and Dragons over at Richard Hoag's channel, you know that they have a D&D campaign. And in one instance in that campaign, I believe it was Rob sneaking up on a dragon from behind. And I thought that would be very, very surprising for him if fire came out of both ends. That might have been because the fire-farting dragon is a glitch from an old game where it was supposed to have fire-spewing dragon, but somehow the glitch made the fire come out the other end. And for me, it's natural. If a dragon can spew in that end, why not from that end? Because some methane mix, well, methane mix goes both ways. I need to take a small break myself. So let's have you look at me and Legal Vices having a bit of fun.
That's what we've got on tap tonight over here. Because it is St. Patrick's Day, we've got a bottle of Bushmills. This was full about an hour ago, so that tells you what's going to happen tonight. And we haven't popped the seal on the Redbreast 12-year yet. We'll have to find a reason for doing that. All right, that takes care of the obligatory. Like I said, I'm 25% Irish. My father's family is Irish, Scottish. Scottish English. My mother is her mother is Lithuanian and her father is Irish. So I'm 25% Irish, but today is St. Patrick's Day, so I'm 100% Irish. And there we go. So we've got everything. We are full Irish tonight, and we're also pickled herring Swedish.
I managed to find the only thing green in my closet, and it's not the Hulk. It is simply what I wear when I'm driving the combined harvester. And yeah.
Why do you drive the combine harvester in like April? March?
Well, I use it when I do it. I'm not doing it now. This is the only green I have, and the only connection I have with the Irish is probably my ancestors went over there to say hi.
Rape and pillage. To say hi.
Yeah, but
the Vikings went over to Ireland to say hi.
Yeah, hi! Get down! No.
The Vikings went to Ireland to say hi. Hello.
That's a fancy religion you have there.
You're correct.
Let's destroy it.
And we're not doing a recap today because literally nothing happened yesterday, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing happened yesterday. It was a very normal day in court. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi. Hello. Hello, Irish people. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi.
I knew I couldn't say all the other words, and my mind blanked totally. Hi.
I'm trying to like flag some of these chats, and I can't because I'm laughing too hard. My hand won't stop shaking. Hello, Irish people. Hello. Hello.
Can we park here?
Christ.
Oh,
Oh God, my rib! I'm getting an ab workout already. Oh Christ! Oh my God! Hey KB, I don't get this joke. Essentially, like right around 1000 AD, the Vikings just went and literally graped and pillaged everyone in England and Ireland. That's kind of the story. The end. In actuality, they just raped and pillaged the entire country, and we're just joking about them just stopping in to say hi. Oh my jeebus.
I saw the chat here. Hey, I'm Irish and DNA shows I'm Norwegian. Yeah, I wonder why.
I said, like 3/4 of my ancestor are Irish, Scottish, and Irish, Scottish, and English, but my last name ends in son, so that tells you I'm Scandinavian by DNA.
Oh, yeah. That was Legal Vice's stream on St. Patrick's Day during the Zac Anderson trial. And yeah, that was unexpectedly funny. But it was 1,000 to 1,100 years ago, so I believe we are a bit safe to joke about it now. Now, where were we? I'm looking at who there was some, yeah, this. Sorry. Yes, well, I'm just glad there are real lawyers that gives us educated people who look for evidence and truth a platform. Well, when I started this channel right around 3 months ago, well, I had this channel long before, but when I started as a content creator, I have watched people in the LawTube segment putting out great content for about a year and thought I could do this too. And so I did. And it's been a lot of trial and error. But during this ride, I have noticed that looking at mass media, looking at law and crime, court TV, always go for this is the truth, boom. And we need a counterweight to that. And I believe that is where LawTubers, so-called, not a group of people, but a segment of YouTube and locals and Rumble that can provide a more objective narrative, or at least a counterweight, not only in current trials, but to reform as in going what is innocent until proven guilty. Or as was said earlier in the chat, I'm so sorry, innocent until proven otherwise in a court of law. And we are missing out on so much, and that just shows by Depp versus Heard, the Rittenhouse trial, how us providing content might even have influenced how those trials ended by providing a new another narrative, and might even discover other evidence. As you might remember, Rob of Lon Lumber and his video that pushed him into the stratosphere about the bed frame that Miss Hurt tried to have as evidence. And oh, sorry. Unless guilty, yeah. Innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Counterweight, and I have a lot of counterweight. No, at least physically. Yeah, why not? But as I said, Law and Crime and other channels, and more or less all of mass media, we have a narrative and we will not budge. I have no issues in watching a trial, looking at the evidence, and then come to an opinion. Now, I understand juries might find otherwise, as in the Zach Anderson trial, which was appalling to see, in my opinion. We were 5 or 6 on Aussies. No, was it Vices? Well, one of the two, when the verdict came in, and we were all silent. Could not believe how the jury could find Zach guilty on all counts. Differing opinion on how deemed Russian usually. Well, that's an opinion. I don't know. I have to process that. But that is my new take on my channel, to at least attempt to provide an audience a more neutral, or might even be a bit on the defense leaning narrative. Just as to counter it a bit, please look at this, please look at that. Does this evidence really say what the prosecution says it does? And in this trial, I feel that is more important than ever, since they are doing jack shit to defend their client. And yeah, I know. On Saturday, I will have a stream about 5 issues, main issues I have with that trial. One of them being something I discovered or was made aware of a pre-trial motion that was jaw-dropping. But that will be for Saturday, so please return on Saturday. Swedish Switzerland, yeah. Wiener Schnitzel. Let's see if well, we are pending between 48 and 60 watching this, and which is good for my little channel. I will see. Law and Crime has just under 3,000 watching there. I was kind of hoping that I would get a bit more on day 2, but as if you like, if you subscribe, if you choose to share it on social media, this will improve, I hope. Note to self, remember to wash hands after cooking with scorpion chilies when needing to take a leak. Yeah, that's a mistake you usually only do once. For those who don't know, sorry. These are some of the chilies that will be that I'm pre-growing inside to get outside when the weather allows. I have this one is the bigger one, is Thai chili of sorts. I have habanero. I have teeny tiny one that's called a blondie. Sadly, my but orange Copenhagen isn't growing, but I hope it will start somewhere. And then I have one in the window that is starting to get some size to it. This is called spaghetti. It's about, if cultivated correctly, the chilies will be around very narrow, wrinkly, and about a foot long, which I hope I will get because they look so cool. No. I'll see if I can do that. La, 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 la. Settings. General. Guests. No. Hotkeys. Virtual. Huh. Where do I do that? I found it yesterday. Dun, dun, dun. Welcome back, Amanda. But I found it yesterday. Huh. Thank you so much, Wendy. I appreciate it greatly, greatly. And while we are waiting, I'm having a boomer moment where I am supposed to find where I can is it invite? No. But I found it yesterday. I found it yesterday. Why can't I find it today? Is it here? No. Add a new destination? No. Go on Twitter, find Vices, so he can direct me. I did a very, very technical question to Legal Vices, Jeff. Where do I enter the thingy on StreamYard that makes it so you can direct your audience here? I hope you can understand that. I appreciate it, Renee. Everything helps. Well, apparently there is somewhere a button or something I should press that oh, it's on YouTube Studio. Oh, no wonder I didn't find it. Sorry. YouTube Studio. Go to settings, click on community. Oh, settings. Click on community. Under live, oh, is there a live redirect? Oh, there. There it is. Save. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amanda. I was having a severe boomer moment here. Oh, you learn something new every day. Every day. Must be turned on in the studio. Oh. Yeah, I should have my DMs open on Twitter. Profile. Edit profile. More. Settings. Manager can message me. Oh, filter low quality messages. There. I've changed that. So now you should be able to DM me. Thank you, Broken Baker. Another boomer moment avoided. Okay, that's a lot of pots. Yes, raid my live streams. Come in and say hi. Yes, my DM icon appeared. There is Law and Crime is still on break. I wonder if I can just show. Why isn't slides your computer? No. Am I having another boomer moment? Oh, there. this we can go through this again, because yesterday there was questions about what was the actual charges against Allan Brown. That's an interesting mugshot. The charges against him here is drive or operate vehicle without consent. That would be carjacking, which is weird because I thought that he stole the car in Illinois. But maybe this is a yeah, I don't know. Sorry. What does it say? Failed comply, officer purses into custody. Well, that should be a bit cut and clear. Mistreating animals, that would be a lesser charge of against canine officer Riggs. Strike police, fire animals, cause injury. That would be the alleged. They allege that he was the one shooting the dog. Possess firearm, convicted out-of-state felony. I'm not sure what that actually means, but he did have a firearm. I don't know if he has been convicted for felonies outside of Wisconsin. That might be a compressed allegation. First degree reckless endangering safety. That would be the whole situation, I guess. So that is the actual allegations. Oh, he stole 2 cars. Okay. So one in Illinois and one in Wisconsin, then, I assume. So that's the allegations against him. Well, what else can we talk about during the trial? I will see if I can fetch yesterday's. One second here. Oh, wrong button, as usual. That's the wrong one. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Let's find this one. There. Let's see if I can bring that up. This is from yesterday. This is the defense opening argument.
So that's the last portion you'll hear. As I said before, you'll see body cameras, surveillance video. You'll hear from crime lab experts.
Well, you hear the last part of
At the end of all this, there is
argument.
There will be no questioning
Which was quite short as well.
of what the defendant.
Unusually short
That is the
due to the amount of charges.
After the safe, he was attempt to arm himself and is without from one testimony later.
Thank you. Who's doing the defense's opening? Go ahead.
Thank you.
fondling the microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as the state mentioned, you're going to hear a lot of evidence and you're going to see a lot of video footage during the course of this trial. All I ask is that you keep an open mind, use your own eyes and ears to determine what happened in this case, and most importantly, I ask that you hold the state to their burden of proof to prove each element of each charge against Mr. Brown beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll be back after all the evidence has been presented, and I will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
That was it. That was the defense opening argument. 32 seconds of opening arguments. 32 seconds. I mean, it's not a marathon, it's a sprint. You need to catch up. If the defense had a case in chief, they are supposed to bring forward a summary. This is what we will bring to you. Instead, they seem to be happy with just the state's evidence and witnesses and try to refute those. But they aren't asking, they are not objecting, even though there has been speculations, there have been evidence like the Chicago police about that much of that testimony should not have been entered if they are looking for foundation to why there was a traffic stop. All that was needed was car stolen, found it over there, called Illinois police. More or less. Not that, oh, this, well, we are investigating a double homicide, blah, 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 blah. That should never have been brought in. That is highly prejudicial, and that's on the defense. Objection. This should have been pre-trial even, but I don't know exactly what they were thinking, what they were doing. Now, I do know that public defenders are often swamped. They have a lot of cases. But this is at least do something. And I can't see what the defense strategy actually is. Can I put myself in the situation of Mr. Brown's defense attorney? Somewhat. At least I know what kind of arguments I would have done. I don't know what pre-trial motions there were or what was denied, but at least these allegations of what happened in Illinois would have been, I would have asked for it to be extremely limited, just to what was relevant to the case in Wisconsin. How did the car get from Illinois to Wisconsin? Allegedly stolen, tracked it to Illinois. That's it. That was what I would have been doing in pre-trial. Maybe, but that shouldn't matter to the defense. It shouldn't. Maybe it did it. Oh, we are...
Oh no.
Here we go again.
Sorry, 13. I got 2 Johnsons.
Yeah.
I should have jumped the gun.
Yeah.
And Judge, my witness for tomorrow, I got him to come in today. So I think I'm going to rest today.
Thank you.
Okay. The prosecution will probably rest
Would
today.
you then do closings today or tomorrow?
We'll see how things go.
I haven't.
We might even get closings today.
Probably. Oh, tomorrow.
So this might be the last day of trial if the defense does jack shit as they have so far. They thought this trial would last the rest of the week. And now it's Wednesday, and both the prosecution and the defense might rest and do closing arguments. Well, if they finish at 5, they might send the jury out to deliberate, and then they will come back tomorrow with a verdict. Because if this is the entirety of the case, they need at least half an hour to an hour to write all the documents. Yeah, I'm actually starting to wonder if the defendant has a case for appeal due to inadequate defense.
Actually, Judge, while we're waiting, can we go on the record outside the presence of the jury?
We could do that.
Since we're all here.
You want to do that now?
Sure.
All right. We're going to go on the record on Allan M. Brown, 21 CF 1344. The appearances are the same. The jury is not in the courtroom for the record. The state wishes to put something on the record. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I have a request. Based on the defense's last line of questioning, before I call analyst Christopher Johnson, I'd like permission to recall Deputy Terry Tift to discuss the leash and whether the defect was there prior to the shooting.
You can call him as a rebuttal witness, right?
I don't know that they're going to put on a case.
Well, we don't know yet.
Right. So and because it was just addressed, I was thinking doing it now.
Are you going to call any witnesses to the defense?
At this point, I don't believe so unless Mr. Brown chooses to testify.
Oh, you
We still have to
motherfucker.
wait to see if the defendant testifies.
You can't be
If he
freaking
doesn't, would I then
serious.
be able to recall?
I'll let you recall.
They will not, unless
Okay, thank you.
he testifies himself, they won't
Then we're ready to
make
proceed with our next witness.
a case
All
in
right, bring the
chief.
jury in.
Strip that hobo from his law license. You degenerate piece of garbage. Wow.
Photos, video.
They choose to leave everything in the hands of the jury to find out stuff by themselves and let the prosecution speak and present evidence and do jack crap. Yeah. I don't know the procedures in Wisconsin.
All right, we're back on the record on Allan M. Brown, state of Wisconsin, 21 CF 1344. The appearances are the same. The jury is now back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have the state's next witness.
Thank you. State calls analyst Christopher Johnson, number 13.
Yeah, at this, I'm not even sure they are protecting his constitutional rights, because they do nothing. They don't object.
All right, can
They
we have
don't
you
call any
raise
evidence,
your right
any
hand and I'll
witnesses by
swear you in for
themselves.
you sit
They
down.
don't
You solemnly swear the
object
testimony is
to.
meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth shall be God? Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
My name is Chris, Chris Johnson, Johnson.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed as
Thank you. How are you employed?
the chief of the Office of Crime Scene Response for the Division of Forensic Sciences, Wisconsin State Crime Laboratories.
Mr. Johnson, if you could just pull that mic up. Yeah, get it real close to your mouth. It's kind of hard to hear otherwise.
Sure.
So what does that mean? What do you do?
Well, my duties are twofold. I have a technical aspect and I have a managerial or supervisory aspect. The technical aspect, my primary duties are to maintain the integrity of the evidence when asked to come out to process scenes. So this is done through proper scene examination, and that continues with proper recognition, documentation, and collection of physical items of evidence.
And then you also have managerial roles within your department as well?
Yes, I supervise a staff of approximately 4 to 5 full-time people, and within our Office of Crime Scene Response, I have approximately 20 to 25 volunteers that assist at scenes as well.
Generally, when is the crime scene response team called to a scene?
We provide technical assistance to law enforcement for any major crime scenes. So that could be homicide investigations, death investigations, officer-involved shootings, or critical incidents.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you for your position?
Yeah, so I've been at the State Crime Lab for approximately 16 years. I started my role as a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit. So there's educational requirements that I had to have in order to get that position. I have a degree in molecular biology from Marquette University. I also went through an internal training that lasted approximately 10 to 12 months to become a DNA analyst. I did DNA casework for approximately 9 to 10 years. Then I spent a few years supervising the DNA analysis unit. From there, I was able to get managerial skills and supervisory skills, and I'm currently holding the position that I'm holding.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Was your crime scene response unit requested at an officer-involved shooting in Bristol, Wisconsin?
Yes, we were.
Tell me how you got that call.
I was actually en route to do follow-up on an additional call from the day before. When this call came in, I got a phone call from the special agent in charge, Dave Klabundy, of the Division of Criminal Investigations, saying that there was a critical incident that happened in the county of Kenosha, and that DCI wasn't going to be asked to participate, but they needed a team of individuals to process the scene.
So what did you do then?
Dave Klabundy gave me a contact for Kenosha County Sheriff's Office. So I called that individual that he gave me the number of, and I made arrangements to get the scene address. And I told him that we would have a team going to be en route to that location. So leaving the follow-up scene that I had to go to, I went back to our crime lab to get the additional people. And then we departed the crime lab to go to the scene.
Other than yourself, who responded to the scene?
Myself, Julie Avila, Pamela Taylor, Yolanda Sanchez, and may I refer to my notes just to make sure I have everybody?
If your report indicated Leah Lakowski, would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me about what happens when you get to a critical response scene.
So the first thing that I do is I want to meet with the individual or officer that knows the most about the scene. I kind of want to get a lay of the land and any information that they have that they can relay onto me. The next step is for me to do a scene walkthrough. And the purpose of the scene walkthrough is to get intel on the types of evidence that might be present in the scene. Now, scene walkthroughs are very useful because ultimately I have to decide a scene processing strategy. So depending on the types of evidence that are present, depending on the environment of the scene, if weather conditions are moving in, might help me or will help me then determine a processing strategy.
So you do a scene walkthrough, then do you come up with that processing strategy?
Yes.
And does that also include maybe assigning some of the people with you to do certain tasks?
Absolutely. So in addition to not only just looking at the evidence in the scene, I then take into account what team members I have and I assign specific roles and tasks to those team members. In this particular case, I assigned 2 people to photograph the scene and I had an additional 3rd person video the scene.
In closing
And what was
argument,
your role on this scene?
My role was to be the
that's
team
not
leader,
evidence.
so I was taking charge and I'm
So,
responsible for
if they
any
want to
aspect
push in
of scene
evidence
processing
or
that goes on
dispute
in that
evidence, they
scene.
have to do a case in
Did that
chief.
include
Now
collecting
that they
the
only
evidence as
appeal
well?
to
Yes,
the jury,
that included collecting the evidence. We
find
processed
something
the
else.
scene together as a team, but the report that was issued is in my name.
And that's where I was going to go next. So after you're done with the scene, you've collected the evidence,
yes.
do you then generate a report?
Trust me,
Yes,
it's the
we
public
generate
defender,
a report of
special
confidential
report.
findings. So it starts off by
Training new public
briefly
defender.
describing
Well,
the
he
team that's
will have a lot of
responding,
work
when and
if he
where,
moves to
and then
Wisconsin.
it goes into any scene examinations and the evidence collected and kind of lists the important evidence that was collected.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
If I were to show you your report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. He more or less can only repeat what he said in opening. Please don't. Yeah.
Yes, this appears to be a photocopy of the report authored by me for dated August 4th, 2022 for laboratory case number R21-3137, agency case number 21-57239.
Your name and signature is on that, correct?
That's correct.
And how do you know
the
it's related
defense
to the
just
specific
announced
case
that they
involving
will
Allan
not
Brown?
put on a case in
The
chief, and they have
every
no
single
witnesses
confidential report of
unless
laboratory
Mr.
findings
Brown
has a case name
chooses to
associated with the
testify
report,
himself.
and on this report it says case name
And
Allan Brown.
so they are.
There's a little S
This is
next
a
to it. What does that
walkover
mean?
win
S
for the
stands for
prosecution.
suspect.
So in this report, the first part of this report kind of details what you just went over, how you were dispatched to Bristol and brought those team members with you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The next paragraph goes into arriving on scene, correct?
Yes.
So what information did you get when you arrived on scene?
The scene was, portion of the scene was in a gas station parking lot. So the information I received on scene is I saw numerous squad cars that were present. So I asked questions on what squad cars were potentially involved. And I also got information that a vehicle that was in the gas station parking lot was involved in the scenario as well.
And what vehicle was that?
It was a bronze Buick Encore.
Your report lists a VIN number, correct?
That's correct.
As well as a Illinois disabled license plate number, correct?
Correct.
Was the suspect, Mr. Brown, on scene when you arrived?
No, he was reportedly removed from the scene and transported to a local hospital.
Were any of the deputies involved in the shooting on scene when you arrived?
No.
They do have evidence. They do have.
You indicated
witnesses,
earlier that you assigned
but you would
individuals
assume
to
that the
photograph
defense
and
at least
video record
tried
the scene,
to
correct?
That's correct.
Who did you assign
do
to
something
photograph the scene?
to.
I assigned Pamela Taylor and Leah Lakowski to photograph the scene, and I assigned Yolanda Sanchez to video record the scene.
So going to the next page is the list of items that you recovered from the scene, correct?
That's correct.
So first, let's just list the items that you recovered from the scene.
So on the surface of the surface drive is what I'm calling it, on the east end of the surface drive, I recovered 15 fired cartridge cases that had a head stamp Hornady 9mm Luger. An additional fired cartridge case was collected from that surface drive surface that had a head stamp of RP32 Auto.
Now, Mr. Johnson, to your right is State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that appears to be a drone photograph of the entire scene.
Yeah.
And that would be the scene you processed on October 21st of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
There is a pointer on Exhibit 1.
So they did find.
When you say the service drive, and we're talking about
casing
the
that was
15
not
9mm
popped on.
cartridges and the 132 auto cartridge, where did you locate those on this photograph?
Or?
Those 15 and that one were in this area on the surface drive right here.
Where was the 132 auto cartridge in relation to the 15 9mm cartridges?
The 15, it's really hard to see, but there are two cones here representing two distinct groups of cartridge cases. The 15 of the Hornady were in this general area. The 132 auto RP was right beyond this crime scene tape right here. So it was up in this area right by the curve.
If he was laying down, but maybe
The
during
next group
that
of
part,
items you collected,
but
according to your
that
report, was
somehow
taken from
touched
the
his arm
road
or
verge.
stuff in
Is that
clothing.
correct?
That's
correct.
Long
Where
way
on this
for
picture
a small
is where you
caliber
describe
gun
as the
to
road
eject a
verge?
cartridge.
We define the road verge as the grass area between the surface drive and Highway 50 here. So it's this grass area.
What items were collected from the road verge?
I have
One item was a Walter PP32 automatic handgun, serial number 123012P.
I don't want.
And it contained a magazine containing unfired cartridges. There was also another fired cartridge case with head stamp RP32 Auto that I recovered from that road verge area. There were several miscellaneous clothing items that were reported to be removed from Allan Brown that we collected on scene. And we also collected 8 fired bullets from the grassy area as well.
For those who may not be familiar with firearms, cartridges and bullets, fired bullets are two different things, correct?
Correct.
What's the difference?
The bullet is the actual item that travels down the barrel of a firearm. The cartridge case is what contains the powder that sends the bullet down the barrel. So the cartridge case gets ejected from an ejection port in the firearm. The actual bullet goes down the barrel of the firearm.
So you actually recovered 8 of those bullets that had been fired?
Yes, examination of the scene is specifically that road verge area. I was able to determine defects that would be consistent with defects caused by a fired bullet. And defects is a fancy term for damage, kind of strike marks. So I saw several strike marks going into the grass area, and knowing that those went in, my job is to see if I can recover the bullet that caused that strike mark.
And you were able to do so at least in 8 of them, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about the condition that you found the handgun in. What condition did you find it in?
It wasn't in a safe. What I call safe is that the magazine's out and a slide is racked back, right? So most firearms, when I arrive on scene, are not in a safe condition. So I have to take the steps in order to render that firearm safe.
What did the firearm look like when you got it?
It was in the grass area. So I want to be able to photograph it the way in which I found it. I turn it over and photograph the opposite side, signifying also the photographer to take any photographs of serial numbers or any other markings that might be on that firearm.
And before you collect items, including what you've mentioned, the cartridges, the fired bullets, the firearm, that's all photographed first, correct?
Yes, it's photographed and actually given a number as to item number 1, item number 2, and it's rephotographed with that number in there as well.
If I were to show you some of those photographs from that scene, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Not one objection during this entire trial. The grand total of maybe 20 questions in total. No, not too soon. That would be amazing. I couldn't do the Chewbacca voice. It seems like the prosecution is putting on witnesses and stuff like that, just in case the defense had something.
Do you recognize those
Because
photographs?
much of this is
Yes, these are all photographs that were taken by my team.
Do they appear to be true and accurate representations of what you remember from the scene on October 21st of 2021?
They do.
Your Honor, I would move exhibit 16, right?
Yes, correct.
16 into evidence with permission to publish.
The defense have a chance to look at 16?
We did, yes.
All right, the photos on exhibit 16 have been identified by the witness. They'll be received and they can publish them to the jury.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Johnson, these are just some of the photographs taken, correct?
Yes, these are just a handful. We take a lot of photographs of at a scene.
So let's start with the first one that's in front of you. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph showing the location, relative location of the firearm that I previously spoke about, as well as some of the personnel items, the Chicago Bears hat. Also in the photograph is what appears to be a medical bag that was used by first responders.
And when you or your team are taking photographs, generally, how do you approach taking photographs?
Well, there are 3 different types of photographs. There's an overall photograph, which kind of captures, it's broad. It's a broad picture of generally maybe some landmarks that might be in the scene. Then there's a mid-range, which is a little bit closer to a specific item of evidence. And then there's a close-up showing one particular item of evidence.
They have done.
So I would classify this one as probably a mid-range photograph.
At one point, they had a line of questioning that actually made sense.
And at the bottom
And
of
then
all
they
these
stopped.
photographs, you see this little
Before
banner, correct?
making
Yes, that's our footer that goes on all
actual
photographs that we process and then
evidence.
send to the agency.
So going to the next photograph, kind of zooming more in on the firearm, correct?
Correct.
And then next photograph, again, kind of zooming in on the firearm.
Correct.
Yeah, that's an old
And then the
rule.
next photograph finally is the close-up of the firearm, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So is this the condition that you found the firearm in?
Yes,
You indicated it was not in a safe position, correct?
correct.
How would you describe the slide?
The slide isn't in a closed or locked back position. It's kind of stuck a little bit. And so picking up that firearm and trying to render it safe, I had a little bit of issues with it. I needed an extra set of hands because what happened was the next cartridge in the magazine that gets fed into the chamber was only partially fed. So I needed to take that cartridge and stuff it back in the magazine so I could drop the magazine out. So it was essentially jammed.
Yeah, jammed, not in a back forward position.
So there was a magazine in this firearm, correct?
Correct.
But in the position you found it, you couldn't take out the magazine or really eject or fire the firearm, correct?
Correct. It was the magazine release button, hitting it and trying to pull the magazine out. The magazine wouldn't come out of the magazine well. So I needed to stuff the next cartridge that would have been fed into the chamber. It partially was moved forward, so I needed to reset it back in the magazine and then pull it out.
You said you needed an extra set of hands.
Correct.
Did an investigator help you with that?
Yes.
Pawn shotgun, probably. Never cleaned. 20-buck gun. Shit ammo. Yeah.
I'm going to go to the next photograph. How would you describe this photograph?
A mid-range again, showing just a different angle. So we like to do kind of 360 photographs showing relative positions of items going around, walking in a circle.
So in this one, you see the firearm, the med bag, the bearer's hat, correct?
Correct.
And then also in the corner here, you see some clothing, correct?
Correct. A shoe and a pair of jeans.
And the next photograph, how would you describe this photograph?
A different angle of kind of depicting the same items. In this particular photograph, more of you can see another shoe that's represented as well as the complete pair of jeans.
And in this photograph, you can still see the gun in relation to the clothing, correct?
Yes, you can.
Next photograph, how would you describe that?
A close-up photograph of the jeans containing also a wallet with a photo ID as well as a pair of shoes.
Now, again, these photographs, when they're taken, you have not manipulated any of these items yet, correct?
Correct. These items are exactly photographed the way in which we came across them.
So you didn't take the wallet out of the jeans and put it on there?
No.
That's how you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph. What is that?
That is a close-up of the ID, photo ID of Allan M. Brown.
And it's a picture ID, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what's this next photograph we're looking at?
This is an overall photograph of the service drive. Each one of those tiny cones represents a fired cartridge case.
And in this packet, there are 2 of these photographs, correct? So if I go to the next one.
That's correct.
Yeah,
From the photographs, can you tell
someone stood
which
on
of these
and it was
casings
a bit away? But looking
they
at
are, either the
the
9mm or the
compressed grass
32.
shows that
All of
where
these
the defendant
would have been the
was.
9mm.
So it's a bit weird.
So I'm going to go back to the second to last photograph. All these little cones where my
I agree.
pointer is.
There are holes they
Those
could
are all
have used.
9mm casings.
Contradicting testimony and such.
And if I go to the final photograph, again, all these cones that I'm circling with my cursor, those are all 9mm casings.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to turn the photographs off for now. So after taking overall photographs, we're going to narrow in on the gun. After taking overall photographs of this .32 firearm, did you then collect it?
Yes.
And you said you already described how you had to make it safe, that it was jammed and you had to unjam it, correct?
That's correct.
What did you then do with the firearm?
We properly package it, so I secure it in a gun box and zip tie it down to the bottom of the box so that when we leave the scene, we turn over all the evidence to law enforcement agency prior to departing the scene. And all the evidence that we turn over to the agency is in a sealed, properly sealed condition with proper case number, item description, and sealed with evidence tape with my initials and date so that it can be submitted to the laboratory for analysis.
I have to change my thumbnail after this because
You did that as well with
honestly
the
thought
cartridges and
they
fire
would
bullets,
put
correct?
on something that alleged that and Mr. Brown was
We
not
talked about the
issued
132
dog.
auto cartridge found on the service drive.
But
Do you remember
the
where in the
thumbnail will be
road
changed to
verge
something
the
in line of
32 auto
half
case
werewolf
cartridge was located?
defense.
Yes, may I refer
Yes.
to the diagram?
Absolutely.
Jack shit about the client.
32 auto on the actual, in the road verge, you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was in this end of the road verge, right? Pretty close to actually where the concrete ends and the grass begins, not too far into that grass area.
How far away from the actual 32 firearm would
Yeah.
you say that it was?
And when they brought the dog in, that was the end of this case. Which
And that was
should
the
have
only
been
32
prejudicial
cartridge case you found in the
and
road
not
verge,
being
correct?
brought in.
That's correct.
But they didn't object.
You searched for others, correct?
Yes, we used, well, 3 different search methods. We used a metal detector. We used a canine that was trained in smelling for fire cartridge cases, as well as we got on our hands and knees and searched that grass area for any further fire cartridge cases.
Did you find any other 32 cartridge cases?
No.
Being familiar with firearms in your line of work, 32, is that a large caliber or a smaller caliber?
Smaller.
Is it common for you to not find cartridges that you know exist?
No.
No, you usually find them?
Yes.
Even smaller calibers?
Yeah. Yes.
So we have 1 cartridge in the road and 1 in the road verge, correct?
Correct.
If I showed you the firearm, would you recognize it as the one you found and collected on scene?
Yes.
I wonder if you will testify to how many possible bullets could have been fired from that small caliber gun. Because if they only heard 1 shot, they only found 1 cartridge, and 1 is stuck in the barrel, or between the magazine and the barrel. Where is those 2 to 5 shots or 3 to 5 shots the first officer testified to? That's, and that, but I haven't brought it up.
Johnson, you have gloves with you, correct?
Yes. I got them on.
You have scissors?
No.
Before getting into the box, do you recognize Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
They brought rigs in about an hour and 45 minutes from the end of.
Prior to sealing up the evidence or turning it over to law
Long
enforcement,
crime
I make
stream,
sure that
and
it's
it was
properly
in the first
labeled.
20 minutes
So in this
of
particular case, this
stream.
lower
So
box
you can go
right
back
here
in this stream
is all
and
my
watch it.
handwriting describing what is in the box. And it has my initials in this area, as well as on the tape and everything that's on the back of this box.
All right, if you could please open the box then.
I was thinking about doing a mock closing argument for the defense in this trial, but I'm not sure what I can use, because since the defense has brought nothing forward and all I have is what the prosecution has brought forward. I will see if I can do one. I hope I can do one, in hope that I can show you in the audience and maybe a few more what should have been done.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you've opened the box.
But
What
I'm
do you
not
see in the
sure
box?
if there is enough in this trial
I
that
see
I
a
can.
Walther handgun with serial number 123012P.
And is that the same Walther
Thank you, Amanda.
PP
Thank you,
32
Amanda.
automatic
I
handgun you
will try.
recovered
I will try.
from Bristol on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission for Analyst Johnson to show the jury. Just like hold it up.
Just, he can hold it up to the jury.
Thank you. And it is zip tied into the box, correct?
That's correct.
It's in a safe position.
Yes.
I saw that there's something else in the box with it. What is that?
This is packaging that would have been done by our firearms unit after examining the firearm.
All right, if you want to close that box for me.
Why didn't they count out the remaining cartridges and bullets? Well, I can guess they don't want to count them out because that would contradict the first officer's testimony if there are, I don't remember how many fits in the magazine of 1930s Luger, but I doubt it is more than 8. And if there is 7,
Mr. Johnson, if I were to
I
show
will
you
go
the
back and see
cartridges
if
for
I
the
can,
32, would you recognize
see
those
that
as well?
in this during a break. If I can actually see how many bullets we can find in that box. Because if it's 7, that shows it was only fired once. And if the first officer is right, that he fired against him under arm, that's the only shot that was ever fired from that gun. And that would mean that an officer shot the dog. But I doubt this will be brought up by the defense. I really hope.
Yes, this is one of the
They
fired
can't be
cartridge
that
cases with
incompetent.
head stamp RP32 auto that I recovered from the scene.
Which of the 2 cartridges, 32 cartridges, is that?
This is the one recovered from the road verge or the grassy area.
And how do you know that?
It's described on the packaging as a 1 fired cartridge case with head stamp RP32 auto collected from the road verge.
I guess I'm confused.
So this is the 32. But it says it's a 9.
Okay.
It's not. This is a 9mm. This is the packaging.
Okay.
Hey, I'm almost up to 1,450 subscribers. Please subscribe to my channel, watch my content so I can be monetized and really start using proper curse words in streams that last more than 2 hours. Yeah. No, 1428. Sorry, I was looking at
Can you tell me what 19 is?
the wrong numbers here. Sorry. Well, I'm on my way up, at least.
Exhibit 19?
Yes.
Exhibit 19, the packaging says that it's a
I have enough
fired cartridge
subscribers
case,
to be monetized,
RP32
but
auto,
please
recovered from the surface
Let's
of the
move
east
on.
end of the surface
Next
drive.
goal is
That's what the
5,000
packaging says,
subscribers.
correct?
That's
I
correct.
need
Is that
around
what's actually in there?
1,700 more
What's actually
watch
in there?
hours.
This is an unfired cartridge.
So what is 20 then?
Exhibit 20 is a fired cartridge case with the head stamp RP32 auto.
And what does the packaging in Exhibit 20 say?
The description on it is a Tift loose round from firearm.
So packaging does not match what's in there, correct?
No, it doesn't.
But you can you tell from the visual examination of what's in there what each of those items are?
Yes.
Okay, so although the packaging in 20 doesn't match, you can tell that that's a cartridge from the 32, correct?
Yes.
And how can you, just to be super clear, how can you tell?
The head stamp that's on the fire cartridge case.
Can you kind of raise it up and show?
It's just a fire cartridge case. There's no bullet that's actually attached to the cartridge.
Which of the 32 cartridges is that?
This is the
raw
one that
material
would have been
evidence
collected
would have
from
been
the
kicked out immediately.
east end of the service drive on the concrete.
That suggests there has been a breach in the
And the
chain of
packaging
custody.
in Exhibit 19 matches the actual cartridge in Exhibit 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So somewhere along the line, the packaging got mixed up.
Yes.
Somewhere along the line, that's a failure in the chain of evidence. That should have been excluded. And the defense doesn't even object. What the actual...
And all three of those, do those appear to be what you collected? Let me strike that. The 32 cartridges, are those what you collected from the scene in Bristol on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
You can prove it. Because of the
Your
labeling.
Honor, I would move exhibits
That's a
17,
failure in
18,
chain of custody.
19 and 20 into evidence.
Defense have a chance to look at those exhibits?
We did.
All right, all four of them have been identified by the witness,
The judge
17, 18,
tries
19,
to
and
get
20.
the defense to do
They
something,
could be published to the
and the
jury
defense don't give a shit.
and received if you wish.
If you want to hold up the 32 cartridges next to each other to publish for the jury, please.
Fire cartridge cases are in the top part of this bag.
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Those items were collected
Adequate
and eventually
defense
analyzed by
just
someone else in your
slaughtered
unit,
this.
correct?
Someone else at the laboratory.
At the laboratory.
Yes.
And even if the client says, I
Other
don't
than the
give a
items
crap,
in front of you, you
the defense
also
has to.
collected all the other items that are listed in your report, correct?
That's correct.
And when you collected all those items, did you do so consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
And you indicate all of them were then turned over to the Racine County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct.
I don't know.
You also indicated earlier in your testimony that a video was done of the scene.
That's correct.
Describe how your unit takes video of a scene and why.
So it's another form of documentation. So we like to do videos of the scene because it's a photograph just captured one specific time, right? It doesn't show movement. So we like to walk through the scene without doing anything to the scene at first, making sure that we have it videoed. So it's another representation of how we view the scene as we approach it.
If I were to show you that video, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm amazed that blame the lab for the mislabeling. I don't care. Mislabeling is a breach in the chain of custody.
Mr. Johnson, on the screen,
If they can't show boom, 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 boom,
I'm
boom,
going to show you Exhibit 21,
that evidence out of there.
which is a video that I
Immediately.
paused
Shouldn't have
at
been brought in.
0 seconds. Based on what you see on the screen, can you tell me what this video is or identify it?
Yes, this is our CSR crime scene response video photo documentation placard. So it lists the lab case number R21-3137 at the top, and the boxes in the middle, the initials on the left-hand side represent individuals, and then as you go forward, it represents V or P, so video or photo, the start date, the start time,
and then what actual
what
video
is
or
it,
photo card
for one
number that they used.
to get to
So
the
you can
door?
see for instance, the first line, LL, stands for Leah Lakowski. She photographed, started on 10/21/21, and the start time was 4:13, and she used card number R14.
It also has a location on it, correct?
Correct. Location, 20,075th Street in Bristol. The agency is Racine County Sheriff's Office. Agency case number 21-57239. And the agency distribution email. So that email address is the email address, the point of contact individual that we send all of our photos and video to once we're done processing the scene.
And also there's a little reviewed by, what is that?
Reviewed by team leader. So those are my initials and the date that I reviewed that photo placard.
This video is 24 minutes in length. So I'm going to play the video with the permission of the court.
All right, the video has been identified by the witness, and we could play it then.
Before I play it, is there any sound?
No.
Okay.
Wendy, at least have your phone on so you can show activity. Because if your phone doesn't show activity, or in Wisconsin, you might be guilty of murder. You're welcome. Not legal advice. I don't do legal advice. First, I'm not in the US, so you can't use my advice anyway. But generally, I do not. This is analyzing, criticizing, commentary. So I don't do legal advice. And if I do make advice, let's take that down. If I ever do have advice, it would be old fart making stupid advice on life, something like that. I've been around for a while. I saw a few hours ago someone said he was on another televised trial, but I don't remember what it was. Jensen retrial judge. Yeah. Wisconsin, an inactive phone equals murder. Yeah, a murderer. That would be the Zach Anderson trial. An inactive phone, you are murdered. That would be the Murdoch case. As soon as your phone is inactive, that means you're dead. But in Wisconsin, the inactive phone equals something only applies to the defendant, not the alleged victim. Because if there was treated equally, a gap in the phone activity from Mr. Guterres would have meant that he was at Anderson's place, that he did break into his work van, and he did cough up a smoker's lung booger that got stuck to the wall. But since it's in Wisconsin, that only applies to the defendant. They said earlier that he did waive his right to counsel, so they probably have some statement. Maybe it will be brought up later, but I don't see the need for it for the prosecution. Yeah. Me, Fenris, and Pterodactyl saw this from a distance. Wow, this is an interesting video, isn't it? Okay, chat, please help Leafy with alibi. Yeah, we were back at the beer tent. Blessed are the cheesemakers. Yeah, that was my favorite part. Please do, Salvador. There are right now, since there are not that many interesting trials going on, some of the law tubers are covering older trials. So do that. That would be interesting to watch. Big nose? Yeah, but I don't know what you refer to, but as you might know, I am Niklas Starov. And but you can call me Nick because there's not enough Nicks in LawTube. And I actually have the same size nose as Nick Requeira, but I have a giant head that makes my nose look normal. Letitia Starch trial starts Monday. Yeah, that would be covered on other channels. I have work that occupies me most of that week, so I can't stream much. I hope it's not in Wisconsin. Nick Requeira is great. I spoke to him, not spoke, we have a tiny Twitter discussion about maybe in the future have a collaboration of sorts, maybe down the line. Jeez, are you serious? This is the video. Why are they showing this? This is just prolonging the pain. Yeah, that's the Life of Brian, yeah. Minnesota, yeah. I have no idea where that is in America. Midwest? Midland? I have no idea. Yeah, this is just stupid. Why are we watching this? It's a gas station. That's a big place for 3 pumps, or 3 double pumps. I love this chat. Right amount of humor. That's the guy with the gunshell casings made a video where he filmed everything on the crime scene. For some odd reason. Yeah. In Wisconsin, you have to make up evidence or have too much. Oh, Northern Midwest. Is it up by the lakes or below somewhere? Yeah. Oh, surrounded by the lakes. Okay, okay. West of the lakes. Okay. So that is where hell freezes over, just below the Canadian border, I guess. Oh, could I have at least sped it up? What does this help in anything about the case? Okay, that's a crime scene unit that they can park, a mobile crime scene unit. That's where they mislabel the evidence, and yeah, probably, I don't know. I don't disagree. Oh, look, speed limits. Yes, that was my immediate thought. I was not, I had not decided, but this video, yeah, guilty. Oh, we're talking pineapple pizza. Well, that's pineapple on pizza is not uncommon here in Sweden. Just so you know. Oh, he's in a rush. Oh, he's running. Oh, excitement! He's run walking. This is exciting. What? And he stopped. Benson. They misspelled gasoline or something. Yeah. One of the pizzas I revealed to Ian, we have a pizza here that has pineapple, peanuts, shrimps, and curry powder. That sounds delicious, doesn't it? Canadian ham and pineapple. I prefer, this is quattro something something with 4 different cheeses. There's mild cheese, not so mild cheese, very not mild cheese, and smelly cheese. And I love it. But I can only eat it when I am alone. Because after I've eaten it, yeah, she doesn't want to be around me. Under our Danish crown, we are same snow. Yeah, more or less. But if the sea rises enough, there won't be a Denmark. So I'll stay here. There. Quattro formaggi. Thank you, Helene. Salami, pepperoni, pineapple and sriracha swirl. Stilton is a nice smelly cheese. Yeah, that's very nice. Very nice. Oh, your salami, pepperoni, pineapple, and sriracha swirl. It's called a screaming weasel. Oh, wait a minute. I'm watching. Hold on here. Is that a 24-minute video? You have to be fucking kidding me. A 24-minute video on the crime scene. Why is this in? Oh, look, flashy lights, gas station, and the guy walking and running, and Twin Antique Malls. Congratulations for the advertisement. I spy with my little a drone. A drone photo for a few minutes. I see one shell. But when I'm in on the office on Sundays, we often order pizza, and more or less for the entire office, there's maybe 3 or 4 of us, and we order one pizza each. Sometimes kebab pizza, which is great. Gyros and pepperoni and hot sauce. It's great. It's great. Good for you, Amanda. Kebab pizza for dinner. That's a great dinner. Casual Friday is pizza day. Yeah, why not? Why not? We used to have Chicken Friday here in Sweden, or at least the advertisement for Chicken Dinner Friday. Currently, Swedish, English. I'm not fluent in German. I can read and understand, but I haven't spoken it in very long. And then Norwegian. I speak a little, but understand most of it because I was raised so close to the Norwegian border. And then I can read Danish. Well, the Scandinavian languages, the written Scandinavian languages are quite similar. And after I spent 3 years in the European Parliament as a document analyst, I have learned to understand certain keywords in a multitude of languages. I can look at the text in Romanian and understand the basics of it, but I can't read it, if you understand what I mean. French, not so much. That's not a language, that's a sound. Spanish, some. I understand I can at least order beer and hit on a girl. Can understand the basics of the Spanish, Portuguese, and Italians languages, but I can't speak it. I can't read a book in Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese, but I can understand the basics of what is written in an article, for example. Greek, no, not even close. Baltic languages, not even close. Finnish, not even close. French is an attitude, yeah. Fuck you, I give up. My daughter speaks Spanish, German, French, and Italian. Also, she's learning Japanese and Korean. That's good for you. Good for your daughter. I'm impressed. Those are quite different languages, so she must be gifted. I can swear in Balkan languages. Okay, while we watch this, very interesting. If you didn't know, in Sweden, we have a word. We have some words that when you speak it in Swedish, in other languages, it sounds like a very rude word. And if you know some Balkan or some Polish or Romanian, you will understand this story. About 100 years ago, the old king went driving with a friend down in roughly the south of mid to south of Sweden, and he drove and through a straight, and then there was a sharp bend, and of course he crashed. And since that day, that place is known as the King's Sharp Bend, because he ran off the road there. But in Swedish, it's called Kungens Kurva, the King's Curve. But in Polish, Romanian, and some Baltic languages, kurva is the word for hooker. So imagine people from the Baltic countries, Poland and Romania, they drive up Sweden and they passes the King's Door. Oh. Another thing you will see if you come to Sweden and take the bus or the train to the end station. End in Swedish is slut, spelled like slut. So imagine being on the bus, looking up at the sign, it says slut station. Oh. That's why in old Swedish films, they used to end the film with explanation, the film has ended. So it said slut. But so by in the 70s or 80s, they stopped using slut. At the end of a movie, they just write the end in English. Middle part is an hour for you for, yeah. Oh. And if you drive a Swedish highway, when you go out, you see the exit. In Swedish, that sound for English speakers, it sounds like the Swedish is uppfart or utfart. So outfart. It's the Swedish word for exit of the highway. Oh, so you're learning Swedish today, a bit of it at least. Oh, you got to be. I have been 23 out of 24 minutes, so it should be. Middelfart is the last name in Norway. Why did they show this video? This is so unnecessarily boring. Now it gave us the chance to speak about Dick Middleford, yeah. But I heard that in Germany there's a town called Fucking. And there's, I don't remember which, but you can travel. I believe the German towns are equivalent of Ladyport, yeah, the Vigisel. You go
Johnson,
through
is that a
Fucking
true and
to get
accurate
to,
representation of the scene on October 21st, 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 21 into evidence.
21 will be received.
Now, Mr. Johnson, I'm just going to go to the very last, basically second of that video. If you can give me 1 second.
No. Don't show anything of it again.
Just going to pause it right here at 24:38. So we already talked about the cones in the driveway, correct?
Already shown.
I also see a bunch of little flags in the grass. What are those?
During my examination of the scene, as well as my team's, we were marking any potential
already-
fire bullet defect with a flag.
already
So there are
getting
2 different
in
colors.
head
What
up
we
here.
used, one was pinkish and the other one was
So
yellow.
I'm glad I have the
Is there a
rest
difference between the pink and
Oh.
yellow?
head of hair.
Okay.
But
On this still, I
I'm glad I'm
have
already
24:38.
at the
Can
hair.
you see the
Because
cone
this-
that marks the 32 case
at
you
the
found on the
beginning of
roadway?
his testimony, he had no gray hair.
Where is it?
It's right by that light
during
pole
the
that's in the
testimony.
background. So it's the one cone that's off to the right-hand side.
Is it where my cursor is circling?
That is it.
Okay. So
Yes.
that would be where you found the 32 cartridge, correct?
Correct.
All
How
these
did
other
that come
cones
all
to the
the way over there?
left of the screen, those are 9mm cartridges, correct?
That's correct.
Just going to go a little bit forward. I was at 24:40. Where was the other 32 cartridge located?
It was in the grouping where off to the right-hand side where the where those 4 pink
custody.
flags and then the one yellow. It's
Adequate.
in that area right there.
So that should
Where
have
I'm
been
circling my cursor?
out of it.
You can't tell from this which one is the cartridge, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's somewhere in that grouping of 5.
Yes.
I'm sorry or congratulations, because I don't know what this means.
According to your report, what time did you arrive at the scene?
We arrived at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And when did you depart the scene?
We departed the scene at approximately 10:30 p.m.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Any cross from the defense?
Yes, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
In your report, you indicate there were 8 fired bullets found, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to determine which firearm those bullets came from?
No, that we collect the evidence so that it will get submitted to our firearms unit. So to see if they can determine what firearm it was fired from.
Thank you. In terms of the mislabeling of the cartridges, when did that occur?
In my opinion, that would have occurred as the evidence was getting ready to be returned after the lab or the firearms unit was done with their examination.
So your unit would not have mislabeled them?
No.
Okay. And in the cartridge that's not the 32, is that related to this case at all?
I don't know. I have not seen, that was not collected by us.
Okay, so it's evidence that came from who knows where.
Yeah, law enforcement submitted it through their course of their investigation with this.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Good questions. Should have pushed more forward,
And Your Honor, I'd also move Exhibit 15, his report, into evidence.
All right. 15
but you
will be
didn't.
received.
The line of questioning. So So the chain of custody was broken at least this evidence. How do you know that the other cartridge isn't mislabeled if you only were collecting it? How do you know this was the one you collected if the next station mislabeled things? Something of that effect. Good question.
Our next witness.
Clear enough.
I'm gonna go check
That
to see if
might
he's
be
here. One
some of the questionings that might get him off inadequate defense. The bare minimum. It's appalling. Yeah.
Your Honor, my next witness just got done testifying in Madison, so he's not going to be here till after lunch.
So we have no more witnesses this morning?
No more witnesses this morning.
Get an early lunch, folks. That's good news, right? I try to be, what time can he be here in the afternoon?
1 o'clock.
All right, be back by 1, okay? Please don't talk about the case. Have a good lunch, all right? Hold them.
Wait a minute, they are having a 1 hour and 45-minute lunch. What the actual hell am I supposed to do with 1 hour and 45 minutes? No, no, I can talk, but what can? Do you want to watch some of my other content, maybe?
Right, we're holding the jury. We'll call you when we're ready. Thank you.
See what I can find. Yeah, I have a really fun 24 minutes that is almost the exact same time as this lot, but with actual content.
I just want to mention one thing before we take our lunch break. I kept the handgun up here. We're going to lock it up in the safe. If you need it, just let us know. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Evidence mislabeled, or other evidence showing up that was not collected by the people that are supposed to collect evidence. There is something going on. Yeah. That is. No, I will not watch that video again. Yeah, the defense is doing the absolute bare minimum to cross the hurdle of inadequate defense. That line of questioning might be the one that saves them from that. I will try to find something funny for you to watch. Have you heard about the Black Eyed Peas record label is suing a pooping unicorn? Have you heard about that? I will keep other. Okay. You haven't heard of the Black Eyed Peas suing Pooping Unicorn. Okay, that's a 24-minute video that you can watch now. I will try to, if please remain seated or not, or play it in the I have that video up for quite a while, for a few weeks, and I haven't got copyright struck. So, and I doubt that, because I will be in that, I will be playing the actual poop song, and those people use it as promotion. So I doubt they will copyright strike me. I will try to, while this, I will have a grab a bite to eat because it's lunch. And I see you in a bit. Have fun. Oops. On a lawsuit. That is literally crap. Hi. Welcome back. If you're new here, I am Nick. 30 years as a union rep and a few years in the European Union as a documents analyst. And as a documents analyst, one of my areas was copyright, new copyright laws and stuff like that. So I have more better than layman knowledge about this, but I'm certainly no expert. But this lawsuit involving copyright. Oh, well, it is. Let's see here. Yep. Here we are. Yes, I will read some from the actual complaint. Civil action, the entertainment complaint and jury demand. BMG Rights Management, plaintiff, versus MGA Entertainment, Inc. Plaintiff, BMG Rights Management US LLC, a Delaware corporation. BMG or plaintiff alleges the following against defendant MGA Entertainment. Nature of the action. By this complaint, BMG, a record label and music publishing company that has invested and risked money, time, and energy to develop and protect its catalog of copyrights, seeks redress for the defendant's willful copyright infringement of one of its musical compositions. The defendant exploited, without authorization, one of BMG's copyrighted musical composition by making an unauthorized derivative work of that composition and then unlawfully reproduced, synchronized, distributed, and publicly performed the infringing work. Despite being on notice of its infringement and unlicensed use of the composition, the defendant has refused to remedy its wrongdoing, leaving BMG no alternative but to bring this action. Jurisdiction and venue. Well, this is standard. We don't need to read about this. Parties. Plaintiff is a toy company. BMG is a music label. We don't need that. Factual allegations. Here we go. The original musical. Wait a minute. You need to know what this is about. Black Eyed Peas record label claims that this toy company's video is infringing their copyright. They claim they infringe on Black Eyed Peas song My Humps with their song My Poops. Yes, it's a literal crap lawsuit. So, oh yeah, fair use. This is legal commentary. It's standard commentary. It's analysis. everything that makes this fair use. And I don't think the defendants mind having this played. Are you ready? Here we go.
Poopsie slime surprise. My poops, my poops, my poops. What you gonna do with all that poop? All that poop? Yeah, woo, woo. I'm a poop, 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 poop. Oh yeah, gotta get loopy off my poopy. My poop, my poop. That's right. My poop, my poop, my poop.
Yes, it is a literal crap lawsuit. Black Eyed Peas record label is suing a pooping unicorn for performing My Poop on YouTube. I'm going to play a bit more later, but let's get back to the lawsuit. Yeah. Factual allegations. The original musical composition My Humps and Defendant's Access. This is standard where BMG controls 75% of the copyrighted musical composition, written by will.i.am and David Payton, made popular by Black Eyed Peas. The musical composition of My Humps constitutes an original work of authorship. Yeah, My Humps. I remember that song vaguely. The Black Eyed Peas are arguably the most popular and recognized pop musical group in the past 30 years. Well, yes, they were huge 10, 15, 20 years ago. But the most popular and recognized pop musical act in the past 30 years, well, that's their opinion, but they write it down as facts. I'm not so sure, but if they say so. The Black Eyed Peas has sold millions of albums, performed thousands of times. Original performance of My Humps was released as a single. It was a major smash hit. And well, these are the facts that they claim. They won Best Hip Hop Video of 2006. This is standard for in copyright lawsuits. When they have to claim this is a very recognized song, and yeah, I believe it is. It's a very recognized song. And here we have defendants infringing work, My Poops. The Poopsie Slime Surprise product line. Yes, Poopsie is a pooping unicorn toy. Upon information and belief, sometime after the composition of My Humps was registered, defendant created a product line called Poopsie Slime Surprise. They created different toys, included but not limited to a dancing unicorn doll, the dancing unicorn toy, and a unicorn doll that excretes sparkling slime. So it poops sparkles. Hi, Rob. In connection with the marketing of the Poopsie Slime Surprise product line, defendants also created a song called My Poops, also known as the infringing work, that clearly copies from and is substantially similar to My Humps. Substantially similar is a very high standard, but they have to make that claim. But let's see how they make that claim as facts. They made a music video. Yeah, we saw 20 seconds of it. It was distributed on YouTube. Defendant this is important. Defendant also incorporated the infringing work into its physical dancing unicorn toys. The dancing unicorn toys starts to play and dance to a copy of the infringing work when a heart-shaped belly button in front of the toy is pressed. That could be a problem for this toy company if BMG managed to prove that this song is substantially similar, because this means it is commercially used. And then we are reaching another standard in copyright law. A key marketing component for its Pooply Slime Supplies product line. Defendant also placed a sticker on the packaging of the dancing unicorn toy, specifically directing consumers to dance to the My Poop song, an infringing video on YouTube. So this is commercial, it is advertising, which means that the other party can't claim they make no money from it, because apparently they do. So it all boils down to how substantially similar the My Poops song is to My Humps. The infringing work is so substantially similar to My Humps that it is obvious that the infringing work was intentionally copied from My Humps and was created to commercially exploit the popularity of and goodwill associated with My Humps. Yes, there are a lot of goodwill in a band playing a song about breasts. My Humps, My Lady Bumps, a lot of goodwill in that. But this word, I don't like. If, in my opinion, if you have to, in your lawsuit, say it is obvious, you better have rock hard proof of that. Intentionally copied. Well, in certain instances, you are allowed to, but then it's not called intentionally copied, it's called inspired by. And there is a lot of examples within music that things are being described as inspired by. So that would be the defendant's step when they answer to this, I believe. And this defendant actually copied My Humps. Okay, we'll read on and see if they can prove it. Defendant's copying of My Humps is illegal because a substantial similarity exists between the infringing work and the protectable elements of My Humps. Protectable elements is you can't just have a certain short area of chords, because there are not that many chords to jump around with. So it has to be rise to the element of protectable elements. First, the title of the infringing work is My Poops, which is an obvious play on the name of the copyrighted composition My Humps. You can't copyright a title on a song, just so you know. Because if you could, they would have copyrighted every combination of words by now. So that's why you can't do that. Second, the infringing work has a number of obvious and substantial similarities to the protectable elements of the musical composition and lyrics of My Humps, including its melody, counter-melody, bass line, rhyme scheme, lyrics, lyrical references, tempo, drum patterns and percussion, chord progression, signature phrasing, cadence, and key. I highly doubt anyone can copyright key. Tempo, I don't think that's copyrightable. Lyrics, I don't know the full song of My Humps, but if it's just they changing one word in the entirety of the lyrics, then they might be in trouble. If they changed more than that, then you're into a gray zone. Drum patterns and percussion, that is extremely hard to copyright. Signature phrasing, I don't know what they mean by that, but these are their claims. Defendant's copying of all these protectable elements of My Humps constitutes copyright infringement. As I said, there are a few things in there I highly doubt are protectable elements, but we'll see. Defendant's intent to copy My Humps is further evidenced by the fact that it shows a lead vocalist to sing the infringing work who sounds very similar to the Black Eyed Peas member, professionally known as Fergie. That's not nice to Fergie, because even though I've not listened to Black Eyed Peas a lot, I do recognize Fergie's voice, and those are not very similar. The lawyer who wrote this should avoid seeing Fergie in the near future. But I believe it's a compliment to the girl or woman they hired to record My Poops. That you can use in her CV. Let's continue. The vocalist singing the infringing works use a similar delivery and vocal inflections as used by Fergie on the original sound recording. I highly doubt that is copyrightable, the delivery and vocal inflections. I highly doubt it. Maybe it's just used to boost, but I honestly don't believe their voices are that similar. At no time herein did BMG or anyone else grant defendant a valid license to use, copy, distribute. Yeah, the infringing work was a key component of defendant's marketing campaign. I believe so, but we'll see. Upon information and belief, the Poopsie Slime Surprise product line has generated tens of millions of dollars in revenue for defendants. A pooping unicorn is worth $10 million. Tens of millions of dollars in revenue. Well, crap sells. Oh, I'm in the wrong line of work. I could just invent a pooping toy instead. Here I am. Instead of Will I am. Jesus Christ. Upon discovering defendant's unauthorized use of My Humps, BMG contacted defendants and demanded defendant cease and desist its use of infringing work and make an accounting to BMG. This is really important because normally when you send a cease and desist, it's just stop using it, please, or we will take further actions. But now BMG contacted them, cease and desist, and provide us with your accounts. I don't think that is proper at all to ask for accounting from a private enterprise. And with this, I understand why they just said nothing back. Despite being put on notice of PMD rights and the demand to cease and desist all uses of infringing work and provide an accounting, and provide an accounting. I don't believe that is proper, as I said. Defendants refused to do so. Defendant ignored PMD's requests. Yeah, rightfully so. I believe the defendant in this did the right thing and just not gonna do that. That I believe will be in the answer. It should be in the answer to this lawsuit. First cause of action. Well, this is normal. Actually copied. And here they repeat what they said. We're almost at the end, but where are their actual evidence of this? I hope it. Pray for relief. It's not here. Is it? Or did I miss an attachment somewhere? Huh. Let me know in the comment section if you believe I missed a section here with evidence, because if they didn't provide and they provide with and just made these claims, then they have some explaining to do when they amend it. Yeah, that's this crap lawsuit, literal. So, well, what are my opinions on it? Just reading from the lawsuit, it lacks some foundational evidence. It has some areas that is questionable, in my opinion. But I also believe that the company behind Poopsie, the dancing unicorn, are in trouble because they used this to commercialize their product. But let's listen to it. And this is fair use. I've been providing legal commentary. I'm providing this to a new audience. It's an analysis, and it's in the lawsuit. And I highly doubt the defendants will strike down on me for showing it to more people. Now you decide, or tell me if this let's just listen to it.
Poopsie slime surprise. My poops, my poops, my poops. What you gonna do with all that poop? All that poop? Yeah. Woo, woo. I'm a poop, 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 poop. Oh yeah. Gotta get loopy off my poopy. My poop, my poop. That's right. My poop, my poop, my poop. Check it out. I drive my parents crazy. The poop I need every day. She's spelling Bart Jacob swag. I'm a designer bag. Even Pooey puts on. Hey Louie, I'm the cool one. 'Cause if you want the real thing, you be spending those big bucks. But when you rock a poopsie, you just be pooping it all. We munch on my poopitos, pooping slime till who knows. Poopsie slime surprise. My poops, my poops, my poops. They got me wearing glitter. We could end up on Twitter, but we can keep on playing. 'Cause poop on is all I'm saying. What you gonna do with all that poop? All that poop? check it out. They say my poop's so shiny, like glitter slimy besties. Whenever we get down, we spit sparkly poop around. My poops, my poops, my poops, my sparkly glitter poop.
You all have a nice day, and I'll talk to you later. Yeah. Amazing dance moves there, wasn't it? I had so much fun making that video, and I had to restart it so many times because I was just losing it. Oh, yeah, that was amazingly funny to make, and I haven't seen any updates on that lawsuit yet. So I don't know if there has been any judgments or amends or anything. They're still not back on the trial. And now I mentioned to you earlier about a mock defense closing. So I have lined up what I did with the Zachariah Anderson trial. My mock defense closing on that trial. So this will give you an idea how I would do it with this trial, if I find something to actually work with for a defense closing argument. But I think this is it. Yep. Hello, good folks. Welcome or welcome back if you're new here. I'm Nick. I've been a union rep for over 30 years. I do labor law and negotiations locally, regionally, and nationally. And I've also been a few years as a documents analyst in the European Parliament. Today, we learned that the defense closed in the Wisconsin versus Zachariah Anderson case, Anderson trial. So I thought I would do a mock defense closing in a way that I think would have effect on the jury. Now, this doesn't reflect what the defense actually will do, because it seems they have their theory all along has been pointing out the incompetence in the Kenosha Police Department in follow-up on leads that didn't point to Mr. Anderson. But first, ta-da! Got the dress for the occasion. Now, I will not bring up any props here for you to look at. Most of you have watched the trial, I hope, and knows what I believe is the lack of evidence. So when I refer to different events, testimonies, stuff like that, you will hopefully know what I am referring to. Okay. And I would start with the normal. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your service. You are much appreciated for being here for longer than anticipated. Yeah, you know, stuff like that. And then I would go with the let me tell you a story closing. I would say, you have seen Mr. Anderson sitting here as the defendant in this trial. And now I will tell you, the jury, from what we believe the evidence shows is the point of view for Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson met with his former girlfriend in 2007. They had a relationship which resulted in their first child. And they had a relationship that resulted in their first child, a daughter. In 2012, they separated, lived apart at least, not really separated, because as Sadie testified to, it was an on and off relationship. And this on and off relationship resulted in twin boys in 2012. So now they have 3 children together. And this continued to be on and off, as Ms. Beecham testified to, all the way up to 2020. And in early 2020, Mr. Anderson, according to the evidence that the state have produced to you, believed he still had an off and on again relationship with Miss Beecham. Until in February and March, something changed in this relationship. Miss Beecham met with Junior, the person missing who the state alleges was killed. During, as Miss Beecham testified to, they met online in February. They talked, and as it moved on, they met. Nothing new there. Still, nothing the state has provided you says that Mr. Anderson was aware of this. On the contrary, texts have shown to from Miss Beecham to Mr. Anderson things like, will you stay over? XOXOXO, which you know means hugs and kisses. So in Mr. Anderson's eyes and mind, they are still having this on and off again relationship, as they have been doing since 2017 for 27, 18 years. Then he gets the message somehow that Miss Beecham is in Mexico during a time where she should have been with the children. Of course, as any responsible father, he wonders what is going on here. Why is Miss Beecham in Mexico, and where are my children? So he goes over to Miss Beecham's residence, discovers that she has left her kids at home with a friend. Maybe the timing of it can seem suspect at a glance, but you need to remember, this is Mr. Anderson's, he's the father, and he just discovered that the mother of his children has taken off to Mexico and left the kids with a friend. So yes, it was early in the morning. Yes, he got inside and made sure that the children were properly fed, made sure they came to school. And this apparently caused more friction, as it should. Because who, as a parent, does not get annoyed in that situation? And around this time is also when Mr. Anderson learns about Miss Beecham dating. So, of course, he assumes that Miss Beecham is in Mexico with the person she dates. Now we know, 2.5 years after the fact, we know, no, she was not there with the alleged victim. So what does Mr. Anderson do? With this fact that the mother of his children is taking off without them, without telling him as a father, and you saw her testimony, she thought he didn't need to know. I would say that as a father, he should have had the right to know that his children was left with a friend. Then we come to what we only have testimony of from Miss Beecham and the daughter. Accusations of Mr. Anderson going over there, peeping through windows, leaving tracker devices, of which nothing has been found. No tracking devices, just the allegation. And you know from the daughter's testimony that it was impossible for her to have actually seen the placement of a supposed cell phone in an air vent, because they were parked at the other side of the building. And the daughter claims that Mr. Anderson told her later. But as you also know, the daughter also said that Mr. Anderson never wore Levi jeans, and due to testimony from police officers, you now know this is not correct. So there we have Mr. Anderson. He is upset about the mother of his children taking off to Mexico. So is it really that strange that Mr. Anderson wants to know who this person is that Miss Beecham is dating? So, as you have heard, he constructs a file about this other man because he wants to know who Miss Beecham is dating, so he can be assured that the person she's dating is safe for his kids to be around. Now that, in my opinion, is not unreasonable. Now we can have opinions on how and how much and the language he uses, but the baseline is he's worried about his children. So he takes steps to ensure himself that they are safe in that environment. And what he discovers, whatever he discovers, made him seek for custody over the children. And this is very important because of what happens next. Mr. Anderson is provable at his house. The state has provided no evidence that Mr. Anderson was at the location of Mr. Gutierrez' apartment at the time they claim Mr. Anderson was killed. Excuse me, they claim Mr. Gutierrez was killed. Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. The only piece of evidence the state has is a smudge so small it couldn't be tested for both DNA and blood. You heard the state's two experts who disagreed with each other if the DNA showed it was Mr. Gutierrez or didn't show. And if two experts disagrees, that is one element of reasonable doubt. The fact they can't place him at the site at the time they allege Mr. Gutierrez was killed, that is another element of reasonable doubt. So now you have two elements. They cannot find anything on Mr. Anderson's property, on himself, in his car, in his work van, except that tiny smudge their experts disagrees on is Mr. Gutierrez' DNA. You haven't been provided with a percentage of probability that it is Mr. Gutierrez, only that it is, according to the first state expert, that it is a degree of certainty, not what degree of certainty. And still, the second expert disagreed that there can't be a degree of scientific certainty regarding that smudge DNA belonging to Mr. Gutierrez. We suggest that this, as I said, creates reasonable doubts. So Mr. Anderson is, according to GPS data, is at home, asleep. He stops texting, he goes to sleep, he goes up, he goes to work as a demolition. On his way to work, he stops by Walmart after searching which store is available for him. And he buys construction material for demolition. Garbage bags, sanitizing wipes, and stuff like that. Normal stuff, which the state tries to use against him. We have no evidence of that because the state haven't provided anything else but a receipt that shows Mr. Anderson buying stuff for his work. He goes to the construction site, and you heard from the witness, the owner of that construction site, the owner of the house, on the stand under oath, saying she didn't see carpet in Mr. Anderson's work van. Now, the state has provided with the daughter's testimony, but again, as you have heard, the daughter's testimony, we know he wore Levi's jeans, and the daughter said he never wore Levi's jeans. So that's inconsistency. And as you heard from the statement we read to you, which both us and the state agreed from the interviewing officer, that the daughter has changed her story significantly from the interviews to when she was on the stand. That, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is the third object of reasonable doubt. So Mr. Anderson goes to the construction site and works. And then the state says there's a 3-hour gap, which they claim Mr. Anderson can't account for. But as you have been shown from the accountant, that Mr. Anderson drove to the accountant firm to get his tax forms. There are your 3 hours missing. So Mr. Anderson goes to bed on the 17th, gets out of bed on the 18th, goes to work, and on his way to work, he collects construction stuff, normal things. He works, he goes to get his taxes, comes back to the construction site, nothing unusual. Works, goes back home. That is what the evidence shows. When he gets home, does what he normally does when he has collected debris from a demolition site. He starts a fire pit and burns it. And then on the 19th, something happens. 2 dudes show up at his place of residence. They go around to the back to confront Mr. Anderson, as they claim to have a discussion, because driving an hour out of the way, trespassing on private property, speaks discussion. Of course, he doesn't tell him that he is the one they are looking for, and he uses his brother's name. 2 intimidating persons, obviously aggravated, is looking for him. So he gives them a fake name, he goes inside, and he calls the cops, as any normal person would. Any normal person would. Unknown people are at my property. He waits for the cops, and they show up. And to his surprise, they arrest him for the murder or disappearance of Mr. Guterres. That is the timeline. Nothing unusual in Mr. Anderson's behavior from the 17th to the 19th. The only unusual thing in this case, in this trial, is the lack of evidence from the state that he did anything other than his usual behavior. I urge you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to look at the evidence, the lack of evidence, how the Kenosha Police Department failed from day one to search for anything else than supposed evidence against Mr. Anderson. They did not check the landfill because they claim they didn't have enough personnel to check both the landfill and the work van. I say to you that the work van was already in place, secured. There was plenty of time to check the landfill. They could have chosen to check the landfill first and then check the work van. They chose not to, because all they have in their mind is to see Mr. Anderson as the suspect. They did not see, and they did so solely of the testimony of his ex-girlfriend. That was it. From the moment Miss Beecham said, "I believe it is my ex-boyfriend," they did not check any other leads. None. They didn't even check the woodlands properly surrounding Mr. Gutierrez's place of residence. They checked west with a drone and saw nothing. Nowhere else except Mr. Anderson's property, Mr. Anderson's house, Mr. Anderson's burn pit, everything they checked was in order to find evidence against Mr. Anderson, nothing else. And no search of his property, none of the properties have yielded traces of Mr. Gutierrez. The only thing is that smudge, which their own experts disagree on. That is the only thing that ties Mr. Anderson to Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance. That is not enough. That is reasonable doubt. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We, on Mr. Anderson's behalf, will thank you for your service. And we hope and we believe that you will come back with a not guilty verdict. Thank you. Yeah, that was my mock closing argument in the Zachariah Anderson case. Now, in hindsight, I don't believe anything could have clear. Thank you, Amanda. I don't think anything the defense put forward could have rendered Mr. Anderson anything other than a guilty verdict. And on Saturday, I will have a stream up with the 5 major points. Among others is a pre-trial motion that I suspect was the leading factor in Mr. Anderson's conviction. And thank you for watching through this. They are still not back in Kenosha for this trial. They are having a long lunch. Anyone want to see my farm? Well, as if you have the choice not to. Let's see here. I thought I would give you a little tour of the farm. I have some requests about that, and well, it's a good morning to do that. And there's my tractor. Isn't she a beauty? Well, let's start here with the house. And pardon the wind, I'm quite close to the coast. So, it's a nice house. We were done with the outside about 3 years ago, where we raised the roof to add another to add space. And then about a year ago, we started with downstairs, and I will show you a bit of that, how it's looking now. So, and here's the barn. It's the oldest part of this barn is from the mid 1800s, but I will only show you the outside of it. That is the garage. We had to add a heavier garage door because we had a break-in. So now it's an 800-pound door. Good luck with that. And it's alarm as well. And yeah, just some stuff laying around. Small bucket. And here is where we dug down the new system, the heat system, geothermal. That's the old diesel tank that's used to heat the house and the barn. But after the diesel prices skyrocketed, well, good to know. And here, yeah, my forest. Yeah, there's stuff laying around, but yeah. And out here, it's a bit misty today, but this is the fields. As far as I can see. No, it's not, but as far as I can see in the fog at least. And of course, my car collection, spare parts, you know. The other side of the barn, more doors, all secured and reinforced. When you live on a farm, you always have the risk of people wanting your stuff. Another barn, containers where, well, stuff. That's always stuff. And this is the other side of the house. I'll try to avoid to drop down any holes since we were digging here for the geothermal. I can show you a bit over there. So we had about 400 yards of pipe. No, that's not a word. Well, for the geothermal system. Old trees that didn't survive a 2019 storm. Luckily, they fell away from the house. Sorry for the wind. Yeah, back of the house. If the wind is too noisy, I will try to narrate this at the noisiest parts. Here is where I normally sit and enjoy a cigar under a roof in the spring, summer, and autumn. This needs a bit of work. And this is the other side of the house. It skipped a bit, I'll try sorry. to avoid to drop down any holes since we were digging here for the geothermal. I can show you a bit over there. So we had about 400 yards of pipe. No, that's not a word. Well, for the geothermal system. Old trees that didn't survive a 2019 storm. Luckily, they fell away from the house. Sorry for the wind. Yeah, back of the house. If the wind is too noisy, I will try to narrate this at the noisiest parts. Here is where I normally sit and enjoy a cigar under a roof in the spring, summer, and autumn. This needs a bit of work, but that's for a later date. And back to the front of the house. And let's walk inside to get out of this. Hey, there's Jingles. Say hi, Jingles. Hi, buddy. Well, not much light here at the moment. Well, you can see. This is where the new kitchen will be. We just got the plans. And let's start over here. This will be bedroom with access outside. And here is the old entrance. And this area here will be an ensuite. At least that is the plans. This is an old cupboard. So it's about 2 yards by 5 yards, maybe. So that's a decent ensuite. Let's get back out here. Old couch. This will be, let me just get a bit better. This, that opening will be a door. And this over here will be a living space. And it's decent. And as I said, this, which is now the entrance, and stuff laying around will be the new kitchen. Let's see if I can find the plans. This is how it will look eventually, with the kitchen on the right side and table and chair and stuff like that to dine. Now here's the work area where we do everything. This will be converted into 2 rooms, this area. And to get 2 extra bedrooms. Plan is to possibly rent this out. And this will be a new bathroom. Not decided yet if we're going to have a shower or a bathtub. I'm for bathtub, but apparently shower is better. Less expensive or something like that. And more people seem to like shower more than bathtub, which, well, everyone to themselves. And here is the entrance to the back door. Let's see if I can get some light here. Sorry. Ah, Jesus. This is the heater, new heater. Everything here is almost done with concrete, piping. We're building a new electricity central, so we will move it inside this area, which will be closed off. This old stair, I think I can get a better picture. This old stair will be exchanged for some better solution. Now, I won't show you upstairs because that is a living space, and it's everything that used to be down here is up there, and it's a mess. So no, won't show you that. Well, that is my house and the barn and the farm. Hope you had a nice tour, and if you have questions, just ask in the comment section. Well, you all have a nice day, and I'll talk to you later. Yeah. Thank you. Hope you had a nice time looking at what I see. The entire downstairs was an accident, or not an accident. We were only supposed to do the kitchen because that was a kitchen from the 1970s, 80s, something. But when we started to tear it down, we found stuff. That's why we're doing new walls as well, because as soon as we took down the old cupboards and stuff, everything behind it started to fall apart. So we had to secure everything so the floor didn't collapse on us, or the ceiling didn't collapse on us. Funny how one project creates 10 more. Yep. So it became a lot more than we anticipated. But it's not just me. It's me, my cousins. Then we have the electrician, who we do favors to favors and some money involved. So it is being done at a lower cost than most big renovations like this. Yeah, we are. The fun thing is the satisfaction you get when one project is done. So downstairs we cleaned it out more or less, and then we start with one section at the time. And so the new stairs are ordered, and I got the message a couple of weeks ago that they are starting to construct it, so it will get here in one piece. Just more or less when it arrives, they have every measurement, and we will just tear out the old one, get the new one in, secure it, and it will be probably done within an hour. So that's great. Then next will be to get the new kitchen done. The plans are already done, measured, everything, and so we are using standardized measurements, so it will come in modules, just to pull it together, get it where it's supposed to be. But then again, by then the new walls will be up, drywalled, and everything done there. So one thing at a time. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm thinking they are still not back there. No talking either. Hello, Doc Mama. Welcome. Yeah. Oh, I really like being on stream with Aussie Overlord and Legal Vices. I'm having so much fun. I'm having so much fun. Now, in a week and a half, it's time for Vices F-It Friday. And yeah, I won't do the mistake of trying to keep up with him. That amount of liquor I haven't drunk in quite since I was in the 30s, and I'm not in my 30s anymore. So yeah, it took a couple of days for me to recover, and at first my girlfriend yelled at me, and then she spent the next 2 days laughing at me, and I deserved it. There's no question about it. If I do stupid things, I should suffer for it. What time it is? In Kenosha, it is 12:32. So an additional half hour. And trying to see if there... Oh, I might. Do I have that close? Yeah. You haven't seen my tractor, have you? That is, in Swedish, the nickname is Grolle, because it's a workhorse, and it's grey. And it's a Ferguson F14, F120, I can't remember the actual, but in England, they manufactured 500,000 of these between 1948 and 1956. And mine is from 1954. So it has been around for almost 80, no, 70 years. Math. 50, 64, 74, 84, 94, 04, 14, 20, almost 70 years. And 73 years. Thank you. 73 years. And it needs some TLC. No? What's the word? Love and care, whatever. TLC, that's a girl band, isn't it? Whatever. But when I started up, it works. But maybe not that good. It runs about 3 miles to the gallon. 69 years. Yeah. Almost 70 years. My chat is not math geniuses, at least 69 years. Yeah, except Papa G. The rest of us are not very math people. Where was I? Yeah, it between 3 to 4 miles per gallon. So not very fuel efficient. More or less, if I go to the gas station to fill it up, well, going back is half a tank. Math is evil. It's not my fault. It's math that hates me. Yeah. 50 years plus 23, then take back the 4 for the 50. Yeah. Clear. Yeah, got it. Oh, really? Do we have people from Vices here? Okay. Thank you, Gigi, for showing up. We are in the middle of a lunch break from this trial. Get a few minutes to hopefully Vices a few more shows up. But as I said, it's lunchtime in Kenosha in the trial between Wisconsin versus Allan Brown. He is suspect in, I will see if I can share it there. This is what Mr. Brown, the alleged crimes he is facing in this trial. It is drive or operate vehicle without consent. That would be the carjacking. Fail comply with officer person into custody. That was running from the police. Mistreating animals. That was him allegedly firing a gun at the dog, injuring it. Strike police, fire animals, cause injury. That would be that the dog was injured. Possess firearm, convicted of out-of-state felony. That would mean that he had a firearm on him and he had a prior conviction of a felony out of state. And first degree reckless endangering safety. That would be the shootout at the gas station. And so far, he headbutted an officer while he was in custody at the jail facility. Not brought up in trial. I'm not surprised. Oh, he needs a link. He needs a link. Hold on. Oh, damn. Sorry. We are 5.5 hours into my stream, so I can use some interesting language. Get shareable link. There, I sent the link to Vices via Twitter, so he should have it now. If anyone is in the dash, oh, he just signed off. Okay, I sent him the link at least. Maybe I will send him if he wants to get on here. Where do I do that? Invite. Copy. There. Then maybe he will come on for a while and help me. This guy is a giant POS. Yes, he is. But he still deserves a proper defense. And for you who are completely new, in 1.5 days of trial, the defense have not objected once. Not once. And in grand total of the state of the prosecutions, I believe it is up to 12 witnesses so far. The defense have asked a grand total of around 25 questions. That's it. in this trial, there came in 2 officers from Chicago because he will be on trial in Illinois for allegedly killing 2 people. And this was brought up in this trial, which is highly prejudicial, highly prejudicial, and should not have been brought in. And the only reason it was brought up was because the prosecution needed to set a foundation on how Mr. Brown got in possession of the car he was caught by. Stop screen. Well, I don't know what's the time in Korea now. It must be really late. Said he'd send us over yesterday, but didn't have whatever to. So yeah, that's StreamYard has some now. There's something I need. It's a small check mark I needed to fill in, and I didn't know where it was. Boomer moments. So has I am Princess, welcome. So has the prosecution not done anything to warrant an object? Oh yeah, lots of things, lots of interesting leading questions. They have stacked with testimony on top of each other. So sorry, my cat is having fun with my legs. Oh, it's 3 or 4 a.m. where he is. Yeah, yeah, he should go to sleep. Was Papa G, was the defense lawyer actually nodding off yesterday? No, I think that's how he looks. He has a bit of bulging eyes that are always closed. Cat's name in Swedish is Pinlan, but translated it is Jingles. He is a rescue cat. He and his brother was found in an abandoned barn and was rescued, not by me, by the previous caretaker. But then a year later, that caretaker couldn't keep the cats because he was evicted. So I volunteered to take care of the 2 cats, and that was on my old property. And so I named them Jingles and Buster. I named Jingles Jingles because I was able to put on a necklace with a bell on it. Buster was named Buster because of what he did to my hands and arm when I tried to put on a bell on him. So yeah, that's how these 2 gentlemen was named. And then we moved here to this place 5 years ago. Then both were around 3 years old, so they are around 8 now. And Buster moved across the field to my aunt's house. Don't know why, because these 2 have always gotten along. But somehow he said, no, fuck it, I'm moving over there. Well, for me, thank you. I know for me that's almost natural. If cats need a home, I have a home. Now it's their home, and I give them food. They let me pet them around 90 seconds at a time before they attack me. Or Jingles, at least. He's not a cuddly cat. And he is watching my feet now. So you might have well, if you see me do funny faces and noises, you know that my feet are under attack. Now, Jingles is around 12 pounds. But it's not a chunky cat. He is just that large. He's a farm cat, a barn cat. So half the time he's outdoors. And when he wants to be let in, if I don't hear him, he will be very annoyed. And you don't want a very annoyed cat. Simple as that. Don't have an angry ginger. Sorry. And if he's indoors at night, which he is sometimes in the winter, and I don't wake up in time to feed him when he wants to be fed, he lays down here just to make sure either you wake up or you die. Hold on. Ska du komma? This is my little cat. Cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. Cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. Yeah, no. That's the extent of cuddles when he doesn't want to. Yeah, as long as he finds shelter and he have 6,500 square feet barn to have shelter in. Sorry, that was my leg and claws, and they don't combine good. Yeah. Amanda D. I have an all-black cat named Loki. He'll go outside, and if I don't hear him to come back in, he finds his way only the window ledges, finds me and stares at me through the windows until I... Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. He's behind my back now and getting worried. Oh. Nope, wrong way. Found his way. That's the thing. This is a normal cat tree. That's a normal ledge. And that ledge is about half the cat. So I need to find other cat toys or cat trees for him, which I have, and he's more comfortable with the boxes, of course. Yeah, humidor. That's a 50 cigar humidor. It's for well, it's for show off. That's part of the booze. That's my watches. That's my chili plants. Those are also whiskeys. Down here, I have back. Let go of my back, please. Thank you. And I have. This is a one-size-fits-all fez. Yeah, I have a giant head. Ta-da! On a normal size head, this would be a full head of hair. Genius, if you don't want to be cuddled, I can't. Yeah, sorry. Now he wants me to cuddle him with my arms behind my back. No, he didn't want to cuddle. He wanted to scratch my hand. Thank you so much. We're starting to thin up there, but at my age, I'm glad I still have this much left, so I can still grow it out. Haven't. Last time I cut my hair was December 2019, and then the world ended, and my barber closed down, and so I said, to heck with. Is something happening now? 9 minutes to go before they are back from lunch. An hour 45 minutes lunch break. That's amazing. Usually my lunch breaks are how fast can I microwave, and Jesus Christ. Sorry, that again was my cat showing affection by attacking my leg. Oh no, 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 no. That's enough. That's enough. DAD, yeah, they are Danish. Been around since the 90s. I think I've been to a concert with DAD back when they were called Disneyland After Dark. But of course, they couldn't call themselves that for very long. My age is easier to braid than fix. Well, I just comb it or have it in a ponytail, or if I'm adventurous, I do that Witcher hairdo. If I'm adventurous. Hey Mac, I have a pretty giant tattoo in the life of Shrek. Yeah, I could never try to dress up as the Hulk on Halloween because everybody would think I'm Shrek. Oh. GD, my last cat brought me mice and moles. Just didn't want them on my pillow. She passed many years ago. You had you had years, and you have memories. You can't ask for much more with a cat. Yeah, this as a lovely cat brings in half mice, half moles, half rats. That's fun. Yeah, real fun. Let's see if I missed anything. Earthquake? What? Oh, that's probably me shaking. Yes, please. Subscribe if you like my content. I have 70 or 8, some 75 to 90 videos for you to choose from in subjects that you might like. Just for you to check out, is this long-haired Swede union rep something I want to subscribe to? Then please, by all means, check me out, check my content out. If you like it, leave a comment. If you don't like it, also leave a comment. Leave me constructive criticism so I can improve. I've been doing this for as a content creator 3 months exactly today, and so I'm still learning this editing stuff. I try. Making thumbnails is an art form I have not learned yet, but I try. Live streaming, this will be my 3rd live stream or 4th. I made one attempt first, and that was shit. I couldn't even use anything from it later on. oh, it's my 5th. I had my 1,000 subscribers celebration. That was March 20th. Then I had a Friday live stream on March 25th, where I brought up the Zack Anderson trial, updates on Andrew Tate and Amber Heard. Then I had, no, 4th, day 1 yesterday and day 2 today. So I'm very, very new at this. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have, thanks to other law tubers who have promoted me, who had let me on their stream, I have now 1,431 subscribers. So I gained 3 in the last half hour. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy this. What I am next goal will be to get my watch hours up, because the requirement to apply for monetization is 1,000 subscribers. So I reached that. Next goal is 5,000 subscribers. I have almost 2,400 watch hours. I need 4,000 watch hours, but I believe over 1,000, almost 1,500 of those watch hours are from the last 3 weeks. And that is going live streaming on other people's channels, going on. Yeah. So if you wouldn't mind to watch my content, leave a like, leave a subscribe, maybe share. If you find my content interesting enough, I have nothing against anyone sharing it on their social media and stuff like that. So I would appreciate it. And but then again, if you find my content is shit, so be it. I hope I'm interesting enough. I really hope. And I hope to... Thank you, Fire Red. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Serapi. We are closing in on Law and Crime. Should be starting within 2 minutes. So I will... Sorry, I will go back. I will just have it up in the background, so I will be ready when it returns. Working through your content, like the info on the warehouse with the bridge. I'm so sorry. Warehouse with a bridge? Are you sure you're watching me? Warehouse with a bridge. Can you be a bit more specific? Do a cigar stream or humidor tour when it's full sometime. Here's the thing. YouTube has something really against tobacco products. So more or less, I've done 2 videos, one from the Cigar Club and one from out in the patio, as you saw in the previous video. And it was not promoted at all by YouTube's algorithms. So it has a much fewer. No worry. I do have a Rumble account. So if I do anything of that sort, I will try. But as for now, I'm just learning YouTube. And then eventually I will start on Rumble as well. Because I have language, curse words, and opinions that is not suitable for YouTube. The union rep video. Oh, the warehouse. Yes. Yeah, that one. That was not that long ago. That was my story time with from my life as a union rep. That would be Tales from a Union Rep's Life just a few days ago. Yeah. Oh, that was it was last weekend, I think. Not this weekend, the weekend before. I was out to inspect a factory, and with who may or may not had some safety issues. And while I was there, I was reminded about this warehouse whose owners did everything, spent so much money instead of just building a roof over the docking bay, with the forklifts drive out to get stuff in and out from lorries and stuff. That was in early 90s, so it's been a while, early to mid 90s, so it's been a while. And that guy ended up with not being able to pay his lawyers' bills, so he went bankrupt. And all he had to do was build a fucking roof over the dock. That's it. But on principle, no, the union can't tell me what to do. And we just reminded him over and over again, it's not, we are just inspecting. The regulations are the government's, but we inspect it. But no, he was so anti-union that he chose to go bankrupt instead of just building a fucking roof. Jesus. I have to let the cat out from the room before he starts to eat me. Here is the state seal, meanwhile. Give me a minute, please. Thank you. Hey, how about that? Yeah, yes, my cat is an asshole, and he scratches and he bites sometimes. He only wants to cuddle a maximum 3 minutes at a time, and I would not trade him for anything in the world. That's my cat. He owns me more or less. He allows me to stay on the farm, and that's just how it is. Sound on. There. Let's see if the defense puts up anything other than defense lawyer, sir. Sit up, sit straight, please. It's a courtroom. You have a client. You look like a hobo. Yeah. Yeah, I have no issues with mice or other rodents. So he's doing good. Moles as well, if he can catch them. I don't have any mole holes in my yard because they stay away. Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree. It's not that hard. A decent pair of jeans, slacks, decent coat that isn't wrinkly, and sit up straight. Trim your beard. It really isn't hard. Yes, generally, public defenders all over the states should get more funding because it's ridiculous how much they have to do. So yes, you could say that this man is overworked, and he probably is. But look at his co-counsel. She dresses all right. Looks proper in front of the court. And so it's a choice you make, in my opinion. Oh, can you please go on? Okay, it's 8 o'clock. I got a text meanwhile that it's 8 o'clock at my place. It is 1 o'clock at Wisconsin time. So I'll be doing this as yesterday for another 2 hours. And then we will watch the rest on tomorrow's stream. Because I need to pick up my girlfriend at work. If you doesn't know, she's a registered nurse and works at the ER. And if I'm late, I will be in the ER. I'm just kidding, of course. She's lovely. She puts up with me and my quirkiness and stuff like that. And she's a sweet, sweet lady. Welcome back, Helene. No, nothing interesting. No worries. Share away. Share away. Oh, no. It was a 24-minute silent video where a witness walked around with his smartphone and filming everywhere around the gas station. Oh, you saw that. Okay, I'm so sorry you saw that. Oh, there's more people. There are civilians in the courtroom. Alert, alert, alert. There are civilians in the courtroom during this trial. The first non-cops in the courtroom. There are more people in my chat.
All right, we're back on the record on Allan Brown, 21 CF 1344. Appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. We're going to continue with the state's case in chief. Next witness for the state.
Thank you. State calls Troy Chadwick, number 7.
The prosecution has a Chad. Well, the court reporters have a good day today. Not much to do there.
I ask you to remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
I need to
Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Troy, Troy. Last name Chadwick, Chadwick.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
Wrestler.
I'm a firearms and tool mark examiner at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
Oh, you're
How
a
long
state
have you held that
scientist.
position?
How fun.
I've been at the crime laboratory for a little over 10 years, and I've been in firearms for 8.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you for your position?
I do.
And what is that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree, which is a prerequisite to be hired as a forensic scientist at the crime lab. And then additionally, I completed the firearms and tool mark examiner training program at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory.
And what does it mean to be a firearms and tool marks examiner?
There's a variety of things, tasks that I'm authorized to do with respect to casework, but the 2 primary components of my job include the function testing of firearms and the microscopic examinations of fired evidence.
As part of your duties, did you receive some firearms, cartridge casings, and bullets from the Racine County Sheriff's Office related to a case involving Allan Brown?
Yes.
Did you generate a report based on the items you received, the testing that you did, and the results?
Yes, I did.
If you were to see that report, would you recognize it?
I would.
Yeah. Probably.
Recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is the report I issued with respect to this case.
How can you tell?
My signature's on it.
It also has a case name associated with it, correct?
It does.
And what is the case name?
Allan M. Brown.
And an agency, your agency case number, correct?
The laboratory case number is R213137.
Now, in this report, it details items that you received, correct?
Correct.
Let's go through that. First, you received 3 firearms, correct?
That is correct.
What firearms did you receive for analysis?
I received 2 Glock Model 17 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistols and one Walther model PP 32 automatic caliber semi-automatic pistol.
You also received a magazine associated with the Walter model PP, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And did the
legal
magazine
question
have
is
any
that, so
cartridges
yes,
in it?
no.
It did.
How many?
It had the magazine, which is sub-designated as part of the pistol. So originally they were in the same package, contained 5 unfired 32 automatic caliber cartridges.
5.
You also received some fired 32 caliber cartridges, correct?
Correct.
How many did you receive?
3.
And then the rest of your report indicates cartridges and other rounds that you received related to the 9mm Glocks, correct?
Correct. The remainder of the evidence was 9mm caliber in class.
Now, as part of your duties, when you receive a firearm, what's the first thing you do with that firearm?
So the first thing we do is perform what's called a function test. The ultimate goal of the function test is for me as an examiner to determine whether or not the gun is safe to fire. By doing so, we conduct a physical and visual examination of the gun. We document make, model, serial number, all the pertinent characteristics of the gun, and then manually check any safeties it may or may not have. Has it been modified in any way? Is it broken or damaged in any way that would prevent us from being able to safely fire it at the laboratory? And once that is complete and we deem it's either safe to fire or not fire, we will then, if applicable, fire the gun and recover test fired cartridge cases and bullets as applicable.
So focusing on the Walter model PP that you received, which in your report is designated item AM1, did you go through that process?
Yes, I did.
Did you deem whether the Walter model PP was functioning?
I did.
So if you could for the jury, what did you do with that Walter model PP to determine that it was functioning?
I test fired it.
So you actually put a bullet in the gun and fire it?
Correct.
And then after test firing it and making sure that it's functioning, what is your next step in analyzing the evidence?
Once firearms are test fired and all of our documentation regarding them is complete and we've actually test fired them, we recover test fired cartridge cases and test fired projectiles or bullets for the most part. Once that's complete, we're pretty much done with the firearms. We move into microscopic comparisons of fired evidence. So with respect to this case, we will document and microscopically compare all of the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets to determine if the group of just the evidence, how many guns they came from. Is there 1 gun, 2 guns? And then from there, we can compare the subsets of groups of evidence to specific guns where there's an agreement on class characteristics.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to determine if the 32 automatic caliber cartridge casings that you received came from that Walter model PP?
Yes, I was.
I
did
have
they?
something to
Yes,
show
I did.
you in
And
a break.
What you said microscopic
that would be really,
examination. but
really-
How do you examine a cartridge to determine if it came from a particular weapon?
So I've used the phrase class characteristics a few times. What that means, class characteristics are broad, general terms used to describe make, model, serial number of guns, but with fired evidence components, it's what caliber are they, what shape is the cylinder, how much does the bullet weigh. Those are all class characteristics to help us sort groups of evidence. So for this case, I had a number of 9mm caliber cartridges and a number of 32 caliber cartridge cases. Those are obviously separate groups from each other based on class characteristics. They're plainly just different calibers. From there, we move into, once a group of evidence has agreement on class, everything visually has agreement, we move to microscopic comparisons. We use a tool called a comparison microscope. So it's basically any compound microscope you may have used in college or high school science class, except there's two of them. And they're hooked together through a single eyepiece called an optical bridge. And that allows us to physically look at two items simultaneously at the same time in one field of view. And that's how we observe the individual characteristics that we're looking for. With respect to cartridge cases, there's a number of areas of interest. Plainly, anywhere the firearm, the internal components of the firearm come into contact with a piece of fired evidence, there's a transfer of individual characteristics. The areas that we're specifically looking for under the microscope are the firing pin impression, the breech face impression, extractor and ejector marks, chamber marks, and then with respect to bullets, we're looking at the rifling impressions of the projectiles themselves.
You just listed a lot of things you're looking for on the cartridges, on the cartridge casings. Could you go through those again and explain what they are? For instance, the breech face impression.
So an unfired piece of ammunition, an unfired bullet, if you will, has four primary components: the projectile itself and the case. The case is the metallic cylinder that holds gunpowder, and on the bottom of that is a primer. The basic process of how a semi-automatic pistol is fired is that with every squeeze of the trigger, the firing pin strikes the primer. The primer is a small explosive that ignites the gunpowder. The gunpowder burns and pushes the projectile through the barrel. Simultaneously to that happening, if there are rounds left in the magazine of the gun, the cartridge case will be ejected and the gun will semi-automatically load the next round into the chamber until the magazine is empty. During that process, anywhere that the metallic structures of the gun come into contact with the cartridge case or the bullet, there's a transfer of tool marks. So each of the areas I mentioned are areas where there's a transfer of tool marks. So the breech is the back of the slide of the gun where the cartridge is chambered. And it's similar to hitting a nail with a hammer. The firing pin will strike the primer, and then the force of the explosion inside of the gun will push the cartridge case back against the breech of the gun, causing an impression.
I will try
the
to
firing pin impression
explain,
itself, where the firing
in
pin strikes the
a-
primer, is an impression. They're all different areas. I like to describe them as pieces of a pie. When examining cartridge cases, each area is a slice of the pie that we need to examine. And then when rendering an opinion on the source of the cartridge case, whether it's a firearm or a group of cartridge cases from one firearm, we have to account for the whole pie to make sure there's not a piece missing or something is wrong.
Now, you said you do this microscopic examination with 2 microscopes, correct?
2 stages of one microscope that we can see both stages simultaneously. So one eyepiece.
What pieces of evidence do you have on each microscope?
So the initial examination will be just the group of evidence to each other. And if there's agreement and consistencies in all the markings and all the individual characteristics that we're observing, we can conclude that a group of cartridge cases were fired in the same gun. And then ultimately, if we have guns to compare them to, on one side of the microscope will be evidence, and on the other side will be the test fire that we recovered from the gun when we shot it ourselves.
So in this case, you test fired the Walter PP, correct?
Correct.
What's
Did you then
different from this
compare
trial to
that
the Murdoch trial
recovered
is that
cartridge from
this
the
is
test
a
fire
really old
and
gun,
compare it to 2 cartridges you received
almost 100 years old
from the scene?
So these tool marks
Ultimately,
is
I
a little
compared
bit
the
better,
test fired
and they
cartridge
have
cases
the
to
actual
3
weapon
total
to
cartridge
compare
cases.
with. It's still crap science.
Were you able to determine whether they all came from the same weapon?
Yes. The 3 fired 32 automatic cartridge cases that I examined are designated at their laboratory as items D, AD, and AJ, were all fired in the Walther semi-automatic pistol.
If I were to show you the firearm and cartridges that you examined specifically related to the Walter PP, would you recognize them?
Yes, I would.
Yes, but this is almost 100 years old gun, so it's a little bit less unreliable, but it's still shit science.
Mr. Chadwick, I'm giving you exhibits 17, 18, 19, and 20. We'll start with 17, which is the box. Do you recognize exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is laboratory items, items AM1 and AM2. This is the Walther semi-automatic pistol, the magazine, and the unfired cartridges from the magazine.
But
also
that gun has
including
been
my
used
test fires
for almost 100 years.
And how do you know that exhibit
so
17 in your hand
I'm not
is item
disagreeing with
A1 and
you, I'm
A2
just
from your report?
saying that compared to modern
When
guns,
an item of evidence is submitted to the
might
crime laboratory,
have
it's given a
certain
individual item number.
characteristics.
We've been referring
But
to
it's still
these,
a shit
but
science,
you
and
can
I
see
will
that
try to
as a yellow
explain a bit
barcode.
later.
So the
because I have an
barcode is
interesting
the
picture
laboratory
to
case
show
number
you
and
all.
the item number that we give that at the crime lab. Furthermore, in firearms, anytime that we examine a gun, we will physically write with a Sharpie or paint marker the case number, our dates and initials on the gun itself, and that's might be tough to see, but it's silver. It's right there. So that's how I can recognize that this is the gun that I actually examined.
Now let's look at
Gun expert, does he have
exhibit
gloves?
18. Do you recognize that item?
No, no guns touching evidence. No gloves touching evidence.
Yes, I do.
And what is exhibit 18?
Tool mark
This
guard.
is a fired 32 caliber cartridge case.
And how can you tell?
So furthermore, firearms is generally speaking the last unit at the laboratory that will conduct any analysis. Any fingerprints or DNA or anything that needs to be done will be done prior to us ever receiving the item. So when we return evidence, when we're done in firearms, it generally will go back to the submitting agency in the condition that we leave it.
Glock
So this
17
packaging, as you
are
see here, is
extremely
how I
reliable
physically
guns.
packaged it. The
As long as
original
you take care
packaging
of
as I
it.
received it is here. The item itself is at the top, which has the laboratory item number written on it with Sharpie. And the green marker that you can see on the heat seals is my date and initials from the day that I sealed the item.
And what item number is that cartridge?
Court exhibit number 18 is laboratory item AJ.
Okay. Now let's look at exhibit 20. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is a fired 32 auto caliber cartridge case.
If you could look at the packaging, is that the packaging from that 32 caliber?
No.
And then if you could look at it, compare that to exhibit 19. What is the packaging in exhibit 19?
So there's a failure in
Exhibit
custody,
19
which
is the
should be
packaging for
rendering
the fire
both
cartridge
those
case.
inadmissible.
How did that happen?
When we work a case, especially a case of this volume, we have all of our items of evidence in trays, and then we keep all of the original packaging, which is, if you imagine, dozens of paper bags in a pistol box similar to this. When I sealed them,
This
I
is
just
not a
flip-flopped
huge
the
amount
original
of
packaging.
evidence.
So that was a mistake you made.
Correct.
Is the packaging from item 19, I'm sorry, strike that. Is the packaging from item 20 associated with the loose bullet in item 19?
Yes.
So what happened is basically you accidentally flip-flopped the packaging from items 19 and 20.
Correct.
So
Item
you
19, the
lock
loose bullet,
investigator.
is an item that you examined in this case, correct?
Correct.
It just has nothing to do with the 32 caliber.
Correct.
What type of bullet is in item 19?
It's an unfired 9mm caliber cartridge.
Also an item you examined, correct?
Correct.
So going to the actual item in Exhibit 20, which item number is that in your report?
Court exhibit number 20 is item D, which is one of the fired 32 auto caliber cartridges.
Prove it.
And how do you know that?
So based on my experience and looking at the item, I can determine it's a fired cartridge case of the correct caliber, and also the item
Based on
number.
your experience,
we
you
refer to those
fucked up.
numbers, but letter D is written
Collect,
on the item.
having the evidence.
So regardless of the packaging, you can identify that as item D from your report, correct?
Correct.
Is that the same with Court Exhibit 18? Is AJ written on that caliber or that cartridge? I apologize.
Correct.
Do you right? Does it actually write?
So based on your
on the cartridge?
training, experience, and your examination, you can say that items A, J, and D, otherwise known as Court Exhibit 18 and 20, came from that gun in front of you, Exhibit 17.
Correct.
Is there any possibility that those cartridges came from one of the 9mm firearms?
No.
Why not?
There's a number of reasons, but the most simplest reason is the individual markings that we look at are individual to a specific gun. So during the manufacturing process, guns are imbued with individual characteristics because we're talking about a chunk of metal that is produced into a firearm. And during that production process, there are microscopic markings as a result of the process. Milling marks, drilling marks, reaming, all of those are mechanical machining processes used to produce a firearm. It's those marks that are transferred to the fired evidence during the firing process. Because I was able to identify the group of cartridge cases to the gun, that basically excludes all other guns. There's also a practical nature that 32
Do you have all of
caliber
the guns?
is smaller than
No.
9mm. So if you
Then
attempted
you
to
can't
fire a
exclude them.
32 auto out of a 9mm, it physically would slide right through the barrel of the gun.
That's a whole lot of nonsense.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Any cross-examination?
Just briefly,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chadwick, when you receive the items of evidence, do you also receive where they were located from the scene?
Good question, actually.
Potentially, but that's not information that I solicit.
Okay, in terms of items D, AD, and AJ, were you told where those items came from in the crime scene?
When items of evidence are submitted at the crime laboratory, anything that's on the packaging, the property numbers, and any case information from the law enforcement is documented by the staff at the crime lab who receives that, and a receipt is produced as an exchange or an acknowledgement that the items were submitted. And I have access to that, but that's not something I regularly look at.
Did you look at it in this case?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't know where items D, AD, or AJ came from?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Anything on those questions?
Ah!
Right, you're
Keep
excused.
going.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 22 into evidence, the report.
22 is received.
Okay, I will quickly pause that because I want that. Pause that because I need to show you something. This is a variant of the gun. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 in the chamber. So 8 in total maximum. I don't think Mr. Brown has the intelligence. Sorry for saying this. I don't believe Mr. Brown has the intelligence to chamber 1 to fit 1 more in. That leaves 7 bullets. That means that if 1 was stuck in the chamber and there were 5 left in the magazine, unless it was what do you call it, a magazine that was altered in any way, but no evidence of that. So if there were 5 unfired left in the magazine and 1 was stuck, that only leaves 1 shot. And the first cop yesterday testified he fired against him here, which leaves it impossible for the defendant to have shot the dog. Now, I don't know what other evidence these people have, but if they don't say anything else, he used the original magazine, which only fits 7 bullets in total. You do with that information what you like. Okay. I will go back to the court case there and there. Hey, Donna. Yeah, you can replay quite fast, actually, because haven't happened much. But we will see if they bring
All right,
any
next
evidence
witness.
of the magazine.
State calls Dr. Jennifer Herring, number 10.
Dr. Jennifer Herring. Now that might put me in a pickle. Oh, need to cover up the law and crime stuff.
Come up all the way up here, Doctor. If you could just remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone and spell your first and last name for the reporter.
It's Jennifer, Jennifer, last name Herring, Herr.
Jennifer Herring.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Dr. Herring, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a veterinarian.
Where?
At Veterinary Specialty Center
testimony
in
about-
Bannockburn, Illinois.
How long have you been a vet?
About 24 years now.
Do you have any
Yeah,
education
yeah, sure.
or training that qualifies you to be a veterinarian?
So I obviously went to veterinary school, which was a 4-year training. I did an internship for a year after that. Then I also am board certified and did a residency in emergency and critical care.
Yesterday by them bringing in the dog.
The Veterinary Specialty Center
Say hi
where
to the
you
jury,
are
and now we have the
employed,
veterinarian.
what type of veterinary hospital is that?
It is specifically a specialty center, which means we don't do vaccines or daytime practice. It's more of, in our specific specialty, it's just
Probably,
emergency cases and very critical areas that we see.
Since I'm not law and crime and I'm
It
not
is considered a
an
trauma
immune
center,
station,
correct?
We are a
I
certified
will
trauma
have
center, correct.
to,
And what does it mean to be a certified trauma center?
So there's extra
don't post
certification
because
qualifications
not
that you need
Andrews
to
and
meet
pictures
for a
might
hospital
get
to
my
become
channel
a certified
deleted.
center. So that means we have the proper staff and the proper facilities to handle the most critical patients.
And to your knowledge, are you one of the only certified trauma centers in your area?
In Illinois, correct? Yes.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you working as a vet at Veterinary Specialty Center that day?
Correct. We were in Buffalo Grove. It was a different practice at that time. We've recently moved, but yes.
Okay. So you're working in Buffalo Grove at that time, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive information that a police canine was in need of treatment?
Yes.
Tell me how you learned about that.
So we received a phone call, which is typically how we get our referrals, which is another hospital calling us up, telling us that they have a patient that is in need of emergency care. They let us know what the emergency is, and so that lets us know, how to prepare for that emergency when it arrives. So,
What information did you learn from that phone call to help you prepare for what was about to come?
So they told us that there was a police dog that had received a bullet wound to the head. It was initially stabilized at the hospital that was referring the patient to us, and that he was in critical condition. So,
do you remember which hospital referred?
I believe it was Harris Pet Hospital, I believe.
When you are treating a patient, you are documenting what you do, correct?
Correct.
How do you document that?
We document it in two ways. One, we have a medical record where we document all of the basically physical exam findings, the history that we receive, our plan, things like that we outline. And we also have a medical treatment sheet as well that documents kind of the hour-to-hour status of the patient.
And did you document your treatment of this canine officer?
Yes.
And how many days was this canine officer being treated by you?
I believe he was there for 2 days, 2.5 days maybe.
So every day there would be treatment notes, correct?
Correct.
If I were to show you your treatment notes from this canine, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Uh, 60 people watching at the moment, which is 15 more than the average. Welcome all new folks. This trial is a crap show. The defense does more or less nothing.
Yes, these are my medical notes.
Specifically your medical notes from treating the canine, correct?
Correct.
And what was the canine's name?
Riggs.
So let's talk about him coming to your center. How did he come to your specialty center?
He actually came by human ambulance, which is very atypical for how we receive patients. But
Very atypical, you said?
Very atypical.
Have you ever had that happen before?
Once.
Once? Okay. So he came by human ambulance. And what is the first thing you do with Riggs?
So obviously we knew he was coming. So we did have a team ready to receive him, which means that we have a nursing staff and several doctors that are available to receive the patient when they arrive. And so we had a trauma bay set up for him, which is a table, fluids prepared, medications prepared that we thought he might need. And so when he arrived, we went and we met him at the police car. So
Okay.
at the ambulance rather.
And what did you do when you brought him in?
So our first when we bring these patients in, always we evaluate them. We do a physical exam and assessment of the patient first.
Can you slow down just a little bit? The court reporter has to take down what you're saying. You're
Yeah.
soft-spoken and fast. So
Yeah, of course.
bring the mic up a little bit and just if you could slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you. So start again. So what's the first thing you do?
So the first thing we do is a physical examination. So we want to make sure that the patient is stable when they arrive. And if they're not stable, we want to assess what's not stable about them so we can address, the different needs of the patient at the time.
And how about Canine Riggs? Was he stable when you received him?
So the other hospital did do a good job of initially doing some stabilization for him. So when he first arrived, he did still have some abnormalities when he came to us. In particular, his heart rate was abnormal, his blood pressure was abnormal, and his mentation and neurologic evaluation was abnormal.
I am not playing this faster.
How was his,
So it's not my fault.
did you say mentation?
Yeah, so that's his demeanor, his attitude toward his surroundings.
How was that abnormal?
So he did seem just dull and just lethargic. So usually patients that have sustained a significant trauma of this nature are usually have that fight or flight response where they're very heightened and very overly aware of their surroundings to the point of almost like agitation and excitement. And he had the exact opposite. He was very dull and mentally just subdued.
This testimony is purely emotional
And
towards the jury.
what did you then do
So
after that
far.
evaluation to stabilize him further?
So he did receive some fluids at the other facility. So we went ahead and continued a bolus of fluids. So just an IV infusion of fluids to help his perfusion or circulation to try to improve his blood flow to his vital organs. Particularly, we were worried about his brain given the location of his injury. And he did receive some pain medication. So those were the first two immediate interventions.
Obviously, dogs can't talk. So how do you know if a dog is in pain?
So, I mean, it just the nature of the injury for us obviously would put that at a high scale of pain. For him, like I said, he was subdued, he was dull. So it was difficult in his case to assess that. He didn't have the usual response that we would expect. Excuse me, but he did have sensitivity around the wound.
And how could you tell?
When we touched it, he flinched,
Okay.
pulled back.
So fluids, pain medication. What was the next thing you did to treat canine Riggs?
So we did, once we got that stuff on board, we did assess things like blood pressure, ECG to assess his heart rate and his rhythm. And then we did his full neurologic evaluation to assess how he was moving, what his movement looked like, and kind of how he was responding to his environment.
And what was the result of that examination?
So it was abnormal. He was unsteady on his feet. He was able to initially get up for a few brief seconds and move for a little while, but he mostly wanted to lie there and not want to move initially. He seemed very pulled back in terms of his demeanor.
So what did you do based on those findings?
So we initially decided to work on continuing to provide stabilization. So a lot of times in these injuries, we have to focus on getting the patient stable first before we work on additional diagnostics. But for him, we did do some initial blood work on him to make sure that his vital organs were stable.
And did you find that his vital organs were stable?
Can I refer back to this?
Yes, you may. That's why it's up there.
Okay, great.
I really don't understand why this witness is fair, because yes, we know the dog was shot, we know the dog survived.
So the initial blood work that we did was evaluation of his electrolytes and his acid-base status.
That is what the prosecution claims. I am not so sure, actually. I believe I have enough
Also
for a
looked at his
mock
red blood cell
closing
count as
argument. I will try to record
And those initial tests
tonight at some
his
point.
initial tests were actually quite good.
The prosecution has argued they will rest.
So based on that, what is the
probably
next thing you
today.
did to treat Riggs?
And the defense
So
has
we
no
did also
reason
provide
to-
him some antibiotics. The antibiotics were because the wound was not sterile. And so we weren't sure how much infection would potentially set into that wound. So he did receive IV antibiotics. And then we were also not certain about the extent of the injuries at that time to his actual skull or his brain. And so a lot of times in dogs, when they've sustained significant head trauma, we do become very concerned about seizures occurring in these patients. So he did receive a prophylactic anticonvulsant medication.
Prophylactic meaning just in case?
Just in case.
Okay.
Just in case.
And what we're talking about, are we still on October 21st of
That's the
2020?
initial evaluation, yeah, initial treatments.
So after the anti-seizure and the antibiotics, what was the next course of treatment?
So we decided not to pursue any advanced imaging like CT or MRI immediately with Riggs. One of the reasons for that was given his mentation. We were very concerned with him, particularly about increased intracranial pressure or increased pressure on the brain for him, because he did come in with an elevated blood pressure and a low heart rate. And so those two things in combination makes us very concerned about high pressure in the brain. And we did not want him to undergo anesthesia in that condition. So we did also administer him a medication called mannitol, which actually helps to decrease brain swelling.
And did that work?
It did, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the next thing you did treatment-wise with Riggs?
So we decided to give him until the next day to do any further diagnostics on him. And then we made the decision as a team to do both a CT and an MRI of his brain, because each of those imaging modalities tells us something different. The CT of his brain will be more specific to focus on the bony structures of the brain. So it helps us look at the skull and the facial bones and things like that in more detail. The MRI will more specifically tell us the intimate details of what's happening inside his brain.
And you decided to wait until the next day, so that'd be October 22nd to do that, correct?
Correct.
So what kind of treatment do you provide then overnight?
So overnight, he was on several medications. He was on fluids throughout the course of the evening. He was on continuous antibiotics through injections. We had him on drips of an opioid pain medication to help with his pain, and then he was on that anticonvulsant we talked about.
So the next day, October 22nd, you do the imaging, correct?
Correct.
What was the results of the imaging?
So his imaging, I mean, he was a very lucky dog. He did not have any fractures of his skull. He did sustain some edema or swelling of his brain, and he had a kind of contusion or bruising of his brain. So at the impact of where the bullet impacted the initial portion of his skull in the center, basically midline, he had a kind of a contusion there and some swelling associated with that. So he did not actually have any penetration of the bullet through the skull or into the brain tissue. It was all kind of secondary effects.
So knowing all that, what was your next course of treatment for canine Riggs?
So knowing that, I mean, that was great news to hear. And that told us that he would probably recover from this. We didn't know the extent of the impact neurologically he would have from that, meaning we didn't know how much residual change in mentation that would bring for him, or how much the bruise or the swelling of his brains was essentially like a concussion that he had. We didn't know the extent of what that concussion, so to speak, would have on his ability to perform his duties moving forward.
So what did you do to monitor that then?
So we do what's called serial neurologic evaluations. So those are essentially continuous exams that we do about every 4 hours or 6 hours or so to evaluate how he's doing and how he's responding to our therapy. And then we will also then make adjustments to treatments depending on his response. Fortunately for him, he responded well.
So you did those assessments at regular intervals and he was showing progress?
Correct.
How did you then treat the physical wound itself?
So for the physical wound, he had a lot of secondary swelling of his head. And we were worried at the time that we might have an abscess developing. On both the CT and the MRI, we could see the track from the entry wound in the center of his skull and exiting kind of in the back of his skull. We could kind of see the tract on the CT and MRI. So we knew that there was a through and through wound that needed to be addressed. It's a difficult wound in the location that it's in to do any sort of flushing of that area. So it was mostly just taking care of the superficial wound that was there, providing some compresses to decrease pressure, meaning some cold kind of compresses on the head to do that. And we did provide him an anti-inflammatory at that time too.
And how did you make sure the entrance and exit wound remained clean?
So he had routine wound care as part of his treatment plan. So that required us to, we have several products that we use to kind of help superficially keep the wound clean. And then we also will wash it with some sterile solution at the end of that cleaning.
So according to the medical records in front of you, K9 Riggs was discharged on October 24th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
So between October 22nd and October 24th, did you basically just continue those regular treatments that you've just described?
Correct. He was responding to therapy, so we continued to keep that going. The last, 24 hours or so of therapy, we did transition him more to oral medications for pain, just to make sure he could handle that and make sure that he was comfortable on that plan before we thought of discharging him back to the handler.
How do you get to a point where you feel comfortable discharging an animal who's sustained an injury like K9 Riggs did?
Yeah, in his case, his progress, and I think because he's such an athletic dog, his progress was more rapid, I think, than what we're used to seeing in a lot of these cases. I think his athleticism helped in his recovery. But we look at a lot of those parameters to make sure that we are normalizing everything we intended to. So we make sure that the vital parameters of his heart rate and pulse and respiratory rate and pain scores and mentation scores are all appropriate for what we want before we think about discharge home. And he kind of met and checked all those boxes. So that made us comfortable sending him back home.
And when you sent him back home, just like any other animal you discharge, did you send care instructions with him?
Correct, yes.
And what type of care instructions did you send home with Riggs?
Yeah, so he was home on, and I'll triple check this, but he was home on antibiotics. He went home on the anticonvulsant medication just in case, because we have seen in some of these trauma patients where they develop seizures even weeks out from their trauma. So he was home on that, and he went home on pain medications, which included an anti-inflammatory.
Were there any wound care instructions for his handler to deal with?
Yeah, so a lot of his swelling was starting to resolve. We didn't have too much for them to do, but yes, he did have that. We had a whole section on monitoring the swelling, monitoring for discharge or kind of a foul odor from the wound, making sure that there wasn't any hemorrhage or bleeding from the area, things like that, or anything that kind of looked different or off about the wound. Obviously, we make pretty strict instructions to let us know about anything that kind of is out of the ordinary.
How about exercise or work limitations? Did you put any limitations on his exercise or work?
We did. We gave him at least a month off of care, and we weren't sure if a month was enough. And he was making good progress, but we weren't sure like how much time he would actually need. So we kind of give initial parameters, but then we always make instructions for follow up to the regular veterinarians that kind of handle him, after they leave our facility, to make sure that they, again, that the dogs meet the criteria that they need to meet before they're released to go back to service. And we weren't even sure that Riggs was able to go back to service. It was actually, he's a very fortunate dog to be able to go back to service after that injury.
Any other instructions you sent him home with that I've missed?
I don't think so. I mean, we had monitoring instructions, so things to look out for that were abnormal. So our monitoring instructions are things like lack of appetite or changes in, how they're physically able to move, or if they are nauseous at home or have any vomiting, things like that that we'd like to know about right away, because we do send them home on medications, and some of these are very potent medications that do have side effects, and so we want to make sure that the patients are watched for those pretty closely as well.
After he was discharged on October 24th of 2021, did you see K9 Riggs again?
I don't believe I physically saw him again. I saw him in photos,
Okay.
but I didn't think I actually physically saw him again.
But there was no need for his handler to bring him back to you for treatment, correct?
No, and like I said, we're a specialty facility, so most patients do not do follow up with our facility. They usually do follow up with their day veterinarians.
I have no further questions, Doctor.
Any
Thank you.
cross?
No, thank you.
All right, you're excused, doctor. Thank you. Have a good day.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I move Exhibit 23.
As
into
I understand it from the dog,
23 there.
the bullet, as they claim, entered quite high up
All right,
on the skull,
23 is received.
and then passed and got out from behind the ear. So the dog has a
Next witness.
sloping head, so it's not
Next witness is Deputy Jamie Beal,
illogical
number
that
5.
the bullet would not penetrate the skull. From that close distance with the 32, harder to, that depends on the angles and stuff like that. But I believe that the most compelling in this is a Luger has 7 bullets in the magazine. If he fired once at the first
You
officer,
just remain
as he
standing, raise your
testified,
right hand, I'll swear in.
and
You
one
solemnly swear the
was
testimony
lodged
is matter be the
in
truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth,
the
so help you
chamber,
God.
because it was 5
As close as you can to the microphone.
in
Spell your first and
the
last name
magazine,
for the
according
reporter.
to this guy's testimony, or the last guy's testimony.
First name is Jamie, last name is Beal,
So where did that
B-E-A-L-L.
second,
Go ahead,
third,
counsel.
or fourth
Thank you. How
shot
are you
the
employed?
first officer testified to?
I'm a sheriff's deputy with the Racine County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
I was hired in September 2019.
Oh, I missed her. This.
What are your current duties?
I'm currently assigned to the patrol unit.
And what does that mean? What type of things do you do as a patrol officer?
Well, I guess my particular assignment is the strategic patrol
Yeah,
unit.
one of
So,
those cases too, and
my job is
with a
interdiction,
dog
usually within
with
the interstate area.
with a head slope.
I want to
It's
draw your attention to
probably
October 29th of
illogical,
2021.
even for close range
Were you on
or
duty
long
that day?
range.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Where were you assigned to that day?
I was assigned to hospital guard at St. Cat's in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin.
Who were you guarding at St. Cat's?
Allan Brown.
Do you see Mr. Brown in court today?
I do, yes.
Can you describe where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He's seated to my left in a gray shirt with a multicolored tie.
All right, the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
Thank you. Deputy, what are your responsibilities when you're on guard assignment, particularly at a hospital?
Okay, now there will be testimony about
My
what he
assignment
did
would
at the hospital.
include
And
pretty much watching the
apparently they
inmate,
claim
making sure
that
that
the defendant tried to
they don't
escape.
assault hospital staff and that they don't escape.
Did you have any knowledge of this particular inmate before you were assigned to guard him?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what knowledge was that?
Prior to me guarding Mr. Brown, I was told that he was a suspect in 2 homicides in Chicago, that he had gotten in an officer-involved shooting with Kenosha County
Say,
deputies.
I
and
have
shot his- their
less of an
canine.
hour stream left before I have to leave.
Did you also
We
receive
will
any
continue
cautionary instructions
tomorrow
from your supervision
at the
regarding
same
Mr.
time
Brown?
as today at
I
around
did.
2 o'clock
I was
my
told to use
time.
extreme caution with Mr. Brown because he was
7:30
target glancing
local time
deputies'
for
weapons as well as
Wisconsin.
exits.
And for us lay people
But
who may not know, what is target
tomorrow
glancing
will
mean?
probably just be closing argument, so it probably won't be a
So in
long
law
day.
enforcement, we are taught to
Meanwhile, I will
look
try to
for
make a mock closing
specific-
argument of
I mean, I
what
guess it's really a form of nonverbal
evidence I
communication.
have seen here.
They're called pre-attack indicators, is what we refer to them in law
Yeah.
enforcement.
So,
Target glancing would be a
you
form of
are
a pre-attack
here now.
indicator,
You will
meaning
be
that
welcome
attack
back tomorrow, but we have about
pending.
55 minutes left of my stream.
So when it's pretty much the theory of someone's eyes will, when they're thinking of an object, so if someone's thinking of my gun, they'll look down at my gun. Or if they're thinking of exit routes, they're going to be looking at doorways.
You began guarding Mr. Brown at around 10 a.m. that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you were guarding Mr. Brown, did you yourself see him target glancing?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Tell me about that. What
Objection.
did you see?
Speculation.
Multiple times when I was in contact with Mr. Brown, I could see him target glancing my weapons on my duty belt. He'd even asked me about the weapons on my duty belt.
Objection
At
hearsay.
one point, medical staff had asked us to get Mr. Brown up onto his feet, so we were walking on the hallway for medical purposes. He was walking with a walker. I could see him target glancing a stairwell, which would have been to our left. Mr. Brown was fixated on that stairwell.
Let's talk about first him target glancing your weapon. You said he asked about it.
Yes, I recall him asking about our
Yes,
weapons,
yes.
yes.
Do you remember specifically what he said?
I don't remember the specific questions, no.
Did you answer those questions?
No, I did not.
Now the hallway incident with the target glancing, you said he was using a walker, correct?
Objection leading.
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed or shackled in any way?
Yeah. Stuff the defense
He was
could
wearing
do,
leg
and
restraints.
they do jack
And
shit.
what are those?
So it's pretty much a chain. So they look like handcuffs. It's just a longer chain. And then they go around the person's feet.
And you said you saw him fixated on a stairwell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do in response to seeing that?
I had told the nurse to stop. We were going to turn around because it was making me uncomfortable. He was so fixated on that stairwell.
And when you saw that, were you approaching the stairwell?
Yes, we were.
So you had them turn around prematurely. Would that be fair? Before you got to the stairwell?
Yeah, that's fair.
Leading.
When Mr. Brown was in his hospital room, how would he be restrained, if at all?
We kept Mr. Brown in those leg restraints, and then we also kept one of his arms also in a handcuff that was restrained to the hospital bed.
At one point, did Mr. Brown ask to sit in a chair?
Yes, he did.
Tell me about that.
So at one point, he had asked to sit in a chair that was located, it was like the right side of his bed. He had actually gone to sit in that chair. I told him, no, you can't sit there. Get back in your bed because we can't restrain you into that chair. And he had suggested that my partner and I restrain him to a table that was connected to that chair. I told him, no, we're not going to do that. Get back into your bed. I restrained him back to the bed. And then shortly after, my partner went to assess a similar chair that was in another room, which he said all Mr. Brown would have had to do was lift the table in order to escape.
So if you had put him in that chair and handcuffed him to that table, all he would have had to do was lift the table and he would have been unhandcuffed to the table?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on October 29th, 2021, at approximately 3:14 p.m., did you receive information from Mr. Brown's doctor that he was medically cleared?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean to you as a law enforcement officer?
That means as soon as I get his discharge paperwork, I can bring him back to jail.
Did you receive his discharge paper shortly after that?
Yes.
And upon receiving the discharge paperwork, was Mr. Brown changed his clothes in any way?
Yes.
Do you remember what he was changed into?
I believe he was given a pair of pants.
So out of the hospital garb and into some other types of clothing for discharge?
Yes.
As he was changing, how was his restraint situation?
We kept one of his hands restrained to the hospital bed as he was pulling up the pants.
And did he have leg shackles on at that point?
No, we had to take those off so he could get the pants on.
And then after he was changed to the pants, did you re-secure those shackles?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Shortly after that, you began prepping him for transport, correct?
Yes.
And what does it mean to transport someone or prep someone for transport?
So typically we would, if it's in the inmate type setting, they're already in custody, we're going to transport them in belly chains and ankle restraints. So we're going to keep those ankle restraints on. And then I guess belly chains, it's a more comfortable solution than to be handcuffed behind the back. So you wrap the restraints around the belly, it's attached by a chain, and then there's essentially 2 handcuffs at the front.
So you were getting ready to put him in those so you could transport him to the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were doing that, Mr. Brown was in the hospital bed, correct?
He was in the hospital bed, yes, and then he stood up.
Okay, so tell me about that. He stood up from the bed?
Yes. So as I walked in with chains, and trying to figure out the chain situation, Mr. Brown had, without prompt, stood up from his hospital bed without us asking him to do so.
And what did he do then?
It appeared as if he was just tying his pants.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I then saw Mr. Brown. He started to lunge forward. I thought he was actually lunging at me. So I remember putting like my hand up, and then he started to pass to my left. As he did that, he made contact with my left arm, and
Wasn't he chained to the
shoved my left arm.
hospital bed?
So I went to the right slightly, and then he
How could you
proceeded
launch
to
forward?
run past me. And then I realized at that point he's trying to escape. He's trying to run. So I turned around, and as he was in the doorway, I was able to get my arms around his torso, and then I used my body weight
Were you
to bring him to the
unchained?
ground.
He was not
So at this
attached
time,
to the bed. When did you
How is his
remove
shackle
the shackles
situation
from the
if
bed?
he's able to try and run out of the room?
So he's still in leg restraints at this point. His hands are free. He does not have handcuffs on.
Why did
So
he
you
not have
indicate he
handcuffs
made
on?
it to the door of the hospital room,
When
correct?
did they remove the
Yes.
handcuffs from him?
Did he
and-
turn as if he was going to run in either direction out of the room?
It appeared as if he was going right.
What was to the right of the hospital room?
So if you're inside the hospital room looking to the right, that
Seemed to skip the step.
doorway with the stairwell was out there.
The one you saw him glancing at earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
So you wrap yourself around Mr. Brown and gain control of him?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Once we were onto the ground, I gained control of, I took like a front mount position. So I was on top of him. And then I gained control of one of his arms. By then my partner had already drawn taser. He was giving him, he was providing taser coverage and providing verbal commands, telling him to roll on his stomach and get his hands behind his back. So I was able to help assist to roll Mr. Brown onto his stomach, and then eventually was able to gain control of both hands and then restrained him in handcuffs.
Well, now, I don't doubt he tried to escape.
What did you do with Mr. Brown then?
But these two guards
We
did
helped
not-
assist him to his feet and then put him in a wheelchair, and then I had medical staff assess him for any further injury.
Where was this wheelchair located?
It was off to the, so again, looking in the hospital room, the wheelchair was off to the left of the doorway.
Hospital staff assessed Mr. Brown. You said, did they find any further injuries?
No.
At some point, did Mr. Brown make any statements to you about his attempted escape?
Yes, he said he wasn't trying to escape. He was just trying to get to the wheelchair.
The wheelchair, however, was to the left, correct?
Yes.
And it appeared to you that he was trying to get to the right, correct?
Correct.
At the time of all this, what type of uniform, if anything, were you wearing at the time?
I was wearing my full-blown sheriff's deputy uniform with a sheriff's badge on the front.
And when you first made contact with Mr. Brown, did you identify yourself as a law enforcement officer?
I don't remember.
And you said you had a partner with you, correct?
Yes.
What was your partner's name?
Deputy Hollyfield.
What was Deputy Hollyfield wearing?
He was wearing the same uniform I was with the sheriff's star on the front.
Why does she keep slipping out of the
Did Mr.
chair?
Brown ask you
Did
any
not-
other questions or say anything else about the attempted escape?
I don't recall.
Did he ask you if you were hurt?
Yes, he did ask me that.
At any point, did you give Mr. Brown permission to run out of that room?
No, I did not.
And he was in your custody at that time, correct?
Yes, he was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Officer, Mr. Brown never made it out of the hospital room, correct?
He was in the doorway when I grabbed him.
Okay, but he never made it into the hallway, correct?
I guess it would, depending on what you consider the doorway to be.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect on it.
No.
All right, your excuse, thank you.
That is, he is doing the bare minimum for not being deemed as inadequate defense.
Next witness.
The bare
St.
minimum.
Paul's investigator Susan Conley.
Should remain standing. When you come up here, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. All right, spell first
Maybe
and last name
both.
for the
Why
record,
not?
and then you can start your questioning. Go ahead.
Susan Conley, SUSAN CONLEY.
Thank you.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with Racine County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
10 years.
How long have you been an investigator?
6 years.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I completed the Law Enforcement Academy at Gateway, and I also have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
And to become an investigator, did you have to undergo any other additional training or education?
Not to become an investigator. Once I became an investigator, I got a significant amount of on-the-job training, one of which included
Because in Vinny, he actually tried to win
DCI
the case.
investigating officer-involved shootings.
So let's talk about that training. What is that training?
It is at the time I took it, I'm not sure what it is now, is a 4-day training with agents from the Division of Criminal Investigations with the state of Wisconsin, who essentially teach you how to
No,
an
unless
investigation
the
into an
defendant
officer-involved
chooses to
shooting or
testify.
critical incident.
They have no case in
Can you just
chief,
bring the mic up
no
just a little bit closer?
witnesses,
Thank you.
nothing.
To your knowledge, are you one of the only individuals in your department who went to that training?
At that time, I was, yes.
So on October 21st, 2021, were you working as an investigator?
Yes.
At some
I
point
bet you
that
this will
day,
just be
did you
the exact
receive
same
information
testimony
regarding an
that has already
officer-involved
been
shooting
given.
in Kenosha County?
I did.
How did you receive that information?
I was out to lunch with Sergeant Sheriff when he received a phone call from the patrol division captain that they were requesting our assistance to lead the investigation into the shooting.
And being one of the only ones trained in investigating officer-involved shootings, were you then put in charge of the investigation?
I was.
So upon receiving that call, what did you do?
We responded back to the patrol station where I gathered up some items that I thought I might need to use once I got on scene. We did a little bit of verbal coordination about who was going to do what once we got there, and we all responded in our individual squad cars to Benson Corners.
And when you say we, who were you talking to in this initial debrief?
For the most part, it was Sergeant Sheriff and I. When Sergeant Sheriff was an investigator, he had gone through that training at the same time as me, so we sort of agreed at that point that he would be my second, but that I had to take lead since he was the supervisor.
Before arriving at Benson's Corners, what information did you have about what had just occurred in Kenosha?
I had very little information at that point. I was only aware that they had been involved in a shooting, that at that time the individual who had been shot had survived and had been transported to the hospital.
So what does this witness has to offer?
What was the first thing you did
Everything else
upon
has already
arriving
been
at Benson
answered.
Corners?
Why is she
I made
here?
contact with the command staff with the Kenosha Sheriff's
Over the
Office
phone?
in their mobile command vehicle that was on scene. I got a briefing from them, and that was the point at which I was provided the information
I wouldn't be
regarding the
surprised.
context of their
I would not be
contact
surprised
with
if it was.
the Buick and subsequently with Mr. Brown.
And what did you learn?
That the vehicle, that Kenosha County Sheriff's Dispatch had been advised that a vehicle that was stolen during a homicide overnight had been OnStar had
Assuming
located
he
that
wants to
vehicle
help
in the
himself.
parking lot
He
at
turned
Benson
down a
Corners.
plea deal,
Kenosha
apparently, before the
Dispatch
trial.
sent deputies to
Maybe
check
he
for the
just
vehicle,
wants to be
and upon
jail.
attempting
I
contact
don't
with
know.
that vehicle, the operator or occupant fled from them. There was an exchange of gunfire that resulted in Mr. Brown being injured, K9 Riggs being injured, and we got where we were.
All right. So what were your specific duties on scene at Benson's Corners on October 21st?
So leading an officer-involved investigation is somewhat unique because what I'm being tasked with is determining whether or not the officers engaged in a shooting that was within legal parameters. So I'm not so much at that point worried about how they got there, only what happened once gunfire began being exchanged. So after meeting with the command staff, I then did a scene walkthrough, and just to get kind of an idea of the scope of the
I was here all the time.
interaction, I
and
guess.
I don't know if there is any.
I then had to coordinate with my own other investigators. We had to do the photographing and inventorying the deputies' uniforms. So there's a lot of delegating on my part, but there's also a lot of things that I'm ultimately responsible for doing. So I ended up being essentially the liaison for the crime lab once their response team arrived, and we kind of worked in tandem once they were there to process the scene.
So fair to say you assisted Christopher Johnson in kind of his team in collecting evidence, correct?
Yes.
You said that were you present when the officers involved in the shooting were photographed and the round count was done?
I was kind of in and out. They had been moved to the county building, and at one point, I think while we were waiting for Chris Johnson and the crime scene response team to arrive, I did go over there briefly and make contact with them, mostly just to make sure that they were okay and just to explain what my process was going to be and why I was doing the things that I was doing with regards to their uniforms and their firearms and all of that.
So on that day, you saw what firearms the Kenosha Sheriff's Department deputies were using, correct?
Yes.
What type of firearm do they use?
Glocks.
Do you know what specific caliber?
9mm.
So in summary, on October 21st, your role is basically delegate, supervise, make sure everything's being done as it should, correct?
Correct.
From there, are you also, or did you also collect body camera video from all the officers involved in the shooting?
That was more the days to come. There was a lot of video. There was body camera footage from 3 of the 4 deputies who were involved. Not only do they have forward-facing squad cameras, but they also have backseat squad cameras, and so they're all on it that whole time. So I had to, from Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, I had to get that information, all of it, and I had to go through all of it.
You also, did you review the surveillance video from Benson Corners as well?
Yes.
Be fair to say any digital evidence collected in this case you personally reviewed?
Yes.
Did you also collect dispatch recordings?
Yes.
Which dispatch recordings did you collect?
I collected the initial phone call received from the Chicago detective, as well as the OnStar call that was made to dispatch. And I got all of the radio transmissions from the time that they were dispatched through their conclusion of the event.
And did you review all that evidence?
Yes.
And when you were reviewing the body camera, the dispatch logs, the radio traffic, you took detailed notes which you put in a report, correct?
Yes.
That would also include the Benson surveillance video, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I wrote a lot of reports.
We'll get back to your review of the digital evidence in a minute. You also are involved in interviewing the deputies who were involved in the shooting, correct?
Yes.
When did those interviews take place?
I want to say October 25th.
That would be that Monday, October 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you interview the deputies on October 25th instead of right after the shooting on October 21st?
It is standard practice anytime an officer is involved in a critical incident that they are given a minimum of 3 sleep cycles before they're expected to make any sort of official statement.
And why is that?
The way that the brain works in traumatic events, I don't know necessarily the whole science behind it, but the standard practice is it permits them to process the event and recall, have better recall of the details of
We're going
that.
to stop right now, folks. Go take a break, okay?
Okay,
Don't talk
good.
about the case.
That would.
You can stay right there. Thank you.
I will pause. So it will give me some time to talk to you all. That was interesting. For cops, it is okay to go away for 3 sleep cycles to come to terms with what has happened. But why is I'm not sure, but that also leaves the opening for, in my opinion, not fact, a bit of speculation, to get officers to get their story straight. And when you talk to eyewitnesses at the crime scene, actually eyewitnesses who are not officers, they are interviewed immediately. So they have an immediate recollection. But cops can wait 3 days. And I see if I have this still up. Again, this is the model Luger 32 PP, or what they call it. We can do this again. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 in the chamber. Allegedly, before he came to Wisconsin, he shot 2 people. Not sure if it was with this gun. But say this was his gun. He reloaded. I don't believe he has the knowledge, the defendant, to reload, put one in the chamber, and then add another bullet in the magazine. That leaves us with 7 bullets. First witness yesterday said that, I will go like this, he reached under his arm and fired at him. That leaves 6 bullets in the magazine. Then one got stuck in the movement. That, well, he could, if there was 5 unfired in the gun, that, okay, that could put him at 2 fired shots at most. But the first cop testified to hearing 3 up to 6 shots. According to his testimony, he was not sure. Every other testified they heard 1 shot. That would be the first shot. So who actually shot the dog? And I saw it in the chat earlier. No real, but they haven't found the actual bullet. They have not yet done any forensic work around the wound to see what kind of bullet was possible. But then again, we are the defense so far has done jack shit. So I think I will do a mock defense closing on this case, and I will just check. So no, nothing happens there. So we'll do a mock defense closing, because since they have addressed, I will check before I do it to see so the defendant doesn't testify. It is a possibility, but there is also a possibility that in the mix of everything that the defendant, but you have this with reasonable doubt in this. And if 3 out of 4 cops at the scene claims they only heard 1 shot, and 1 officer says he fired first at him and then towards the dog, that are inconsistencies that could be used by the defense as to create reasonable doubt to at least that charge. But then again, they brought in the dog yesterday to see the jury. So he screwed the defendant in this case by both the defense, who does, in my opinion, doesn't do that. In my opinion, they don't even protect his constitutional rights. No objections so far. None. During any of the testimonies. Not even towards the shell casings being in the wrong evidence bags. But do I believe that Allan Brown will be convicted of everything he's charged for? Yeah, he will. I can't see the jury doing anything else unless the defense does something unexpected, like arguing at all, or having a killer closing argument. And yeah, I'm extremely disappointed about how the defense conduct themselves in this trial. Extremely disappointed. Not not only in how no objection whatsoever, extremely few questions, a 32-second opening statement. No witnesses of their own. No case in chief. They are waiting for the prosecution to end their case, and unless Mr. Brown testifies, they go directly to closing arguments. Yeah, I'm also happy the dog survived, no matter who the actual shooter was. But I do believe there is at least a slight possibility that he was shot by friendly fire, and the defense should at least try to argue that. Are you buffering? I don't see on my end that I have any issues. Frozen? I will go watch to see. It's working at my end. So sorry for the buffering. Well, it's 20 to 10. I'm going to get ready to pick up my girlfriend at her work. And I will do the last hours tomorrow at 2 p.m. my time, which will be 7 a.m. Wisconsin time. And so that should give you a chain of reference. I will try to have a mock closing argument recorded for you. If there's time, I will show it on tomorrow's stream. But as it seems, tomorrow will only be closing arguments, sending the jury away for lunch, and then come back with a verdict. So we should be done by the end of tomorrow. So, all of you watching, chat, everyone, thank you so much for spending 7.5 hours with me, some of you. Some less, some, yeah, you're still here. Watch the replay crew if you can. And you all have a nice day. And I'll talk to you later. Have fun.